to that end, I think this VPPA policy, which for the regulation which CRCS has come out, would be very, very helpful. Though VPPA is a very, very bilateral kind of a mechanism in which generator and the consumers are involved, and they'll have to directly interact. Still, we are exploring some possibility of facilitating that and doing the demand aggregation for that. And for that, we have floated one EOI for assessing the demand for VPPAs. And mostly that demand would be emerging from CNI sector, we believe. Also, contract for difference has been talked about since many years in Indian power sector. We know that in Europe, UK, there's a lot of penetration of CFDs in all the RE technologies, not only in FDRE's combination, but also offshore wind and regular wind combinations. So we have come out with a pilot CFD tender in which we are asking for a peak power 500 megawatt for 3 hours. We may refine it to maybe 2 hours, but it's a pilot tender and we are seeing a lot of interest from the developers. In the pre-bid meeting, more than 20 developers participated. We received more than 50 suggestions for different, there were some queries also, and various suggestions for modification of some of the elements. We would be coming out with those clarifications very soon. And after this pilot tender, we are planning to expand this CFD procurement and scale it up to say 10 gigawatts in next 3 to 4 years. And this market penetration would definitely provide a lot of flexibility not only to CNI consumer but also to DISCOMs. And this CFD which we have come out is for the peak power, but going forward it would be for RE, other RE technologies like wind and offshore wind and maybe other combinations of FDRE. So I think with these new instruments, definitely that would be helping out in providing a flexibility to both CNI and DISCOMs.
Thank you, sir, for giving the entire rationale, as I think we will have to. But before I conclude, let me ask Girish bhai one question. So imagine we meet again on Global Wind Day 2030. What single metric would convince you that India has successfully integrated wind into resource adequacy strategy?
Yeah, I think if you are just asking one particular item, I would say we need to deliver that 100 gigawatts first of all and get them up running. So I think that will be there. I would just take the opportunity to say that the second element with the kind of discussions we've had and also at a larger group level, I think getting that rightful place of wind in our energy mix, getting it correct, at least moving the needle from a 33% to a 40+% into the energy mix for the future plannings would be of a critical importance to ensure that we keep energy affordability as a critical parameter and we secure the system cost correctly.
Sir, the last question, sir, Secretary, sir. So if there is one policy reform that you think could unlock the next decade of wind energy growth in India, what would that be?
Well, slightly difficult question, but I think resource adequacy mapping that is being done and enforcement of that would definitely help in this regard. The minor tweak that Mr. Alok Kumar was suggesting, that instead of making it uniformly applicable to all the states, if we can also work out a state-specific resource adequacy mapping, that might actually result in a higher RE achievement rather than mandating a 43% achievement. So that to me makes sense, and maybe we start looking at that particular option and see how that can also be achieved. But that's one area. Apart from that, I think policy predictability, certainty is an area which will go a long way in encouraging both deployment as well as manufacturing. So these are areas on which the entire government machinery and the private sector will have to jointly work together.
Thank you so much, sir. I think it was wonderful to interact with you all, talking about the growth of wind and coming out very clearly about the role of wind in the entire value system of our electricity mix. We do recognize and realize that while we have ambitions to go to 2030, 2035 and 2047 scenarios, but we also will have to deliver on ground the real units from in electricity, the real energy from that particular resource. We will like to ensure that while CA considers their energy future planning, the right set of capacity utilization factors are met. We'll have to deliver that whatever we are talking about has to come on ground. And that's how the policy realization into ambition and ambition into implementation will come. I think on this day, Global Wind Day, thank all of you for listening to this first session, which we thought will be before the inaugural because that sets the tone of the day. We have some wonderful sessions, but let me thank all my panelists, Secretary Sir, Seki MD, Alok Sir, Ishan Sir, Mahesh Sir, Shivraman Sir, Girish Sir, Shalini Ma'am, and Kailash Sir for talking and from their heart and trying to bring in the kind of importance that wind has to gain. And together, let us pledge on this day that while we meet next, we will be celebrating, today we celebrate 6 gigawatt of annual installations. When we meet 15 June 2027, let's celebrate 10 gigawatt of wind and installations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, with these words of thanks, may I request our moderator, sir, to also present a token of our gratitude, appreciation to all the speakers. Thanking first Secretary Sir, Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi ji. Wind standing as a very critical component of furthering RE and government extending a very facilitating environment towards its expression of thanks to Shri Akash Tripathi ji. Spoke about how wind can play an important role in the SECI's procurement mechanism. Thanking Ms. Shalini Agarwal, who shared with us the growth story. Thanking Ms. Shalini Agarwal, who shared with us the growth story so far of Gujarat and their further roadmap. Thanking Shri Kailash Kumar Gupta ji. Once again, our expression of thanks to Shri Alok Kumar ji. Sorry, Ishan. Okay, to Shri Girish Tanti ji. Thanking Shri Ishan Sharan ji. Thank you to Shri Mahesh Vipradas ji. Thanking Shri T. Sivaraman. And may I request Dr. B.K. Dash to please join us here on the stage, Scientist T, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, to kindly express our gratitude, appreciation to the moderator, thanking Shri Dinesh Jagdale ji. We'll close with a group photograph. May I request all the distinguished leaders to kindly step forward along with Dr. Dash for this group photograph. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, the conversations which we had have reinforced the importance of resource adequacy in thoughtful system planning, and then the critical role the wind energy can play in delivering reliable, affordable, and more sustainable power for India's future. We are now going to be just, if we can, 15 minutes of just a stretching break we take. or maybe 10 minutes, because at 11:30 we are going to be starting with the inaugural session, wherein joining us will be our honorable ministers, the Honorable Minister of MNRE, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji. Along with him we have Shri Shripad Yesu Naik ji, the Honorable Minister of State, MNRE, who's also the Honorable Minister of State for Power. We have the Honorable Minister MNRE, Honorable Minister NRE of GOA joining us, along with the other dignitaries, basically the policy makers taking center stage in the ministerial session, the inaugural session, which starts at 11:30. So a quick stretching break, bio break of 10 minutes, and then requesting you to be back at your respective seats, please. Just to inform the August gathering, we were, as per the schedule, supposed to have the presentation by Nive, but just in the interest of time, because we are just moving into the inaugural session and the honorable ministers are going to be joining us shortly, so we are going to be having his presentation later. Ladies and gentlemen, would like to draw your attention. We are being joined by Shri Shripad Yesu Naik Ji, the Honorable Minister of State for New and Renewable Energy and MOS for Power, along with Shri Ramakrishna Ji, the Honorable Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Government of Goa. May I request people in the pre-function area to be once again joining us back in the hall. We are going to be starting with the inaugural session, requesting everyone to be moving in. May I request the delegates to be kindly taking your seats, people who are in the hall, and all the eminent delegates and leaders who are outside in the pre-function area. We are going to be starting shortly with the inaugural session. May I request everyone to be kindly moving in and once again taking their seats, making yourself comfortable. We have the inaugural session wherein shortly joining us will also be Shri Prahlad Joshi Ji, the Honorable Union Minister of New and Renewable Energy. We already have Shri Shripad Yesu Naik Ji, our Honorable Minister of State, and we have Shri Ramakrishna Ji, the Honorable Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Government of Goa. May I request all the delegates to be kindly taking your seats. People in the pre-function area, also requesting everyone to be please be joining us in the hall. We are going to be starting with the inaugural session. We already have our Honorable Minister of State, Union Minister of State for New and Renewable Energy, Shri Shripad Yesu Naik ji, present with us, along with the Honorable Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Government of Goa, Shri Ram Krishna ji. All the other eminent leaders who are going to be there on the days for the inaugural session already present here. We are just waiting for Shri Prahlad Joshi ji to be joining us shortly. Meanwhile, let's settle down and be ready to be welcoming him as he joins us. This inaugural session, during which we are also going to be presenting and recognizing and felicitating the top performing states for the financial year 25-26, along with the developers and the manufacturers. We are also going to be witnessing the release of a set of documents, basically the key enablers for the industry, which are going to be released and launched at the hands of the Honorable Ministers. And if time permits us, after the inaugural session, we will also have the presentation by DG Nive. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to be kindly taking your seats, and we extend a warm welcome to Honorable Union Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, as he joins us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend a warm and a hearty welcome to Honorable Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, the Union Minister for New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, the chief guest for the inaugural session. Once again, good greetings and namaskar to all present here, to all the very distinguished dignitaries and the captains and leaders of the industry joining us. We, ladies and gentlemen, have been discussing about planning the future course of action, the future wave of growth, the future way of reforms, which will help in accelerating the scaling of wind energy capacity and further the RE deployment. We thank all our leaders for taking out time and joining us, and as we commence the inaugural session, we do so by invoking the blessings of the Supreme Power. May I request our Honorable Minister, Sir, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, to kindly light the ceremonial lamp marking the auspicious inauguration of the Global Wind Day celebrations. Every year on the 15th of June, we come together, the leaders of the sector come together towards drawing the future course of action. May I request Shri Prahlad Joshi ji to kindly initiate the lighting of the Mangal Deep. Also requesting Shri Shripad Yesu Naik ji, the Honorable Minister of State, MNRE, Shri Ramakrishna ji, the Honorable Minister for New and Renewable Energy, Government of Goa, Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi ji, our Secretary, MNRE, Shri Rajesh Kulhari ji, Joint Secretary, MNRE, requesting Shri Akash Tripathi ji, Managing Director, SECI, Shri Naveen Mittal, the Special Chief Secretary, Telangana, Srimati Shalini Agarwal, the Managing Director of Gujarat Urja Vikas Nigam, and Shri Vishesh Gharpale ji, Secretary Energy, Madhya Pradesh. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for this auspicious inauguration of the Global Wind Day, a day as we come together not just towards celebrating the achievements or the milestones which we have been able to achieve, but also then drawing and coming together and chalking a way forward. Wind continues to be playing a major contributory role, a major component, and a critical component of India's energy basket, which is powering our economic growth and also creating green jobs. May I request our distinguished leaders to be kindly taking center stage. May I request first our Honorable Minister, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, to be please joining us here on the stage, the Honorable Union Minister of New and Renewable Energy. Also inviting Shri Shripad Yeso Naik ji, the Honorable Minister of State, MNRE and MOS Power, Shri Ramakrishna ji, the Honorable Minister for New and Renewable Energy, Government of Goa, Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi ji, Secretary MNRE, Shri Rajesh Kulhari ji, Joint Secretary MNRE, inviting Shri Naveen Mittal ji, Special Chief Secretary Telangana, Shrimati Shalini Agarwal, the Managing Director of Gujarat Urja Vikas Nigam Limited, and Shri Vishesh Gharpale ji, Secretary Energy, Madhya Pradesh. And as we express our thanks to all the leaders here on the stage for their presence and for joining us in these conversations and for further guiding us and leading us as we chalk out the way forward, may I request our host minister, Shri Ramakrishna ji, to kindly accord a floral welcome as we welcome Shri Prahlad Joshi ji. We're glad to be joined by the host minister of Goa, the Honorable Minister NRE, Shri Ramakrishna ji, extending a warm welcome, a floral welcome to Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, and a special token of our gratitude and appreciation to the Honorable Minister. May I request Shri Ramakrishna ji also to kindly accord a floral welcome to Shri Shripad Yeso Naik ji. The Honorable Minister of State, MNRE and the MOS Power. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing the occasion. May I request Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi ji, Secretary MNRE, to kindly felicitate and welcome Shri Ramakrishna ji. Thank you, sir, for inviting us here in Goa. And may I request now Shri Rajesh Kulhari ji, our Joint Secretary MNRE, to please welcome Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi ji. Shri Naveen Mittal, also to Shri Naveen Mittal. Once again, a welcome to Shrimati Shalini Agarwal as she joins us here on the stage for the inaugural session. She was part of the panel discussion which we had earlier. And also to welcome Shri Vishesh Gharpale. And may I request Dr. P.K. Dash, Scientist MNRE, to please join us here on the stage as we extend our good greetings in welcoming Shri Rajesh Kulhari ji. Thank you. And at the very outset, to welcome the Honorable Minister and all present in this august gathering, and also to set the tone and the context of our session, may I request Joint Secretary MNRE, Shri Rajesh Kulhari ji, for his welcome remarks.
Honorable Union Minister Sri Praladji Joshi, Minister New and Renewable Energy, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Sri Yasopad Yeso Naikji, Honorable Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Sri Ramakrishna ji, Honorable Minister for New and Renewable Energy, Government of Goa, Secretary MNRE, Senior Government Officials, representatives of state governments, distinguished delegates, industry leaders, developers, manufacturers, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you present over here. Today, as the global community comes together to celebrate Global Wind Day, it is an absolute privilege to welcome this remarkable gathering of visionaries and stakeholders. Today is not just an occasion to celebrate how far we have come, but a vital opportunity to catalyze the exact actions needed to accelerate our growth in the critical years ahead. There is no better time to celebrate wind energy in India. Our sector is operating from a position of unprecedented global growth. As of March 31st, 2026, India's cumulative installed wind capacity has crossed the landmark of 56.09 gigawatt. Furthermore, the financial year just concluded was the strongest in our nation's history, commissioning an extraordinary 6.05 gigawatt of new capacity, representing a massive 46% increase year on year. Because of your collaborative and collective efforts, resilience, and your vision, India stands proudly today as the fourth largest wind market globally and ranks third in the world for new installations. On this Global Wind Day, we also celebrate India's rising role as a provider of clean energy solutions to the entire world. Supported by a world-class domestic manufacturing ecosystem, India now possesses 24 gigawatt of annual wind turbine manufacturing capacity with an indigenization level of approximately 70 to 80%. We are no longer just building for ourselves. India has emerged as a critical manufacturing hub within global supply chains, unlocking major opportunities for worldwide exports. The ministry remains deeply committed to strengthening this ecosystem through forward-looking policy measures. We ensure excellence through the revised list of models and manufacturers, promoting modernization through national repowering and life extension policy, and expanding open market access to drive robust competitiveness. As we look forward, the sector is entering a transformative phase. Our focus is no longer now limited to simply adding plain vanilla renewable energy capacity. The paradigm is shifting from firm, reliable, grid-supportive, dispatchable renewable energy. In this new era, wind power integrated with battery and grid-forming inverters will deliver even greater stabilized value to our national grid. As we proceed with today's celebrations and deliberations, I encourage all of you to share your insight towards the theme of this year's conference, that is wind energy from ambition to acceleration. Let's collaborate to unlock the full potential of wind power and drive the global energy transition forward. The ministry remains fully committed to working hand in hand with state governments, industry leaders, utilities, and investors to sustain this powerful growth trajectory. During today's event, we will have the distinct privilege of witnessing the release of a landmark report by our Honorable Minister covering resource adequacy, state regulatory frameworks, and wind manufacturing and exports, along with a beautiful coffee table book documenting India's inspiring wind energy journey. With these words, I once again extend a very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests and participants. Thank you, and I wish you all inspiring, impactful Global Wind Day. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the context of the day by highlighting the objective, its vision and mission, and how it is structured to deliver to this very vision. And may I now request Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi ji, our Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, for the inaugural address. Someone who in the ministry continues to accelerate India's clean energy transformation through innovation, policy reforms, and greater stakeholder engagement.
Honorable Minister of MNRE, Food and Public Distribution, Sri Prahlad Joshi ji, Honorable MOS, MNRE and Ministry of Power, Sri Sripad Yasho Naik ji, Honorable Minister of Energy, GOA, my esteemed colleagues on the dais and distinguished guests. At the outset, let me compliment each one of you for on this occasion of Global Wind Day and for achieving the highest ever wind installation in the year 25-26, that is 6.05 gigawatt. And this has been a phenomenal journey for wind in our country. As far as deployment is concerned, our developers have shown that they are capable of deploying at scale, and to that extent, India has also been able to bring down the cost of wind energy, and probably we are one of the lowest cost wind energy producer today in the world. Along with deployment, we have also seen a corresponding growth in manufacturing. Today, India is the third largest manufacturing hub for wind turbines in the world with 24 gigawatt of capacity, and government has strongly backed this manufacturing sector through a variety of policy initiatives. The renewable consumption obligation, renewable purchase obligation have gone a long way in providing an assurance that DISCOMs and the states will be buying more and more wind energy in future. In addition, the ALMM for wind has also enabled the indigenization of manufacturing across supply chain. Apart from tower and nacelle, we also have gearboxes, generators, bearings, which will be domestically sourced for our wind turbines. And to that extent, the policy certainty which is required from the government is there to back the manufacturers in their investment decision. We also understand that while doing this deployment, the states also have to play an extremely critical role, and some of the leading states which are supporting wind energy are in the dais as well as in the audience. We have 5 major states which contribute to 75% of wind resources in the country: Gujarat, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, and they have been extremely supportive of the growth for wind. But I understand that there are issues of land acquisition, issues of ROW, which requires a lot of micro level management to be done for our wind developers to be facilitated. So in this context, there is a substantial de-risking which needs to be done, and we need to find out models through which the developers are de-risked from this. So here we have SECI present here, a lot of state agencies are present here. I would urge SECI to explore models through which they partner with state agencies and form SPVs, which goes ahead in land acquisition as well as ROW clearance, like it was done in case of Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, for PM Kusum projects, the land acquisition was done in advance by a government sponsored SPV, and then a tender was done to invite private developers, RESCO developers to come in. So we probably need to look at similar models to work with the state governments and de-risk the developers, and that's a model which probably SECI and Credel kind of organization can actually think of joining hands and doing an SPV and go ahead with the land acquisition and ROW clearance, after which the bidding may be done. So that would help the developers in reducing their cost and substantially de-risking their projects. There is also a big opportunity for wind repowering, and we are working with state governments, especially with Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, to see how repowering policy can be effectively done, and some legal teeth could be brought in for wind repowering so that the process is expedited. Overall, I think wind energy has huge advantages for us in future, for our future FDRE tenders, for our RE-RTC tenders. Wind is going to be a very essential component, and from that perspective, I think wind developers will have a fair bit of assurance as far as the growth story of wind energy in the country is concerned. And with the huge data centers, AI-enabled infrastructure coming into our country, I am sure that all our resources, including solar and wind, have an extremely bright future. I again thank MNRE's personnels as well as IWTMA and WIPA for having
for Power and NRE, Mr. Sripad Naik, Secretary for NRE, Mr. Santosh Kumar Sarangi, Joint Secretary, Mr. Rajesh Kulhari, all the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, all chairmen of the different companies, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is really to be proud to be here with you. And I am delighted to be a part of this celebration of Global Wind 2026 under the theme Ambition to Acceleration. It is nothing new that for centuries humanity has used the wind to sail ships and green grain. However, in 21st century, due to global transformation, we have transformed this ancient power into the cornerstone of modern and clean energy future. Today, wind energy is no longer just a green alternative, but a leading technology. This accelerates the global energy transition. Our ambition begins with a simple necessity to break free from fossil fuel and slash greenhouse gas emission. We look out the moving air and saw untapped potential and ambition transform into high-tech turbines that we notice today both on shore and offshore. We have also set bold goals to limit climate change, deriving wind to become one of the most cost-effective and fast-growing sources of our electricity. As our theme goes from ambition to acceleration.
So ladies and gentlemen, our very first recognition celebrates a state that leads India in cumulative wind installations and pioneering digital facilitation for right-of-way clearances. The highest wind installed capacity and policy reform leader digital right-of-way award goes to the state of Gujarat. We have Shalini Agarwal ji present here on the stage, receiving the recognition, the award that honors Gujarat for achieving the highest wind capacity addition in India, 2.96 gigawatts in financial year 25-26. It also recognizes the state's launch of a single window online portal for right-of-way, which provides developers with detailed manuals to streamline and expedite the land and ROW acquisition process. The next award recognizes a state that is leading India in pipeline of wind project capacity. The highest wind capacity pipeline award, ladies and gentlemen, being presented to the state of Karnataka. This award recognizes Karnataka for building one of India's strong wind development pipelines with nearly 9 gigawatt of standalone wind projects currently under construction. Through proactive project allocation, infrastructure readiness, and sustained policy support, the state is creating a robust foundation for the next phase of India's wind energy expansion and clean energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, as India's wind sector matures, repowering older assets has become critical to maximizing energy generation. And now we have the outstanding contribution to wind repowering initiatives. The award goes to the state of Tamil Nadu. May I request a representative from Tamil Nadu to be please joining us on the stage in accepting this recognition. Anyone from Tamil Nadu? Okay, they're joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, through their progressive policy framework introduced between financial year 24 and 26, the state has encouraged the modernization and replacement of wind turbines that are over 20 years old. The policy places emphasis on performance-linked improvements and enhanced energy generation rather than merely increasing the installed capacity, ensuring optimal utilization of some of India's most valuable wind resources sites. Congratulations to them. The next recognition honors a state that has played a pivotal role in strengthening India's domestic wind manufacturing and engineering ecosystem and advancing the vision of Atmanirbharta. The Domestic Wind Manufacturing and Industrial Ecosystem Award goes to the state of Maharashtra. The state of Maharashtra being recognized for emerging as a major hub for wind energy manufacturing in India, home to largest number of nacelle assembly facilities, about 10 gigawatts capacity. The state has played a vital role in strengthening domestic supply chains, supporting industrial growth and enhancing India's self-reliance in wind energy technologies. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Emerging Clean Energy Industrial Ecosystem Award being presented to the state of Andhra Pradesh. I request any representative from Andhra Pradesh to be joining us. This award recognizes Andhra Pradesh for positioning itself as an emerging hub for data centers, green hydrogen storage and clean energy infrastructure through its integrated Clean Energy Policy 2024. We now have the Emerging Renewable Energy Infrastructure Excellence Award being presented to the state of Madhya Pradesh. The state of Madhya Pradesh, through the establishment of dedicated renewable energy parks, transmission networks, and project facilitation mechanism, the state has emerged as one of the fastest growing renewable energy destinations in the country. The next award, the Inclusive Enterprise and Ecosystem Development Award, recognition to the state of Telangana. The state of Telangana, the clean energy transition stands as the strongest when it is inclusive and it creates opportunities for all sections of society, and that is where we have the state of Telangana being recognized for for promoting inclusive enterprise and holistic supply chain development, recognizing its ecosystem-driven approach, specifically providing fiscal support and investment subsidies for women-led entities in wind manufacturing. The next award is the Wind Procurement Champion Award, presented to the state of Uttar Pradesh. State of Uttar Pradesh, herein we recognize the state for leading wind power procurement among the non-wind resource states, recognizing Uttar Pradesh for its proactive commitment to the energy transition. Despite lacking domestic wind generation potential, the state has driven massive offtake by executing the highest volume of wind PSAs to meet its clean energy obligations. And now the final state award recognizing excellence in policy facilitation and regulatory support for the wind energy development. The Wind Project Facilitation and Regulatory Framework Award goes to the state of Odisha. Ladies and gentlemen, your claps is going to be ensuring the appreciation for all these states. This award recognizes Odisha for clearing 500 megawatt of wind projects to promote intra-state wind under a structured policy framework for in-state wind project development through RE Policy 2022, supported by a three-tier project clearance architecture involving the Single Window Committee, Chief Secretary Committee and Cabinet Committee. Congratulations to them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the appreciation to a state for being the host state, facilitating and supporting us in organizing the Global Wind Day, and that's the state of Goa. This is the special award to the state of Goa, thanking them for supporting us, thanking them for facilitating us, for organizing the Global Wind Day in this picturesque state of Goa, which, as the Honorable Minister mentioned, is on its way towards scaling its wind energy capacity, various initiatives being taken by them. And now we have the recognition to the OEMs. The award for the highest commissioning by manufacturer in financial year 2026 goes to Envision Energy. The Envision team joining us here on the stage, recognizing Envision Energy for emerging as the leading OEM by commissioned wind capacity during the fiscal year, reflecting strong execution capabilities, supply chain readiness, and timely project delivery across recognized here, the top developer with highest commissioning under the CNI bids. Many congratulations to all the states, to the developers, to the manufacturers, and thank you to the honorable ministers and all the dignitaries on the day for extending this honor and recognition. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with gratitude, I request and invite Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, the Honorable Union Minister for New and Renewable Energy, and also the Minister for Food and Public Distribution, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, for his keynote address.
Shri Sripad Yeso Nayak, Honorable Minister for MOS for New and Renewable Energy and Power, और उन्होंने गोवा में बहुत अच्छे तरीके से व्यवस्था की है, इसके लिए भी मैं आपको और श्री रामकृष्णा गोवा मेनारी मिनिस्टर है, आप दोनों को मैं धन्यवाद भी अर्पित करता हूं, और संतोष कुमार सारंगी जी, सेक्रेटरी MNRE, श्री राजेश कुलारी JS MNRE, श्री नवीन मित्तल स्पेशल चीफ सेक्रेटरी तेलंगाना, श्री विशेष गरपाले एनर्जी सेक्रेटरी MP, श्रीमती शालिनी अग्रवाल MD GUNL, and dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I want to begin by the congratulating the state and the industry
for their excellent performance, and आज आप लोगों को अवार्ड भी मिला है. These awards celebrate the excellence, innovation and the commitment. तो आपको अवार्ड मिलने के कारण मैं आप सभी को भारत सरकार के ओर से बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन भी करता हूं और धन्यवाद भी करता हूं. तो गोवा में माहौल अच्छा है ऐसे मैं समझता हूं. तो आप इतने डल बैठे हैं तो मुझे थोड़ा डाउट हो रहा है क्या हुआ है करके. एंड यू हैव ऑल अचीव्ड, एंड ऐसे के बावजूद भी आप इतने थोड़ा माहौल ऐसा है तो बात करना या नहीं करना मुझे भी थोड़ा डाउट हो रहा है. Let us also take this moment to acknowledge the wonderful work of thousands of engineers, technicians, researchers, work planners, and all other skilled workers, entrepreneurs who are present here. Some may not be present here, but all put together, central government, state government, and आप जो इधर इंडस्ट्री वाले आज उपस्थित है, आप सब मिलके एक बहुत बड़ा अचीवमेंट भारत के इस बार हुआ है. We must also recognize the driving force behind it. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, आप सब जानते हो रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी हमारा बहुत कम मात्रा में था. Because of the Prime Minister's vision and also Prime Minister's enthusiasm and passion about the overall commitment to the World Forum about zero emission, all such things, they have really boosted and they have inspired us to take this type of steps and reach to become the third largest renewable producers in the world and also second largest capacity addition in single year, that is 25. That is the achievement of the India today. Honorable Prime Minister recently he completed the longest serving continuously elected Prime Minister. तो एक नेता को 140 करोड़ देश में 140 करोड़ जनता जहां रहते हैं, एक एमएलए को, एक एमपी को दूसरी बार चुनाव जीतना बहुत मुश्किल होता है. हमारा वाजपेयी जी के सरकार में एक बहुत प्रभावी मंत्री थे, फाइनेंस मंत्री थे. He stood topper to the civil service examination at that time. You can imagine the name also. उन्होंने एक भाषण दिया था जब मैं सेकंड टाइम चुन के आया था पार्लियामेंट में. उनका भाषण, देन वी आर इन अपोजिशन, उनका भाषण का सार ये था, जब मैं सिविल सर्विस एग्जामिनेशन के लिए प्रिपेयर कर रहा था मैंने सोचा था यही बहुत कठिन काम है, लेकिन जब मैं दूसरी बार इलेक्शन लड़ा तब हार गया था. तब मुझे पता चला ये इलेक्शन लड़ना और लोगों को समझाना हमने क्या किया है और बाद में सेकंड टाइम जीतना, ये तो सिविल सर्विस से भी बहुत कठिन काम है. ऐसे उन्होंने ऑन रिकॉर्ड है, अभी भी आपको मिलता है इंटरनेट में, यूट्यूब में मिलता है उनका भाषण. तो ऐसे में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का इनका इंटेंट अच्छा है और देश को विकसित बनाना है. ही वांट्स टू मेक इंडिया डेवलप्ड कंट्री बाय 2047. और जब इंटेंट ठीक होता है, कम्युनिकेशन ठीक होता है, परफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म एंड इन्फॉर्म, ये तो रिफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म एंड इन्फॉर्म, इसके कारण आज आफ्टर ऑलमोस्ट 35 इयर्स एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट भी है. और without any hesitation I can tell you there is a stable government also, there is a able government also. तो जो पॉलिसी हम आज अभी अपना रहे हैं, that will continue for long because there will be political stability for long in the country, that nobody should have doubt in the mind. And I'm thankful that during time of Gujarat also, he has done a lot of things which I need not repeat here. Gujarat leads in the solar energy, it also leads in the wind energy, which is exactly why it has been awarded today. This progress is the direct result of Prime Minister Modi's vision. Now that he is leading the nation from Gujarat, Delhi में आके जब lead करना शुरू किया, that the wave, the same vision, with the same speed, with the same scale, he is trying to push this renewable energy throughout the India. I am pleased to admit that this all national vision supported by action at the state level also, all state governments, when such policies were brought, the competition among the states have increased. That is also healthy competition. That is a very important thing we should understand. By that, every state government, irrespective of any political affiliation, they are trying to promote renewable energy for two reasons. One is, as it is emission, all such things. Another thing is, compared to the other source of electricity, this is quite economical, that is cheaper. So Maharashtra has simplified the approvals. Andhra Pradesh has reduced the delays through the streamlined land conversion process. Rajasthan has created greater flexibility for the project development. Madhya Pradesh has introduced the incentives to encourage the investment. And these examples show that when the policy support is provided, land processes are simplified and grid planning is strengthened and renewable energy deployment is accelerated. Global Wind Day is an occasion to celebrate the achievements. It is also an opportunity to discuss the future trajectory of India's wind sector. I also feel that the wind sector we are discussing today is fundamentally different from the sector that existed a decade ago. While I was not leading the sector back then, I understand during the last decade our focus was on building the capacity. And rightly so, this focus allowed India to achieve its highest ever annual wind capacity addition, 6 gigawatt in 25-26. This increase is nearly 46% higher than the previous year. We are building the capacity at an extraordinary pace. Our one-year growth is comparable to the entire installed wind capacity of several established wind markets around the world, including Chile, Portugal, Belgium. इनका पूरा कैपेसिटी विंड का जो है हमने एक वर्ष में किया है, ये भी आपके लिए मैं धन्यवाद अर्पित करता हूँ. I congratulate you all people. And it is comparable to the total wind capacity installed across the African continent. So looking at this achievement, I think we can say that you have all answered the question of whether we can scale our wind capacity very efficiently. इसके लिए आपने उत्तर दे दिया है. Today, India is among the world's leading wind markets and most significant wind manufacturing centers. Our annual wind turbine manufacturing capacity has increased from 10 gigawatt in 2014 to now 24 gigawatt today. This means we have the supply chain ready, but the resource adequate studies presented at this conference suggest that we must support this with better planning. The report suggests that a system with a greater wind penetration can generate the savings of approximately 2.3 lakh crore. ये तो मैंने जब कल देखा 2.3 लाख करोड़, ये तो मुझे शुरुआत में तो थोड़ा डाउट ही था, ये इतना बड़ी संख्या आपने लिखा है, फिर भी MNRE इसका पूरा चेक करके अगर हम आगे ले सकते हैं क्या? सेक्रेटरी साहब आप देख लो इसका. वी शुड ऑल्सो, बिकॉज बिफोर टेकिंग इट टू ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर एंड अदर्स, we need to verify. I hope you have done it most professionally and you are all professionals. आपका इंटरेस्ट भी है इसमें, आपने देख के ही किया होगा, फिर भी इसको साइंटिफिकली इन्होंने जो रिपोर्ट दिया है वेरीफाई करके इसको आगे कैसे लेके जाना, हाउ टू टेक इट फॉरवर्ड, दैट वी शुड ट्राई टू. MNRE should fully support this whatever the report they have assessed and submitted, that has to be very carefully studied and we should go further. And these numbers show that the value of the wind energy cannot be measured only by the electricity it produces. It must be measured by the cost it prevents, the flexibility it provides, and also resilience it contributes. We also see the major change in the coming days on the demand side. For the last several years, RE growth in India was driven primarily through the policy inventions and the government procurement. State and the central agencies created the markets. Tenders do the deployment and the model helped establish the sector. Now, demand will come directly from the industrial consumers. मेरे बात मान के चलो, ये पूरा मार्केट अगर हम इसी तेजी से बढ़ते हैं तो मार्केट चेंज हो जाएगा, मार्केट का डिमांड चेंज हो जाएगा, उसके अनुसार स्टेट और सेंटर और जो आप लोग हैं उसके अनुसार हमको तैयारी करना है. और ये जो डिस्काम सेंट्रिक सिस्टम जो है उसमें तो थोड़ा चेंज करना ही पड़ेगा, नहीं तो हम दुनिया में कॉम्पिटिटिव नहीं बनेंगे. Why we will not become competitive? Because for any manufacturing in India, one of the two important things are there. One is overall manufacturing cost. In that manufacturing cost, electricity is one of the important thing. And second thing is logistic. Prime Minister has given the target of the reduction in the logistic cost in a phased manner. We should bring it to the global benchmark, and PM and PMO are directly monitoring it. The concerned ministries have been day-to-day working on that. In port also, in airport also, how we can work out the turnaround time to reduce it. All such things are today going on. And for that, the important thing is we should further reform the sector, both in energy sector and renewable energy sector. And as you all know, carbon border adjustment mechanism and emerging carbon-related taxes in the global markets will further increase the demand. So demand to increase hone wala hi hai. Therefore, forecasting, storage, hybridization and grid integration will become the central to the future sector. So friends, traditionally wind and solar were often viewed as the competing technologies. क्योंकि उस टाइम कुछ है नहीं था, इसीलिए दोनों कॉम्पीट करते हैं, ऐसे था. अभी ऐसे नहीं होता है. टुडे दे विल कॉम्प्लीमेंट ईच अदर. जब सोलार का बंद होता है तब विंड काम, नॉर्मली विंड शाम को ज़्यादा होता है, ऐसे आई हैव बीन ब्रीफ्ड ऑन दैट. एंड ऑल्सो अगर दिन में ज़्यादा है तो विंड पावर स्टोर करके वी कैन मैनेज इट इन द इवनिंग. So these are all the things now they have become complement each other. Wind energy has become reliability resource. With the battery costs falling nearly 90%, अभी युद्ध भी बंद हुआ है और भी थोड़ा गिर सकता है दाम. The last 10-15 years, economics of this integration is also changing, and India today possesses the significant manufacturing capacity, which has been explained by Secretary. I will not go into that. 12% global manufacturing, nacelle manufacturing, 17% global gearbox manufacturing, many such things are there. 10% global blade manufacturing, 13% global tower manufacturing. Gearboxes are one of the most technologically sophisticated components with the value chain, and this shows that the India's competitiveness is not confined to the labor-intensive manufacturing. In fact, the Indian industry is capable of competing successfully in technologically demanding segment as well, and this means we are ready to increase the exports from India. One of the strengths of the Indian wind industry is today over the China is the ability to provide long-term maintenance support extending up to 10 to 25 years. हमारा credibility दुनिया में अच्छा है, तो इसीलिए हमको ये मौका है. But one thing what manufacturers and overall sector should think is, in March, just near my constituency, next to my constituency, it was part of my constituency, lightning strike triggered a major fire in the wind turbine in Ambli village of Bijapur. And also, similarly, not Bijapur, that is Vijayanagar district. And similarly, last year an entire wind turbine collapsed during the storm in the Gadag. ये सब को भी हमको कैसे इसको stable बनाना है, इसका weather, so much issues will come. इसके लिए हमको और भी such incident remind us that the future competitiveness of the wind sector will depend not only on the manufacturing but also on the reliability, safety, maintenance and long-term life cycle management. Global demand is shifting towards the larger turbine platforms, particularly in 4 megawatt to 6 megawatt category and beyond. Many of our domestic manufacturers continue to have a significant exposure to the earlier generation platform. मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ आप शायद समझ रहे होंगे, वो छोटा ही आप ज़्यादा prefer करते हैं. Last year myself and secretary, when we implemented wind ALMM, several manufacturers strongly opposed the decision, arguing that it would adversely impact the wind capacity addition. और ये भी कहा गया है ये जो बड़ा टर्बाइन है, they are not fit to India system और India जो wind velocity है उसके लिए नहीं है, वो ठीक नहीं है, ये कहा गया था. And it was strongly argued. But today, these manufacturers are commissioning the projects with the higher capacity. I am happy about it. You have changed your stand, you have put efforts. जब हमने इसके लिए थोड़ा प्रेशर दिया, आप लोगों ने हमने जो बोला था उससे ज़्यादा ही आप कर रहे हैं और आगे भी करेंगे, ऐसे मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ. So you see the investment in the research, engineering, design capability and next generation technology development will become increasingly important. And now the commissioning projects with the higher capacities and advanced technologies, they are making the request not to extend the ALMM. Last year there was a request for the extension of the ALMM. So जब करना ही पड़ता है ना, हम लोग बहुत अच्छे करते हैं, लेकिन थोड़ा जब तक चलता है अरे अरे चल रहा है आराम से चला देंगे, ये तो मेंटालिटी है. अभी दुनिया में हमको कॉम्पीट करना है. वी वांट टू बिकम विकसित भारत. हमने बहुत जगह अभी बहुत सेक्टर में हम कंपटीशन दुनिया को दे रहे हैं. ठीक है, हमारा कुछ कंस्ट्रेंट्स है, but in spite of that, we should work on this. I would also like to briefly talk about the repowering, which has been mentioned by the secretary and probably in your morning session and after this inauguration session also there may be discussion. The repowering may be a good opportunity available to the sector today. India's earliest wind projects were often developed at a location possessing some of the country's strongest wind resources. इसमें wind resource ज़्यादा है लेकिन छोटा turbines है. Modern manufacturers are larger, more efficient and more productive than the machines installed 2 or 3 decades ago. क्योंकि मैंने देखा हूँ मेरा एरिया में एक नरगुंद करके है, ये बहुत बड़ा पहाड़ है, उसमें इतना छोटा छोटा है, तो अगर वो चेंज करता है तो बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में इसका पावर जनरेशन होने का संभावना है, ऐसे मुझे लगता है. More efficient, more productive than the machines installed. Today, a single modern turbine can generate many times output of the machines that originally occupied the site. Repowering allows us to increase the generation without discovering the new wind resources. Since we have a large number of old turbines, including many of 225 kilowatt projects, I would like IWTMA and WIPPA WIPA to submit a detailed assessment within 13 days about the number of such turbines. आप सुन रहे हैं तंती जी? Across the country, the capacity, these represent the additional capacity and the generation that can be unlocked through repowering and the measures needed to accelerate this transition. When I speak, I am aware there will be, जब आपका ज़्यादा जनरेशन होगा, वो CRC, स्टेट रेगुलेटर, ये सब क्या कहेंगे, उसका क्या होगा, आप पहले तो अच्छे ढंग से स्टडी करके दे दीजिए. And we will have a talk with, if there is, suppose today we are having 56-57 gigawatt. आप समझिए, मेरा imagination से आधार पर मैं बात कर रहा हूँ. I know I am not expert on all these things, but having understood from my team and having little, whenever time, I get time after reading little and having talked to you many times, what I have understood on the basis of that, if I can make a request to you, अगर आज हमारा 56 gigawatt है total, 56-57 year gigawatt of the wind and 157 of solar, इसमें majority of the time the complaint is of about the stability, वो होता है transmission में ये problem होता है, ये सब तो आप जानते ही है. तो इसके कारण अगर हम 100 gigawatt का target हम 2036 तक रखा है ना, 2036, अगर हम 75-80 gigawatt अगर हम 3 वर्ष में ये repowering के द्वारा कर सकते हैं, and cost and with the cooperation of the states, if we can achieve it, then to an extent stability problem, grid stability problem, that can be resolved. And the cost also together, solar plus wind. Of course we need to add battery. Majority of the ये जो 24/7 RTC वगैरह का है, इसमें बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में हम समस्या का समाधान निकाल सकते हैं. तो इसीलिए इसका स्टडी आप लोग करके हमारे पास दे दीजिए, और इसके बाद और भी हम थोड़ा, और कोई मुझे बोल रहा था सुबह, आप इसको स्टडी करके दे दो, बोले तो 6 महीने बोल रहा था. 6 महीने वगैरह नहीं चलेगा, दुनिया बहुत फास्ट चल रहा है अभी. आपका वेलोसिटी आपके पास है, आपका जो लोकेशंस है आपके पास है, उससे आप तुरंत अपने स्टेट को बता के, और जो इम्पोर्टेंट स्टेट है, तमिलनाडु है, तेलंगाना है, गुजरात है, इन सब लोगों को आप बताइए, लेट देम कोऑपरेट विथ यू. सेक्रेटरी साहब, मैं आपको सारंगी जी, ओ सारंगी साहब, मैं आपको क्या कहता हूँ, सब सेक्रेटरी को, जहाँ विंड रिसोर्सेस अच्छा है उन लोगों को बोलो इनके साथ कोऑपरेट करने के लिए, रीपावरिंग का. बाद में हमको उसको फाइनेंशियली अगर कुछ देना पड़ेगा, क्या हमको रेगुलेटर को बोलना पड़ेगा, उसके लिए अगर कुछ छोटा मोटा रूल और कानून में बदलाव लाना है तो क्या, वो सब हम करेंगे बाद में. बट एटलीस्ट देयर शुड बी अ प्रॉपर स्टडी एंड विद इन 30 days दे शुड गेट ए रिपोर्ट. तो ऐसे करते हैं तो अगर हम समझो 80 gigawatt हम पहुंचते हैं, जस्ट एन इमेजिनेशन, इन कमिंग 2 or 3 years, इस 80 gigawatt प्लस अभी 160 gigawatt नियरली हमारा सोलार है, क्या बहुत बड़ा बदलाव नहीं आ सकता है? आई थिंक अकॉर्डिंग टू माई कॉमन सेंस वी कैन ब्रिंग ए बिग चेंज इन दैट. सो यू प्लीज ट्राई टू अटेम्प्ट दैट. एंड आज जो बीटी मारुत पोर्टल, द विंड टर्बाइन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग असेसमेंट, रजिस्ट्रेशन, utilization and traceability, this is a significant step making India's wind energy ecosystem more transparent, efficient and digitally connected. The portal reflects the growing maturity of the sector. This portal will enable end-to-end tracking of the wind energy components from manufacturing facility to the project site. It will ensure the traceability, accountability and compliances with the revised ALMM guidelines. तो पवन ऊर्जा, आत्मनिर्भरता की ऊर्जा, ये सब हुआ है, मैं इसका रिपीट नहीं करता हूँ. मैं इतना ही कहता हूँ, आज हमको एक बहुत बड़ा जंप लेने का समय आया है. भारत सरकार भी, हमारा टीम बहुत अच्छे ढंग से कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं. मैं तो हमारा ऑफिसर्स इधर बैठे हैं इसीलिए मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, आप लोगों ने मेहनत किया है, पैसा लगा है, लेकिन पहले जैसे तो सरकार देने वाला है और हम जब देंगे वो लेना, ऐसे एटीट्यूड मोदी सरकार में नहीं है। और हमारा टीम जो है, हमारा सेक्रेटरी और पूरा टीम very enthusiastically they are supporting the projects, they are fighting, especially आजकल हमारा टीम पूरा पावर मंत्रालय में बैठ के कभी कभार थोड़ा पुश करके भी जो भी बदलाव लाना है लाने का कोशिश अच्छे ढंग से कर रहे हैं। हमारा आज के दिन में at 150 meter height it is estimated that nearly 164 gigawatt हमारा ओवरऑल पोटेंशियल है देश में, एंड 100 गीगावाट हमने 2030 तक रखा है। दैट हैज टू बी ब्रॉट डाउन, थोड़ा जल्दी लाना है उसको। एंड वी हैव डन व्हाट वी हैव डन, दैट ओनली अनदर 2 points आई विल मेक एंड आई विल क्लोज माय रिमार्क्स। डेडिकेटेड विंड कंपोनेंट अंडर द रिन्यूएबल परचेज ऑब्लिगेशन, इसका तो और ज़्यादा तेजी से हम पुश करते हैं। वी ऑल्सो नो सर्टन स्टेट्स आर नॉट फॉलोइंग इट, बट ये तो शुरू तो हुआ है, पहले तो कुछ भी नहीं था। And enforcement of late payment surcharge provision, improved payment security and defense clearances में माननीय राजनाथ सिंह जी हमको बहुत मदद कर रहे हैं, आशीर्वाद कर रहे हैं। हम जब भी बोलते हैं वो पर्सनली इंटरव्यून करके वो हेल्प करने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं। थोड़ा कुछ उनका भी रिस्ट्रिक्शन रहता है। ये सब के बावजूद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो बदलाव इस सेक्टर में आया है, इसको अभी हमने बहुत किया है पिछले सरकार में, पिछले रिजीम में कंपेयर में बहुत किया है, वो तो डाउट नहीं है। लेकिन नाउ व्हाट प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज गिवन कॉल इवन इन द काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स वेयर द सेक्रेटरीज वर आल्सो देयर। अभी तो पुराना जो है उसको याद करो, लेकिन ये स्पीड अगर हम 100 कदम आगे बढ़े हैं तो पहले सिर्फ 20 कदम आगे बढ़ते थे, आज हम 100 कदम आगे बढ़े हैं। इससे बात नहीं चलेगा। हमको आज हम 100 कदम बढ़ रहे हैं तो अभी से हमको 120 कदम 140 कदम चलने के लिए क्या हमको सोचना है, एज ए डिपार्टमेंट, एज ए गवर्नमेंट, एज ए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, एज इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट, वी ऑल टुगेदर वी शुड वर्क and see to that there is a major progress. India is now the 3rd largest generation of the renewable energy, and we should try to become second. Also provide all technical support to the entire world, supply chain to the entire world, and we should become really a world leader in this. And Vikasit Bharat में ये एक बहुत बड़ा contribution होगा. With these words, I wish you all the best. धन्यवाद, नमस्कार.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, sir, through your keynote address, not only appreciating all the stakeholders for the achievements and the milestones which the sector has achieved, but also guiding the industry and all the stakeholders on the next phase of growth of the wind sector in an expeditious and Atmanirbhar, safe, reliable, and globally competitive manner. Thank you very much, sir, for your keynote address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we close this session, to propose a vote of thanks and for the concluding remarks, I invite Dr. Rajesh Katyal, whose distinctive contribution is not merely just as the Director General of NIWE, but also towards wind resource assessment, offshore wind development, quality research, and providing technical foundation to India's wind energy sector.
Honorable Cabinet Minister for New and Renewable Energy, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India. Honorable Minister of State for New and Renewable Energy and Power, Government of India. Respected Honorable Minister for New and Renewable Energy, Government of Goa. Respected Secretary, Sir, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Special Chief Secretary, Energy, Government of Telangana. Managing Director, GUVNL. Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Secretary, Energy Department, Madhya Pradesh. Distinguished guests on and off the dais, and esteemed friends from the industry. It is indeed an honor to stand before all of you to propose the vote of thanks on this momentous occasion. We are very, very deeply grateful to the Honorable Cabinet Minister for his inspiring and visionary keynote address, which powerfully reaffirmed India's unwavering commitment to the wind energy sector and charted a bold course not merely for the day but for the decades ahead. We extend our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Minister of State for New and Renewable Energy and Power, Government of India, Shri Yashak Naik ji, for his valuable guidance and for his special address, which added great depth and perspective to our deliberations. We are equally thankful to the Honorable Minister for New and Renewable Energy, Government of Goa, for so eloquently articulating the state's vision for renewable energy and for the warm and generous hospitality extended to all the participants. Goa has truly been a wonderful host. I wish to place on record my sincere appreciation for the Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, for his steadfast support, strategic guidance, and personal commitment, which have been instrumental in making this event a resounding success. My special thanks to all central government and state government officials for becoming part of this event. Our sincere thanks also to the Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, and to the entire dedicated wind division team at the ministry, whose tireless efforts and meticulous planning have culminated in this exceptional conference. We also express our deep gratitude to the partnering organizations like NIWE, Solar Energy Corporation of India, IREDA, GOA Energy Development Agency, and our esteemed partners, associations like IWTMA, WIPA, and IWPA, whose collaborative spirit has been the backbone of this event. Special mention to the young and like minds of the wind industry for their tireless efforts in organizing these events. Last but not the least, our heartfelt thanks also go to our knowledge partners, the members of the media, and to each and every delegate who has made this effort to be here with us in Goa. Your participation and engagement have made this gathering truly meaningful. On behalf of the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, I thank one and all once again. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of thanks. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we close the inaugural session. Once again, our gratitude and thanks to the Honorable Ministers, to Shri Prahlad Joshi ji, to Shri Shripad Yesu Naik ji, to Shri Ramakrishna ji. Thanking also our Secretary, Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi ji, Joint Secretary, Shri Rajesh Kulhari ji, Shri Naveen Mittal, the Special Chief Secretary of Telangana, Shrimati Shalini Agarwal, thanks to her, and Shri Vishesh Gharpale ji. A group photograph of all the dignitaries on the dais, and with that we close the inaugural session. May I just request everyone to be please leaving the aisle unoccupied as the Honorable Minister is escorted outside along with the other dignitaries. So thank you everyone for being part of our pre-lunch sessions. We now take a lunch break of 1 hour. 2:30 we are going to be commencing with the post-lunch sessions. The arrangement of lunch is in the pre-function area. 1 hour of break, requesting you all to be in time for the post-lunch sessions. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Your seats so that we can start with our post-lunch sessions. So welcome back to everyone, and as we talk about capacity addition in the wind sector, we explore now new frontiers, and towards that we have the presentation on the additional potential sites for wind capacity addition by 2035. The presenter, Dr. Rajesh Katyalji, the Director General of NIWE. Once again, a request to the people who are still standing. We request for your kind attention as we begin with the presentation. अभी भी जो लोग बीच में खड़े हैं स्पेशली उनसे निवेदन करना चाहेंगे यदि आप बैठ जाएं तो we can start with the presentation, please. Thank you. And at the console, request you to kindly play the presentation. Thank you.
Well, very good afternoon to all of you, and welcome back to the post-lunch session. It is indeed a great pleasure standing before all of you on this momentous occasion when Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, together with National Institute of Wind Energy and other associations, is celebrating the mega event on Global Wind Day celebrations. And in the presentation area today, I would be discussing very briefly and giving you a quick recap on the newer sites which NIWE has identified to the tune of about 100 gigawatt for fostering the growth of onshore wind turbines in the country. And before we go into the actual sites which needs to be showcased, just will give you for the benefit of the audience that at the present moment in India we have about 537 gigawatt of installed capacity comprising of both conventional and non-conventional energy sources. And I'm very happy to inform you that out of the non-conventional energy sources has taken a quantum jump over the period of years in last 4 to 5 years, where we have now about 52.95% of penetrations into the Indian grid in terms of installed capacity. And on the contrary, you know, the thermal 4 or 5 years back, which was to the tune of about 67% penetrating the Indian grid, is now stable with about 46% penetrations into the Indian grid in terms of installed capacity. And the total installed capacity of the thermal power comprising of oil, gas, lignite is to the tune of about 249 gigawatt. On the other hand, the nuclear basically is stable with 1.63 gigawatt, which would mean that nuclear is about 9 gigawatt installed capacity as on date. And out of this 279 gigawatt of renewable energy, the two weather-driven renewables, wind and solar, has come to occupy a prominent place in the country, with wind contributing about 20% and solar, as has been informed by the morning speakers, it's about 156 gigawatt with 55% penetration, which means that totally two weather-driven renewables, wind and solar, is injecting about 75% penetration in terms of installed capacity. And in terms of generation, it is about 25% plus into the Indian judicious power mix scenario, and wind contributes only 6% to the power mix scenario in terms of generation. And this, I would like to just give you a trend line that there was a time when renewable was at a back step, and now, you know, we have taken a quantum jump with 53% of the installed capacity going up in the last 7 years from 2017 to 2025, and the thermal is just picked up 0.8% in the last 7 years. This itself shows that the policymakers, the ministry, the authorities have taken a big role in increasing the penetration of the renewable in the Indian judicious power mix. And of course, this slide I will not show because many speakers have already told. In future, straight away I will come back to the newer identified sites, which, you know, NIWE has very recently prepared using the meso microscale coupled techniques, which mean that we have selected all the wind-rich states where we can come up with 100 gigawatt additional wind power projects to meet the ambitious target by 2030 or even beyond that. And as people were mentioning in the morning that we need to increase 8 to 10 megawatt on year-on basis, this basically will help the stakeholders, the wind turbine developers to identify the suitable sites where, wind industry can do a fast track mode for installations. And giving you a picture for Gujarat, what we have done is that we have selected the blocks, and the basic parameters which we have collected is there the wind speed should be as good as 6.5 to maybe 6.7 meters per second on an average, which means that it comes under the class 3 of Indian International Electrotechnical Commission standards. Secondly, the wind power density, which is the measure of power available in the wind, should be at least greater than 250 watts per meter square. And the logistic facilities, the roads, infrastructure should be bare minimum available, and the transmission lines should be very, very closer to that. And there are certain substations. The sites have been chosen so carefully that the substations are already existing, which needs certain upgradation or needs certain kind of upgradation in the exmers or the transformers. And finally, we have also seen that these sites should have the plant load factors or the capacity utilization factors as good as 32 to 40%. So if you can see these map for Gujarat, the red color is between 38 to 40%. The orange colors are in between 36 to 38%, and the green and yellow are in the range of 32 to 35%. So that way, we have tried to prioritize these sites, but this needs to be rechecked by a fresh long-term measurements based on the ground truth verifications, because at the end of the day, there can be certain issues when we do a more virtual modeling and try to pick up these sites. And in order to mitigate the risk of underperformance for a 20 years design life for the stakeholders, we need to do a ground truth verification to come to much more meaningful conclusions arriving out of that. And this is what we have done. The blue colors are basically the areas which come under the green fields, the brown fields, which means that the turbines are already existing there, but we still have certain adjoining areas which can be still tapped, the untapped areas, so that we can increase the capacity additions for wind. And apart from that, the brown color blocks are totally green fields, which means that we can try to come up with the newer sites which has never been found so far as on date. And as a step forward, we have also given these sites to the Ministry of Defense. We have got all the concurrences from the Ministry of Defense and have made publicly available, because there are certain green zones which mean that there is no NOC required from the defense side. There are certain shaded portions of yellow, which means that the renewable energy projects are allowed by the Ministry of Defense, but you need to get a fresh no objection clearances. And there are certain black zones which I have not displayed here, but they are already available in our NIWE website, which means that because of the country's defense security and also because of the some air flight movings, taking off and landing, they are not allowing these sites for putting up the wind turbines. So that is how we feel that in Gujarat, areas like Kutch, Rajkot, Junagadh, Surat, all can be further tapped to the tune of about 32.5 gigawatts. And moving forward, the Andhra Pradesh CMD, MD was there in the morning. With the help of these maps, they have already gone ahead for 20 gigawatt tendering process in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And we have also given them additional sites of about this 6 gigawatt, which means that the areas like Kurnool, Anandpur, Chittor and Nellore can further be expanded for renewable energy transition mix. And similarly in Karnataka, there are a lot of potential already being coming in that states, but still we found certain sites in Koppal, Gadag, Haveri, Bellary, Chitra and all these, where we can have better sites for 38 to 40%. But the challenge in the Karnataka is the steep slopes and the logistic arrangements has to be built in, because the transportation is a real challenge, particularly with the heavy weight gearboxes, the nacelles, the generators, etc. But otherwise, there is a potential of about another 10 to 13 gigawatt. And then, in Madhya Pradesh, it was a low and moderate wind speed regime, but still we have found some good locations in Ratlam, Devas, Khargone, where we have almost average wind speed of 5.5 to 6 meters per second, where we can still go and tap something about 4 to 5 gigawatt. And similarly, these are the blocks for the Maharashtra, where the sites like Nasik, the Dhule, Ahmednagar, Pune, bead all these sites. Already there are brown fields, but there are certain areas which can further be tapped to still come up with 9 gigawatt. So why we are doing is that this site should be made available for the benefit of the stakeholders, and if the stakeholder still feels that this has to be rechecked by ground verification, and if NIWE has missed some of these sites, we are very open, we can still add on these blocks and try to delete some blocks which are not wind potential areas. And similarly for Rajasthan, you know, everybody is aware, even though it is a hot zone, but Jaisalmer, Barmer, Chittorgarh, Jalore and Barmer are the good areas where still wind turbines are there, and they are all in the 32 to 35% areas. And you can see these yellow trapeziums, which are the substations which are already under implementation by the grid regulators or the CEA, or even if the existing wind substations can be upgraded with transformers and the substation lines to fast track the growth. And Tamil Nadu, needless to mention, they have lot of, as the Honorable Minister was mentioning in the morning, lot of repowering sites are available in Tamil Nadu, where we can still go with huge potential of about 13 gigawatt to add on 12 to 13 to make it double. So that way, you know, NIWE has come up with all these 9 rich states with the maps which can first hand give them the information to promote this wind turbine installation. And the one new thing which we have done is that Odisha is the state where we do not have so far any wind installations, but with the active support of GRIDCO, I am sure the GRIDCO authorities are available. They are going with 14 wind masts with this active support by NIWE, by the other public sector undertakings and the government organization, where the 350 meter mast, the measurements have been started, it is underway, and for the other 11 masts, I think the NOCs for the ground and all the things are underway, and very short time they will be coming up with the wind mast installations. And the government of Odisha, with the help of GRIDCO, has also taken a very, very proactive step that they have declared the sites for 500 gigawatt on feed-in tariff mechanism, and they have already identified the PSUs and the private, you know, developers who are ready to invest in the state of Odisha. And I have also been given to understand that the next 500 gigawatt, the file is at the highest level. They also want to expand this feed-in tariff mechanism to another 500 megawatt. So that way, 1 gigawatt will be the sites from the state of Odisha, which can be on feed-in tariff mechanism rather than going for bid-in tariff mechanism. So that way, this is the new state which has been explored for wind turbine installations. So this is what, because the time is very, very short. I know there are a lot of, players to go for the panel discussions. But what we are doing as a moving forward, that we are also validating these blocks by using the meso-micro techniques, where we have taken one case study at Alampur, Bhavnagar, at Gujarat, and we found that doing the permutation combinations of all the wind speeds which are in the wind turbines or in the range of 3 to 3.5 megawatt will give CGU of 30 to 32%, which validates the map which I have shown you in my previous slides. So that way we are trying to replicate all the blocks one by one for all the states, 9 states, so that people on their virtual screen can get the newer identified sites, and thereafter they can take much more informed and better decisions to mitigate the risk of underperformance for their 20 years design life. And for offshore, there has been a bit hesitation from the developers, but as a technical arm of the ministry, our basic role is to do resource adequacy and to do the wind measurements across the coast of Tamil Nadu. And as a first step, we have done 2 pre-project activities, one for the floating buoy, first of its kind in India, which we have done at Gulf of Mannar, which is 37 kilometers down south from the Tuticorin port, where we have completed almost 1 year data. We rather did for 14 months, but there was some issues with the fishermen. They have cut our cables and so, but finally we have done from February 25 till January of 26. And I'm very happy to inform you that the wind speed which we predicted was 9 to 9.5 meters per second on this Gulf of Mannar, but the real measurements are 1 meters on an average higher than that, which would mean that the cuff values can be still higher to the tune of about 52 to 53%. So this is what we have done, and the predominant wind directions you can see are from the west and southwesterly direction, which means that the turbines have to be aligned perpendicular to west or southwest to harness the maximum power available in the wind. And this is how, the project has been completed, which was supported by the ministry. The funding was from the central grants. How we brought this floating buoy back by, pulling the rope by using a small boat, fisherman boats, and now this project. I will not go much into details because of paucity of time. And this is what we have done for the geotechnical studies. We have completed the studies using an Indian vessel, Coastal Trump, where we have done the studies at a depth of about 60 meters. For every 1 meter to 1.5 meters, we have taken the samples, worked out all the parameters like liquid limits, Atterberg limits. The ultimate objective was to find out the bearing capacity, because it gives us the useful inputs for designing the pile foundations, and in my knowledge and belief, we will have to go for a 8-meter pile dia up to a depth of 52 extendable to 60 meters until we get the hard starter, because you will appreciate there are a lot of fatigue loads, cyclic loads and dynamic loads which are coming, and we need to see that there should be a fail-safe pile designs so that there is no accidental issues when there are turbines moving into the Indian Sea. So I will not go into the technical parts, but this is what is the drill mechanism which was being used, and this is what is the small video how this pile has been driven, where we have performed the piezo cone electric test at a distance of 5 meters from these holes. And then we have done on board on the vessels all the calculations. The draft report is prepared. The final report is under vetting by an independent expert at IIT Madras Ocean Engineering Department, and their views will be consolidated, incorporated, and then probably with the approval of the Ministry of Defense and approval of the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, we will be making this in public for the benefit of the offshore stakeholders. And I am the person who always keep in every forum that offshore, ek din mein to nahi hoga, ek din jarur hoga. So I still believe that there time is there for every activity to happen. There is an appropriate date and time to happen. Offshore will definitely come in India, and we will have a long offshore market in the country with 7,600 kilometer coastline. So I will not take much of time, because this is what I wanted to present you in very short, and I thank the ministry, the IWTMA, and all other manufacturing associations for giving me the time for sharing the my views at this platform. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your research in identifying the 9 wind-rich states, the potential states which can help in adding capacity, and also standing very optimistic on the offshore. And especially as we talk about now scaling up also the annual capacity from 6 gigawatts to now 10 gigawatts. And as Shri Girish Tanti ji in fact had said that the industry stands very confident it can be even more than 10 gigawatts. So it's learning from the states which have been actually able to achieve it, which we recognize them also at the hands of the Honorable Minister. Recognizing their visionary policies and their effective implementations, their proactive administration, and further the infrastructure development which they have been able to bring in, which has resulted in their adding to their capacity building in their particular states. So we now have this comprehensive assessment of the states driving India's wind energy future, and discuss how policy harmony can actually help in unlocking the 10 gigawatts of annual wind capacity additions in the years ahead. I invite the presenter, Mr. Siddharth Jain from MEC Plus.
Hello everyone. So hello everyone, my name is Siddharth. We have been working with SCD Fund and IWTMA to do a comprehensive analysis as to how states are driving the renewable energy adoption and installation. So, when we look at the overall wind energy potential in India, it is 1,164 megawatt. There is an ambition to add around 100 gigawatt by 2030, 150 gigawatt by 2035. This requires addition across all the different states. And when you look at the target that needs to be added versus what is happening on the ground, there are primarily five major issues that are sort of stopping the growth in the market. The first one is, the whole grid delays, the amount of grids that are getting delayed. The second are the allocation issues, where you can put a wind project on a solar site, but you cannot, you can put a solar project on a wind site, but you can't do vice versa. The third one is where there is some sort of PSs which are not getting signed, regulatory issues with regard to state nodal agency issues, and also issues with regard to the RPO alignment. So if we are able to solve all these problems, then the capacity addition can go from 5-6 gigawatt to 10 gigawatt. So it's not that growth is not happening in the country, and it's not that reforms are not happening. In fact, if you look at, just plot what is happening across India, across the timeline, and across the states, we see that across the different states in the last 2 years, many reforms have come up. For example, Telangana came up with a policy in 2025, which was on green energy policy. They also came up with an order to sort of sort the implementation responsibilities clearly in the state. They again came up with the policy update in the open access in 2026. There is also a TGRC framework that came up. Similarly, in the case of Rajasthan, we see that the green energy tariff regulations came up. Recently, they have come up with new regulations around easing the land conversion rules. There have been also changes happening on the way the power is being procured and designed. Similarly, in the other states. So what we are seeing here is that across the different states, there is quite a lot of learnings, quite a lot of adoption that is happening. And what we wanted to do was to consolidate all these learnings so that anything that has been implemented in one state can also be taken in the other state. And that would mean that if a state has responded to some challenges to execution and has already made a reform, other states can pick it up. And we divided that into two primary frameworks. The first was the framework on demand. And in demand enablement, the framework included demand assessment and planning, how the states are actually assessing the demand for wind energy, how they are assessing the resources for wind energy, how are they planning the grid around it, what sort of allocation are they doing in RPO and tendering, and what sort of open access policies are there. And on the execution side, what is the role of SNA, what is the land acquisition policy, land transfer policy across the different states, what is the grid connectivities, and how the policy for grid connectivity is being done. We also looked at the right of way, not just how the approval process is working, but what sort of dispute resolution mechanism exists across the state. It's not that only policies will work. And then also looking at the commissioning, how the safety approvals, metering protection and SCADA approvals, grid synchronization approvals, and commissioning certificates are issued. So we compared across all the 8 windy states, how each state has responded and come up with a comprehensive best practice analysis. So just to show you how the states are working. So the idea was that we take out the best practice from each and every state, and then we make a model policy guideline. And against that model policy guideline, we have mapped whether the state is far away or whether it is just almost following that. So what we look at, for example, in the demand allocation, which includes demand energy assessment and planning, wind in long-term energy plan, there is Karnataka and Maharashtra which have done considerable amount of work, which could probably be replicated across the other states. Similarly, in grid planning, there is Gujarat and Rajasthan, which has done quite a bit of work, which can be lifted by other states. Similarly, in C and open access approvals, we see Gujarat and Telangana having done some recent work. So if you look at one level deeper into the policies, so in demand assessment and energy planning, so as Dr. Katyal was just presenting before us, that there has been some meso level mapping done. Gujarat has actually published a taluka level GIS based study, and they have put in their policy that they will refresh it every 3 years and provide open public access through a state portal for this entire resource planning. Now that makes it very easy for anybody who is planning into the projects to understand what the projects, where the projects can come from. Similarly, in wind long-term energy plan, there are explicit targets that have been given by some states for wind, but other states have not given an explicit target for wind. Similarly, in transmission planning, there is a 5-year rolling STU plan, which is considered a best practice to be able to implement it. Some states have only given 10 years, some states are not even publishing an STU plan, so there is a need to be able to harmonize that. In terms of utility allocation and RPO compliance, wind-specific RPO trajectory should be aligned to MOP targets. We see there is quite a bit of gap in the way the states have been able to put together. Similarly, on the C&I open access, there is a need to make sure that the contract demand is not a restriction for adding wind. So a lot of the times, because the contract demand is fulfilled by solar, there is hardly any capacity to add wind for the nighttime consumption, especially for plants which are running full load. So there could be some amendments on the contract demand for a specific customer segment. Similarly, in terms of the green energy open access approvals, there should be time-bound clarification that should be given, and verification process can be fully digitized. Similarly, on the execution front, this is again a comparison. On the x-axis, you can see all the states have been given: Karnataka, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh. The color says which state has the best practice aligned, which state has partial alignment with the best practice, and which states requires a lot of sort of alignment with the best practice as to what other states have picked up. So in Project SNA, single window clearance, digital and online portal, these add up a lot of value. Almost all states have a lot of digital online portal, but what differs is the documentation that is required. Some states require a different level of documentation as to compare to others, which creates a lag inherently because the process that is required to undergo a documentation also takes time. Similarly, on the land acquisition, land allotment process, there are clear guidelines from some states, how revenue land, private land, forest land will be treated, what would be the timeline of conversion, what approvals are required, but same states do not have that published. So similarly, on this land use conversion, some states have given deemed conversion, some states do not have deemed conversion, but it can be done across the states. On the statutory approvals around the land conversion, there are some states which have given step-by-step process where timeline are clearly met and time-bound conversion is happening, but there is again some alignment that needs to be done. So if we go into these details further, in grid connectivity application and approvability, we understand that some of the states are doing a full digital connectivity application process through single window portal administered by the STU with transparent eligibility criteria and queue management. And this has been seen in Maharashtra, Gujarat, and RID CAPS, AP. In grid connectivity, feasibility assessment and grid connectivity. So the grant of, in some states, the grant of connectivity is issued by STU and DISCOM within 30 days from application received, subject to feasibility. And there is provision for doing grid connectivity for RE parks, which helps the wind sector. In transfer of connectivity, there are some states which have given a very clear-cut procedure on how to transfer the connectivity, but in some states this needs to be amended. And similarly, on the right-of-way, there is, quite a bit of challenge, and there is a need across all the states to come up with an administrative framework to be able to create a dispute resolution mechanism where something can be done deemed granted for IRW where the state machinery can function, and some policy mechanism is also needed for the transfer of land and the pricing of land. On the commissioning side, there are a lot of approvals that are needed. Again, some harmonization can be done. So this is the report, a summary that we have prepared. This report is available as of today and can be used to sort of harmonize the policy. So,
thank you for that presentation, highlighting some proven policy models and the best practices which have been adopted by some of the states across demand, grid, access, and Basically, they acting as learning models for the other states to imbibe. Now this leads us, ladies and gentlemen, to the next panel discussion, wherein we are going to be discussing some of the challenges towards capacity addition, the bottlenecks, the right-of-way, the land availability, and the other challenges. And with our panelists, we are also going to be discussing the solutions around them, the policies and the regulatory measures which can actually enable faster and more efficient implementation. I invite first the moderator of the session, Shri Sivakumar V. Vepakoma, the Director of Power Systems, SECI. So may I request you to please grace the desk. He's been at the forefront of designing solutions that support the large-scale integration and the growth of renewable energy across the country. Joining us as our esteemed panelist, Shri Naveen Mittal, Special Chief Secretary, Telangana, a very distinguished administrator who has been at the forefront of shaping Telangana's energy future through very progressive policies, power sector reforms, and very strong focus on RE and energy security. Joining us, Shri Rajesh Gulhariji, Joint Secretary, MNRE, a key architect of India's renewable energy policies, who's been driving initiatives that support our nation's clean energy transition. We have the next eminent panelist, Shri Kailash Kumar Gupta, the Chief Operating Officer, CTUIL, the Central Transmission Utility of India Limited, spearheading transmission planning and grid connectivity solutions which stand critical for integrating large-scale renewable energy into the national grid. Joining us now and inviting him here on the stage, Shri Vishesh Gharpale, the Secretary, Energy, Madhya Pradesh. Who's been steering Madhya Pradesh's energy sector reforms and strengthening the state's position as a RE leader. Shri K.P. Rudrapaya, the Managing Director of KREDL. They're in the whole, if he's... Shri M. Kamlakar Babu, the Vice Chairman and Managing Director, New and Renewable Energy Development Corporation of Andhra Pradesh. Shri Ponnendu Chobe, the Senior Vice President, Renew, a seasoned renewable energy leader who has been contributing to the development of the large-scale clean energy projects. Their company was recognized in the morning. Shri U.B. Reddy, the Managing Director of Inertra Projects and the Vice Chairman, IWPA, bringing in decades of extensive experience in wind energy development and a strong perspective on the opportunities and challenges. Joining us now here on the stage, Shri K.P. Rudrapaya, the Managing Director of KREDL, the Government of Karnataka's nodal agency for promoting RE and energy conservation. So two of our panelists are going to be joining us. We'll put a word across to them. But meanwhile, we start with the session and I hand over to Shri Sivakumar to kindly moderate the session.
A very good afternoon to all of you. It's a post-lunch but heavy session. So I seek your attention. And normally I'll be on the other side of the panel answering questions. For a change, today I've been entrusted this responsibility of asking questions. So let the game be on. And I'll tell you some background why wind has I've been drawn closer to wind energy. Long ago when I was doing my master's in the UK, my professor said that there's a community lying in the remote of Scotland. Why don't you design a wind energy system? I said, yes, I'll take this challenge head on. And in fact, I did, and those turbines were there to just power up the community. I'm just longing to see such a day in India as well, when we will be able to install community energy systems by means of wind energy. So having said that, India has moved forward by leaps and bounds in wind energy. And we have commissioned a cumulative of 57 gigawatts. Last year has been a bumper harvest of 6 gigawatts. And this year, I think the ambitious plan goes to the tune of 8 gigawatts, and maybe the next year we'll be aiming for the 10 gigawatts. Now by 2030, our target is 100. 2035 is 150. So morning we have seen all the talks on wind energy And today we have some specific questions to our eminent panelists, consisting of the states, the ministry who is driving the complete initiative on wind energy, both onshore as well as offshore, and esteemed states, and of course the developer and the EPC behind the developer. So now my first question is, since we have this ambitious target of reaching 100 gigawatts by 2030, and beyond that by 2035 it is 150, my question goes to our eminent panelist, Joint Secretary Shri Rajesh Kulhari of MNRE, who is in the forefront of taking these initiatives, making policy changes, and so on and so forth. Now my question to you, sir, is, going forward, what is the architecture between the center, the states, and the transmission utilities need to look like, and what role do you see for RE parks and also defined high potential zones in creating ready demand and ready evacuation bagged sites?
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. Regarding taking this wind capacity from 100 gigawatt by 2030 or 150 gigawatt by 2035, we need to have we have to address certain issues. To start with, first of all, we have to have enough capacity of manufacturing. That issue is almost addressed. We do not require much of additional manufacturing capacity for our deployment. But once we have manufactured the turbines, they are required to be erected at certain place. So we have certain issues in this second part. Number of states are having good policies, like Karnataka is having automatic deemed conversion. So we do not require a land conversion over there. Other states like Maharashtra, they are helping in having a park concept so that they can plug and play like it is done in solar parks. So one of the concepts that can be adopted is we should have a park concept. Then we can have a connectivity for that particular park, and we can plan the transmission lines accordingly, so that once that infrastructure is readily available, then the IPPs or developers can come over there and they can plug and play and utilize that particular location or that park for installations of the wind turbines. In addition to this, as we are now discussing, solar comes very fast. It requires hardly any time to come, maybe 18 months at the most. But wind turbines, they require at least 24 to 36 months for installation. So once we declare the potential, we can reserve at least some of the potential in windy rich sites for wind deployment. This will definitely help in deploying the wind, and it will help in overall mixing the renewable sector, renewable generations through wind or solar. So we can have a reserved connectivity for wind at all those locations where we have high wind potential. As in the last report, it was being discussed, we can deploy the solar at the windy sites, but it is not always possible to deploy wind turbines at the solar sites because we may not be having the wind potential over there. So these are some of the factors where we can chip in to take the wind sector ahead. And as we have done, we have formed a task force at ministry level where Ministry of Power is part of that, even CTIL is part of that, and we are having Grid India part of that. All other wind-rich states are part of that particular task force. There we always discuss the good practices being followed by some of the states. At least if we cannot innovate the good practices, we can always follow the good practices being followed by our adjoining or our neighboring states in our country itself. So this is helping a lot. Number of things are coming up. We are sharing all those good practices to the different states, and the different states are showing proactive role in adopting or simplifying the procedures in their own states also. So all these factors definitely will help in accelerating the deployment of wind as we are discussing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's well said. I think it's a time to reserve some space for wind energy, especially in the wind-rich zones. And now I think the state of Telangana, it's one among the forefront states in IT revolution, and also one of the early entrants into the renewable energy space. Now we have our esteemed panelist, Shri Naveen Mittal, Special Chief Secretary, Telangana. Now my question to you, sir, is you have come out with a very excellent RE policy in 2025. In fact, during the unveiling, I also happened to be there at the time, and I also came with some few suggestions in that. And now you have a lot of data centers in the offing coming to the capital, state capital, and how you are planning to cater to their needs, where the solution, wind also will form a solution in the state, what kind of definitive policy supports or land aggregation, support in land aggregation or creation of some park-like space in the state so that wind also can find space either in a direct mode or in FDRE or RERTC mode in Telangana.
Thank you and very good afternoon to all of you. I think it's an excellent question which you have asked. My personal feeling is that we have entered into a time which is, I would say, again a sunrise time for the wind industry. In fact, I am working in this sector for now last few months. When I took over the energy portfolio in Telangana, one of the questions which I was asking is, why is it that wind has not taken off at the level at which we want in last few years? I mean, we used to have, we saw the graph in the morning. So the first 25, 26 gigawatt came very quickly, but then it literally stagnated. Almost there was only 1.5, maybe 2 gigawatt increase every year. But since last year, again, we have picked up speed. 5 gigawatts in 25 and 6 gigawatts this financial year. And I think the answer which was given was that it's so unreliable that you just cannot maintain the grid demand and grid stability when you have so much of uncertain energy coming in. That was the answer. But I think the solution now is also, I would say, has come in front of us, which is now integrating the storage systems. Once you integrate wind with a proper storage system, I think the problem with wind can be very, very easily solved. And I see that as the solution for growth of wind energy, and that is also something which Telangana is also banking upon. Look at more and more RERTC projects where solar, wind and battery can take care of it, or wind plus battery per se, where let's say there is issues in terms of large scale land procurement for solar projects. So solar is happening somewhere else. As Rajesh ji said, there may be areas where there is only solar potential but no wind potential. So solar can come, but wind and battery can be integrated maybe locally. And I think that takes care of a lot of this uncertainty which happens because of wind. And the real advantage which is coming from this hybrid systems when you add solar, wind and battery is that it brings down cost dramatically low for an RTC power. We already have some benchmarks which is SECI benchmarks. Of course, with time they keep changing due to new regulations which are coming in. For example, ALM2 which has come in has little bit driven up solar prices. But let's say if you look at the existing SECI benchmarks of 2.5 rupees per unit of solar, 6.25, 6.26 of FDRE power, which is battery, and the numbers of wind, let's say 3.8 to 4 rupees of wind. You have this equation of AX plus BY plus CZ, where X is the price of solar, Y is the price of wind, and Z is the price of battery, and put all your A, B, C parameters in terms of gigawatt hours or megawatt hours which you want, so that A plus B plus C is equal to 24, you will get a price which is dramatically low today compared to a new thermal plant. I mean, we did this calculation. We were planning to put up a thermal plant in Telangana in a place where there was an old thermal plant which life is already over, and we kind of scrapped it a couple of years back. And the levelized cost of that plant is coming to almost 7.5 rupees per unit. And by all mathematical formulations, the cost of FDRE is already, according to SECI benchmarks, is about 6.25. You can say 6.4, 6.5 also. That is the peak power. And when you add solar and wind together, we're driving it very, very close to number 5. And that's where the huge growth in this hybrid systems is going to come in the future. And that's what I am personally very optimistic and bullish about. Telangana, we realize this, and we are working for it. And in coming days, you will see us playing more and more active role in the market in terms of procuring such systems. One of the issues which you talked about, I think, or I would say two of the issues. One is the transmission capacity per se, and the second is the right-of-way issues. And we are also mindful of that. And I think the first problem can be solved, the transmission, again, more easily by more hybrid systems compared to, let's say, standalone wind or standalone solar systems. Because in a standalone system, you're using the transmission system only, let's say, 1/3 or 1/4 of the time. So I think as a national priority, we were talking about repowering our existing wind projects. I am not very sure of how far we will succeed there, because there are a lot of other issues relating to that. But I think as a national priority, hybridization of existing plants should be a real priority. Bring solar where wind is, and bring wind where solar is, where it's possible. Obviously, if it is not possible, you can't do much. But where wind project is, and you've already laid down the transmission capacity, try to bring in as many wind projects as possible. And where you have wind but no solar, try to bring in solar there. And that will dramatically reduce the additional transmission costs which are required. About the ROW issues, I think we have got good examples surrounding Telangana in front of us. You've been giving example of Maharashtra. We are also mindful of that fact. And increasingly, we are also coming out with models where the land and the transmission or the distribution line to the project is laid by us before we let out the project. And we've already done some pilots in Telangana which we are successful. So we want to go more and more aggressively, because that's one problem which government, I would say, can solve much more easily than a developer. So we are also increasingly moving into more and more plug-and-play systems, where you have a ready-made land, you have a ready-made line available to you. Maybe even the step-up or step-down infrastructure is also already available there. And you just come and put up the project. So I would probably say that is the line we are going to follow in the future.
Thank you so much, sir. Deeply analytical answer, and rightly captured the RERTC construct. In fact, our most recent tender RERTC thermal mimic is out in the market. So when we designed this tender, just to give you some information, we try to discover the benchmark price based on only solar plus storage, so that's the upper limit. When we started discussing with various developers during pre-bid meetings, we were expecting, and rightfully, a developer said that wind also will find a space in this that will eventually bring down the cost. So we'll wait and watch for the results. And already the Mittal sir has told the expectations from the industry. Now, as per the estimates of NIWE, we have a potential of about 1100 gigawatts of wind in the country, of which roughly Madhya Pradesh, state of Madhya Pradesh has about 55 gigawatts of potential. And Madhya Pradesh is among the flag bearers of developing these parks through Ramsel, which is a JV company between MP and SECI, where the pioneering solar park concept has been brought in and quite successfully. That includes the floating solar park also in Omkareshwar. And now MP also has successfully brought out many models which has discovered one of the least cost of powers in the country. And now my question to you is, Mr. Vishesh Gadpaleji, are you thinking, because MP has got such a potential, but the actual wind energy in place is about 3.6 gigawatts, against the potential of about 55 gigawatts. So do you have any specific plans to replicate the model of RAMS so that wind energy also can be brought in a park model where it's like a plug and play, where the state will take care of the right-of-way issues or the connectivity, things like that, so that we can realize the complete potential?
Okay, Namaskar ji. I would say that Madhya Pradesh is having one of the finest promotional policy for the renewable energy. And we also have this plug and play model for the renewable plants. Like you are saying that Ramsal is already having for solar, battery and wind also. So we are already having a park concept where even evacuation infrastructure is built by the Ramsal or the other company called Urja Vikas Nigam Limited or any of the DISCOMs. So we have this provisions in place. But geographically, we don't have too much locations for the wind energy. So we have also floated few tenders for the wind energy. Those are site agnostics. But we are very open for any help which can be provided by the state of Madhya Pradesh. Now, regarding other supports like ROW issues or evacuation infrastructure, we have provisions in our tender that if even bidder cannot get the land, the government will come forward and provide the land also. Even we have very good compensation policy, which was not there for the land which was coming under the conductor also. Now we are giving almost double the compensation which was earlier being paid to the farmers. Regarding wind energy, yes, we have a potential, but as I would like to say, as a procurer, we want a reliable and schedulable energy. So we should think that whether we should go towards energy procurement side or we should have a provision for the firm power procurement. Because a consumer can't wait that whether the wind will be higher, then I'll get the power. They need power at any time, whether it is a peak or off peak. So now the composite or a hybrid model with the wind, that is a reliable model. So we are also experimenting with our tender. We are having lots of provision where the risk mitigation can be done for the developers also, so that risk can be minimized and the project can come up in a given time. Otherwise, now RCO is mandatory for the procurer and the penalties are being levied by the regulator. So we see that the projects are getting delayed and the compensation is being paid by the DISCOMs or the procurer. So until unless we don't have a good RFP or a facility to developers, then there will be a loss-loss situation for both of us. So now we have come up with a good tender conditions, good facilitation by the government, whether it is in terms of land or any kind of a support. So I think that as per resource adequacy report, we have to procure 400 megawatt of wind energy each time, but we are coming up with a composite model where solar, wind plus battery should be there. So we'll come up with a more quantity. So I hope that landmarks achieved by the Madhya Pradesh in terms of solar will do in the sector of wind also. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes me to the state of Andhra Pradesh, and it's in the news that Google has signed coming up with a data center in the eastern city of Visakhapatnam. And AP's install capacity, in fact, AP also has been one of the pioneers in development of wind energy system across the Rayalaseema zone with a impressive capacity of 4.416 gigawatts. but it has been quite static for some time. And the potential says that it is 123 gigawatts. My question to MD NRED CAP is, how are you protecting or preserving these wind-rich sites so that their exclusively wind energy potential can be harnessed? And also AP is now they're coming with the Green Energy Corridor, GC, the 2 or 3, I think it is GC 3. So, which is supposed to take this power from the wind-rich or RE-rich side to the demand center on the East Coast. And also there is a hydrogen hub coming up in the eastern state on the East Coast, again near to Visakhapatnam. So what kind of policy support, what kind of hand-holding you are doing in state of AP so that complete wind potential could be harnessed?
So good afternoon, everybody. My apologies for delayed, and then dignitaries on the dais, and my dear colleague, my dear friend, Mr. Shivakumar, who is the moderator for this session, and all of the dignitaries. Sir, well, sir, Andhra Pradesh has a potential of 123 gigawatts of wind energy potential, and then the height of 150 meters. Sir, so far, as of now, as of yesterday's this thing date, we have RE capacity installed is 15.5 gigawatts in all solar, wind, CBG, and waste energy, all mini hydel, all things put together. And this wind alone is a 4.5 gigawatts so far installed. And then now that you may kindly aware, all of our friends also may kindly aware that, see, we have a what you call, we wanted to be friendly with the customer friendly and also developer friendly, or anything that is going to be happening in Andhra Pradesh. This 160 gigawatts of target has been fixed by the government, and there is a policy known as a ICE policy, Integrated Clean Energy Policy 2024, which envisages so far 78.5 gigawatts peak hour of solar, 35 gigawatts of wind energy, and 22 gigawatts of pumped storage, and 25 gigawatt hour of energy storage, and 20 gigawatts of solar PV manufacturing, and 3 gigawatts of electrolyzer manufacturing, and 5 gigawatts of battery manufacturing, and 1.5 MMTA of green hydrogen and biofuels, ethanol 1.5 KLPD, and bio-CNG, CBG is 10,000 TPD by 2030, and establishment of 5,000 PCs, public charging stations, by 2030. Sir, so far as per the wind is concerned, now the installed capacity is 4.5. At the same time, we have a 3 gigawatts of power wind projects in pipeline. They are grounded or in pipeline. So out of 35 gigawatts of power potential, but that means the power envisaged in the policy, nearly 20.5 gigawatts have been sanctioned, out of which 3 gigawatts already grounded, and different projects and different lines. Number one, I would like to mention over here is all the 90 projects, 90% of the projects we have sanctioned so far is C2L connectivity. C2L connected, and also all have off-takers. Except one or two, which is the C&I customers, all have the off-takers, right? SECI, SJVN, JVN, NHPC, NHPCL, all what we have sanctioned, nearly 20 gigawatts of power we have sanctioned. Out of that, 16 gigawatts of power have all C2 connectivity and also off-taker. So certainly this will definitely come into by 29-30. The only challenge is two challenges. One, we have overcome that with the respect of land. Land we have handed over to the solar developers and wind developers. Nearly 40,000 acres of land, government land, has been handed over, and also the government will give to lease to us. alienation to the net cap will lead to the developer, as usual, as a matter of fact. Now there are nearly 2 lakh acres of land, which is a DKT assigned patta. So for that, the government of AP have recently come up with a GO that is called as a AP ICE policy tripart agreement GO. In GO, which it is envisaged private land, that is patta land or patta oblique assigned land, DKT land. So we'll take up the aggregate model, net cap, and then all the farmers will be allowed to lease their land to the developer. There is a tripart agreement between the farmer, net cap, and the developer. So the developer will pay 31,000 rupees per acre per annum. Every 5% increase 2 years. So already 18,000 acres have been acquired in this model. Now that it is being taken up in a very, previously the developer wants to some changes. Again, it has been sent to law, and again the GO has been issued. That is all were given to the these collectors, particularly in the Rayalaseema, in Nellore, and also in Ongole districts. This is a part. Then CTUT connectivity. CTL connectivity, you may kindly aware that Shivkumarji also may kindly aware that 79 gigawatts of power evacuation for RE power has been identified in Kurnool 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Anantapur 1, 2, 3, Kadapa 1, 2, and Ongole 1, 2, and Visakhapatnam 1, 2, Kakinada 1, 2. So all these 9 CTL substations, there is a possibility of evacuating the 70 gigawatts of power, for which we have sanctioned nearly 20 gigawatts of power, out of which a major share is the solar and the minor share is the wind. So wind might be nearly 11 gigawatts, remaining is the solar. However, we are coming with the other construction of the, after construction of the C2L, all will be put into things. So as raised by the Shivkumarji, we have also got sanction from the government of India, this evacuation of 10 gigawatts of power from the Rayalaseema region to the Visakhapatnam, and Kakinada to Visakhapatnam, and even for the Kakinada, because AM Green Energy, AM Green, this green ammonia and green methanol, 1 MMTA per annum, that also been included in the Kakinada. 2 gigawatts of C2L substation is coming there. It is already preliminary stage is over, and also now they are wanted to construct the things. And the Visakhapatnam is also having a 6 gigawatts of power evacuation for all the data centers which have been identified in the different Visakhapatnam region, in nearby mandals, Anandapura mandal, and this Pudimadaka mandal, and then Srikakulam areas. So together we are evacuating the 6 gigawatts of power for the benefit of the installation of for the establishment of data center. As you mentioned, rightly mentioned, we have a JV with the NTPC for production of 0.5 MMTA per annum green ammonia and its derivatives, green methanol, and so on and so forth. So for which we have identified 20,000 acres, out of which 4,000 acres have been taken over through the GO taken over, and by end of this month it will be given to the NTPC. So together JV, we are making what to call this 0.5 MMTA per annum in Pudimadaka of Srikakulam, Visakhapatnam district. We are coming up with these things. Apart from that, regular solar energy and regular CBG, compressed biogas, we have sanctioned nearly 11,750 TPD to the various nearly 21 developers. Out of major is the Reliance, remaining is the 20 TPD we have started. Out of which already 160 TPD projects have been, 100 projects have been already commissioned, and another 60 projects in pipeline. That is with reference to CBG. Now we are coming with a solar park. Of course, already we have come with the 4 solar parks with JV with the APSPCL and the SECI. So 4 solar parks are in Kurnool, Kadapa, Anantapuram, Galiveedu. These 4,000 megawatts have been installed, and then we wanted to set up that solar power and also to boost up that capacity addition. We wanted to boost up this energy storage, battery energy storage, BESS. So BESS is also, with the help of the SECI, we are coming by with 600 by 1200 megawatt hour in parks, and then standalone is a 30 megawatt hour, 30 megawatts by 60 megawatt hour in one of the parks to boost up to give a firm power. At the same time, we are also locating this Rudrasamudram in Prakasham, 1000 megawatt solar park is coming out by the government of Andhra Pradesh. They bid out that solar power with energy batteries to BESS, and then that will be sold to the off-taker will be the DISCOMs. DISCOMs will be off-taker for that 1000 megawatts of solar power. Apart from this, we have established NetCap is also established. That means already land is acquired, 1000 acres of land acquired in Ongolu district in Prakasham area. We have acquired 1000 acres for the establishment of renewable energy manufacturing zone, for which we wanted to invite the plug and play model for the renewable energy manufacturers. So therefore, this is a 1000 crore project where we wanted to develop all the electrolyzer manufacturing and testing facilities of battery energy storage and testing facilities of solar panels, testing facilities of some of the RE activities. Apart from that, the new technologies also been installed or established in the renewable energy manufacturing zone. So this is all about what is happening in the NetCap and also in the Solar Energy Corporation of India. Solar Energy Corporation of Andhra Pradesh is also making some sort of another 1 or 2 parks in future based on along with the BESS, based on the need and necessities of the state government. Now, I request all the developers and the RE fraternity over here to come. We'll call for a meeting. We'll invite you for the establishment of renewable energy manufacturing zone in 1000 megawatts, 1000 acres of in Ongolu districts. That is being on, and we are studying the explosive study, market strategy. All things have been now studying. So this is about all the things. As rightly mentioned, this 123 gigawatts of wind energy potential in Andhra Pradesh, particularly in Rayalaseema 4 regions, 4 districts. Now, 60,000 gigawatts would be nearly 32 to 40 PLF. Remaining would be nearly 30 to 35. Recently, I went to Nive. Nive have suggested to make out another 20 to 25 gigawatts of power in Ongolu, Srikakulam, Nelluru, even for the Rayalaseema 6 gigawatts, and we are planning to have the installation of this mast for study purpose. So this is how this is making out. So we have 4 strategies of the implementing this 123 gigawatts of solar wind energy by end of 29-30. These are action plan as of today.
That's a very, very exhaustive answer from you. You have given the complete RE scenario that is evolving in the state of AP. Hope all this will come to reality in the next coming 3-4 years. And best wishes to you. And I think we are missing our Mr. K. Rudrapaya from Karnataka, representing Karnataka. Okay. And you want to volunteer some questions in Karnataka, how the ecosystem is evolving? My question will be to you, Mr. Reddy. How the ecosystem is gearing up to, in fact, Karnataka is standing tall in the development of wind energy, and now how it is evolving to support the next phase of wind energy development in the state.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon. You see, Karnataka has been one of the pioneer states in RE development, and as far as wind is concerned, this was the early states after Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. which came up with a comprehensive policy. And this is the only state where the projects are installed on a complex terrains. And from plains to hills and from hills back to the plains is what happened in Karnataka. Now, out of the 6 gigawatts that has been commissioned, Karnataka has contributed about 1.7 gigawatts in the last financial year. And now, in the morning, Karnataka received an award for the largest pipeline that they have in place, which is close to about 9 gigawatts. Now, which means like in the current year and the subsequent years, this 9 gigawatts will get commissioned. There are about 7 C2L stations which are currently sanctioned, and of which 2 have been commissioned, and the balance are under construction. Now, beyond this, the Karnataka does not want to actually encourage C2IL bids. Rather, they are focusing more on the STU bids. Now, there is a policy that has been announced where the states will be calling for bids where people can participate, and the PPAs would be signed with the state discoms. Like, this will become the second state after Gujarat where we'll have a comprehensive policy for STU connectivity. The substations have been identified, and the bidding will be around those substations, and people can participate, and whoever wins the bid, they will get the connectivity. Now, the other important aspects is that like Karnataka always had a problem on land conversion. So this has been our, from the industry's point of view, this has been the long-standing demand where we wanted the land conversion process to be eased out. So after many years of persuasion, like finally the government has made the land conversion very simple. Now it's very automated, and from the time we make an application, within 48 hours, we get the conversion from agriculture status to non-agriculture status. This is some of the very forward-looking policy that has come out from the government. And also Karnataka was the first state where the footprint basis was adopted for wind farming. So earlier it was all the continuous lands that were purchased, and this was not very helpful because the farmers were not willing to part with their complete land holdings that they were holding. So, but Karnataka introduced this footprint basis because it evolved from the earlier version where the projects were executed on the forest lands. The same concept got replicated on the private lands, and today it successfully continues to do projects on the footprint basis. And this is a state where the entire land can be acquired on a lease basis. So we don't have to buy even the footprint. Even the footprint can be acquired on a lease basis. That's permitted in Karnataka. So this is another forward-looking approach which the state has done. And I would say like overall from the state perspective, it's an very welcoming opportunity for developers to participate and invest, and I'm sure like more projects would certainly happen in Karnataka in the years to come.
That's nice. Now that takes us naturally to the CEO of CTU, Shri Kailash Ram Gupta ji. Now you know that there's a lot of talks going on curtailment, 90% which are operating under TGNA, 90% of solar is under curtailment, 10% is of wind is under curtailment. And now we are also planning that way in future capacities will reserve say 20-30% for wind-rich sites of the transmission capacity for wind-rich sites. And all these talks are going. Now, how do you see going forward this transmission capacity reserving for wind is going to evolve? And also, how you are going to work on these curtailment issues? And how we can, the wind, typically wind development will take about 24 months, or transmission system will take about 36 months. What do you expect developers to come to you and seek connectivity, keeping these timelines and the time lag in mind?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Starting from the policy advocacy for the allocation of certain percentage of capacity in high wind-rich states or high wind-rich zones for wind generation. I think in the morning session also we were discussing the same thing, and during that session I told that some discussion has already been started at the policy makers level, where it is being discussed that the areas which are prominently wind-rich zones, the ISTS pooling stations which are developed in the ROW challenges. So one thing that how optimum we can utilize our transmission elements, that is one way. And in this direction, the connectivity has been divided in solar hour and non-solar hour, so that the transmission elements which have been constructed for RE evacuation, these can be utilized in a better way, in an efficient way. Another thing, we are going with the higher voltage transmission systems. Up till now, we were having 765 kV double circuit transmission lines. Now we are planning for 1150 and 1200 kV transmission systems also, and that too double circuit. In that way, the per megawatt ROW footprint will be considerably reduced. So in one way, we will be reducing the ROW challenges. Apart from that, recently the RFPs have been mandated with the use of pole structures and multi-circuit towers in urban and semi-urban areas. So that will also give some relief in ROW congestions. Government of India has announced various compensation mechanisms, and some of the states have already adopted such mechanisms. Some of the states are yet to adopt. I think these compensation mechanisms will also give fair compensation to the landowners, and that will to a certain extent resolve the ROW issues. And with all these things, I think in coming time, we will be able to match our transmission system commissioning with the commissioning of the generation, especially wind generation. Thank you.
Thank you. That is quite well answered, and hopefully the ROW issues get sorted out, and you will develop the transmission capacity on time, every time. And that takes us to the leading developer today, also received an award, Purnendu Chobe ji. Now, my question to you is, you are developed across many states, and you have some great experiences in different states, which you some point of time, you would have thought that it can be replicated in other states.
As a sector, we have started talking about our targets in 2035. Mostly means so far there has been we had been discussing our targets till 2030, 500 gigawatt, but now it's getting stretched, and we have started talking about 1130, 1120 kind of targets of installed capacity, out of which around 780, 785 will be RE, and that too around 500 gigawatt of solar and 150, 55 gigawatt of wind. Now, as a company, we have got some good experience, because ultimately wind is a game of where you have to be very, very closely engaged with the state, because there are a lot of local issues that we face, ROW plus law and order issues. And to cite some example, because we had a very good experience of executing wind projects in Karnataka. But in the same state, we have some good experience and some bad experience also in some later on projects, because we did a lot of installation in Maharashtra, but we had to short close some projects because of some law and order issues that we faced recently. Given all that, now I'll give you some perspective, because the macro level, Gupta sir was talking about transmission. So time and again we have been struggling, because when we started this, we had been thinking that, okay, generation and timeline of generation and transmission should match now. And transmission normally takes around 2.5 to 3 years. 3 years is something which now that NCT is agreeing to. And because mostly earlier we squeezed their timeline, and most of the transmission projects were getting delayed, which was leading to curtailment and all that stuff. But wind project also means 24 months, and with the 6 months if you can get, I think in wind we can definitely match the transmission and generation at the same time. Secondly, we are really blessed to have a very good transmission grid, power grid. At this point of time, we have more than 500,000 circuit kilometers of high voltage 220 kV and above transmission lines, more than 1.5 MVA of transformation capacity. And lot of transmission is going to get added in the coming years. CA came out with a report, and in 1 year, means every year we are going to spend close to 1 lakh crore in transmission. And so we were discussing 30, 35,000 can be done by power grid, 60, 70,000 crores can be done by private sector. And it's such a nicely written report where state-wise they have identified the transmission elements. Then there was another big element of GEC, Green Energy Corridor 3, which is coming up. So one suggestion that we had, because mostly the generators, they had this complaint that transmission is not getting completed on time. In some of the states who are going to come up with those kind of transmission projects, maybe through center or maybe within their own state, if they can club their transmission and generation together. Because if I'm making my generation and some of the associated transmission line, you can make it as a part of the project. So later on, if I don't come on time, I will not have anyone to blame, right? Secondly, so that's part of grid construction. Then grid allocation, that's something very important. Grid allocation is like time has come that you will have to reserve some capacity for the wind projects. Otherwise, everything will be cannibalized or taken up by solar guys, because solar is something which is very, very easy and kind of planning, etc. is not that cumbersome as the wind projects. Thirdly, ROW, land, and law and order. That's something which is killing the project, killing the wind sector big time. And there the role of states is very, very important. And every state is unique in India. One way which work in a particular state might not work in another state. So you have to have your own strategy. As a developer, we try to find out how to get over all these issues, and mostly at all the places we get a lot of support. Now the thing is, if we can have some sort of mechanism. I know the land is state subject, and it's not very easy for center to intervene in that. But if we can have some empowered committee at the state level, at least the compensation is something which is the bone of contention everywhere. And in highway they have done, if they have fixed the compensation, the landowner, he will not be given a single penny more than that, which is not happening in transmission or RE, renewable energy, especially wind projects. Even if the DC has fixed that compensation, the landowners or farmers, they keep on asking more and more, which is a never-ending discussion. So this is something which is creating a lot of trouble. So we were creating or developing a dedicated transmission line, and for the last 4 or 5 locations, the owners had been asking crores of rupees for a single location. So that took a lot of time for completing our project. So there is a need to do something out of way to fix these issues, and it's getting increasingly difficult day by day. Now comes this policy part. Policy part is something where we need consistency from the state, at least, and at the center level also. Means we had been struggling at both ends. So there was this DSM issue, which we struggled for 1 year, and ultimately we didn't get anything. And finally, we went to the shelter of courts, right? So means if I have built a project with some assumptions in 2026, with some assumptions and some economics which is working at this point of time. Later on, while operating the project, if 2029 and 2030, if you change those assumptions, that's something which will adversely impact my IRR. That's not something which is genuine or which should be done. So this is happening, and I don't want to name the states, but states are also quite prone to changing their regulations. Means
I think you need to be quick. I got a signal that time is getting up.
So just one or two
question. But you need to answer my second part of the question as well.
So I know private sector is always at last. So I was waiting for my turn, and I was full of issues. But I'll just wrap it up. So that consistency of policies, that's something which will give that confidence or boost the confidence of investors. Right? Means there's a lot of apprehension. The government may come out with. And especially in the name of grid security. When we don't want grid to be insecure, but there is too much that we are doing to secure our grid. And there are other ways of handling that also. And lastly, that PPA, PSA signing, I know standalone wind is not a problem. There are so many takers for that. But if wind is a part of our FDRE or RTC kind of tenders, and if the tariff is a bit more, and we are still struggling, a lot of PPA, that LOAs, they are waiting to be signed, or there are no off-takers. So those are the things, and wind is a substantial portion of those tenders. So these are some of the points that I would like to bring to the forum. Thank you.
So some more extended time for the last question to Mr. Reddy. Because he also makes sense, the developer will hand in the baton to the EPC. And I just want to know from you what kind of innovative solutions you are chalking out to overcome. We know, all of us know, Mr. Chobe has elaborated that about the issues what we face on site. And what are the innovative solutions you are bringing when you are actually executing the project? And also, how you are containing the time overrun and therefore the cost overrun?
Thank you, sir. So wind is a very simple business to say, provided everything gets synchronized. And the decision making will have to be fast and timely. Now, what happens is that today, there is a state and there is a center. There are issues between the state and center where there are gaps between which the projects get stuck on the policy side. And then within the state, there are issues related to different departments. Like it could be land, again within the land, it could be different types of land. Somewhere suddenly while doing a project, the land acquired is a private land, but there could be issues where the conversion takes time, or sometimes while laying out the transmission line, there are forest patches coming in. So getting a forest approval can become a challenge. Now, these sort of things, if some proactive measures can be taken at the policy level, these can be avoided and projects can be also completed on time. But most importantly, more than innovation today, I think what is necessary is support from the government machinery to handle the ROW issues. Now, ROWs is not as simple as Gupta sir said, that it's not limited just to the transmission lines. That was the case earlier, sir, where it was always when we talked on ROW, it was meant that we lay a transmission line and the transmission line cuts across the fields, and the farmer, where the tower sits or the conductor is running over his fields, had to be compensated, and the amount of compensation was always a debatable issue. Now, that is no more the case. Now the ROWs has multi-dimensions as we talk. ROWs can come up from various angles and from various people. And having said that, I would say that farmers are the least amount of resistance, the least amount of resistance to the wind or wind projects actually come from the farmer. But what is portrayed is that farmer creates the problem. Farmer does not create the problem. The farmer is made to create the problem. This is what the difference is. So I think who actually makes the farmer to create problem is something which we need to understand, and that needs to be addressed. At every project site, there are miscreants who actually, under the influence of certain local leaders, try to extract whatever best they can from the industry. And today, renewable industry has grown, and it's visible. And with all the good publicity that we get, whether from the government of India or from the state governments, and the locals, the miscreants, do get information, and they think that there's a lot of money in this business. And in the process, actually they start from the day one to extract money from the projects. And it's so bad that even a turbine getting shifted to the turbine locations are stopped even on the highways. Forget the village roads or even the pathways that we purchase. Even when the turbines are transported on the national highways, they get stopped, and there's a ransom amount put to that. Now, this sort of extortion is happening across the board, and there are instances where the district administration steps in and tries to help us. And there are also instances where when the police have helped us actually, and they have been told not to help, or in some cases they have been transferred. So this is the absurd situation, and I think this needs to be addressed. And our request would be that maybe this has to be, a lot of noise will have to be made on these ROWs, and from Government of India as well as from the state governments, and the district collectors and the SPs will have to have some sort of a monitoring system where every project that goes into the respective district will have to be tracked on a weekly basis. And if there's a problem, then we can always highlight. Because today what we do, especially for the transmission line like Karnataka, we go to the DC and the DC fixes a rate. But that rate is generally not acceptable to the farmers. But even after the collector discusses with the farmers, he does fix the rate. But farmers again comes back and say that this is not the rate, we want more. So industry is willing to pay even double sometimes. But thereafter, the extra miscreants step in and they try to influence the farmers and not to accept those rates. So if some sort of a tracking system is put in place and the district collector's order can become a benchmark to monitor and track the project progress. And this is something important, and it also so happens that when the material is stored, there are people who come and actually using excavator, they dig the area around the material yard so that the material does not get shifted out. So ROWs come in different forms and different magnitude. So this is the major, I would say, roadblock for timely completion of the projects. So this is something which needs to be addressed. And if this can be done, like, sir, 6 gigawatt, 8 gigawatts is not a problem at all. And today, like, the major part of our time actually is lost in handling ROWs rather than handling the technical issues. Now, other related problem is like the wind PPAs and the solar PPAs have the same tenure of 24 months. But for wind, almost about out of 24 months, only 14 months is what we can actually do the work, because in the monsoon, we cannot move the heavy
Solar is
equipment.
18 months. Solar is 18 months.
Okay, we have slightly more.
Time's up.
Yeah, just I'll take other 30 seconds. So what our request would be that at least for wind, maybe from the SECI side, instead of 24, kindly make it 30. So while if you can actually consider 30 months, then the pressure on development also will be easier. So today what happens with 24 months, the investor is under pressure because their BGs are online and they expect us to do the project within 24 months, and this pressure actually percolates down, and that actually also enhances the ROWs. So request is that, like, maybe at least for the wind PPAs, pure wind PPAs, consider 30 months instead of 24 months as a tenure of the PPA. I'll stop here.
I think there's a good suggestion. We'll take this forward. And there we are at the end of session. It's been a very serious discussion. I think this panel deserves a big appreciation. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all. Over to you.
Thank you for that session. The states, in fact, sharing with us how they're trying to ease out these challenges with their policies and enabling environment. And then we had the industry sharing their challenges, the ground realities, and the ask from the government. Very interesting session it has been. Thanking each one of you. May I request you all to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Thank you. With that, we move to the presentation. The next presentation is by CEW. आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर बढ़ते हुए हमारे सशक्त कदम, identifying the contours of आत्मनिर्भरता, where we need to build our domestic capabilities, and especially as the Honorable Minister also in the morning mentioned, it's about becoming globally competitive, and also about achieving self-reliance. So insights on the contours and pathways of self-reliance in the renewable energy sector. We have the presentation from the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. I invite the presenter, Mr. Rishabh Jain. Aarti, okay. So, okay, Aarti is going to be making the presentation. So in the interest of time, I think you can start with the presentation. 5 minutes allocated to you. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Arati Srinivasan. I am a program associate at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. Today, I'll be sharing CEW's ongoing research on defining the contours of Atmanirbharta for the wind sector. CEW, Council on Energy, Environment and Water, is one of the leading climate think tanks in India. We use data, integrated analysis, strategic outreach to support public policy, transform markets, shape technology, and nudge behavior. We actively engage with central government ministries like the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy and have worked with over 20 state governments. Since 2014, Atmanirbharta has evolved from a national slogan into the core DNA of India's economic and industrial policy. However, our energy transition has relied heavily on imported hardware. In the past decade, the government has recognized that true climate leadership requires sovereign manufacturing and technology. So as we chase our 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel capacity target, wind has emerged as a crucial sector with a target of 100 gigawatt of installed capacity by 2030. Thanks to many manufacturers sitting here, Indian wind manufacturing industry has also become mature, boasting about 80% of indigenization. The government has launched several manufacturing policies such as ALMM, which actually boost local manufacturing in India. MNRE has also mandated cybersecurity frameworks that all operational data and wind servers remain strictly localized in India. While these are important initiatives, the absence of a clear and long-term definition of indigenization is difficult for decision makers to prioritize which components to indigenize first. So this brings us to an important question, why we are now measuring Atmanirbharta. Measuring Atmanirbharta gives a policy clarity. Definitions cannot be ambiguous, it cannot be vague. It has to be based out of very strong principles. This sort of lays down the strategic path for the future. A clear definition enables stakeholders to identify the strategic points in the manufacturing value chain, and it helps the manufacturer prioritize components with high value addition and those where there is high supply chain risk. Identifying these gaps will also enable capacity upgradation, guiding investment to the sector. Eventually, a clear definition also provides the sector and the government with an actionable framework, develop measurable indicators so that we can assess the current level of indigenization and track how much Atmanirbhar we become over time. As an initial step, we analyzed several policies within India and across all the other countries on how they are evaluating local value addition and indigenization. Most of the free trade agreements that are signed by a lot of countries are complying with the WTO's rules of origin. So to certify what is the origin of the product, they actually measure the value of non-originating material in a particular good, and they also measure the qualifying value, local value in that particular product. This helps them certify where the particular good is coming from. India also has several policies in other sectors that actually measure local value addition. For instance, India's public procurement rules actually measures local content as a ratio of the local value that is produced within India with respect to the total value of the product. And the iron and steel policy of 2025 actually goes to the extent of measuring the required percentage, that is required percentage of indigenization of technology that has to go into the manufacturing of iron and steel products. Similar to these policies, a lot of other countries also have defined local value addition. For instance, UK has mandated that all the wind components that is produced in the sector has to have 60% of local value addition. And Australia and Japan have qualitatively defined on what they are expecting from the manufacturing sector in order to call it as an indigenized or made in Australia or Japan. So these are qualitative indicators which actually measure the economic benefits that a particular manufacturing setup is providing to the country. And they are also, in Japan, it is actually evaluated through points-based system. So when we look at the literature, we have actually come up with a framework that is spread across 5 pillars. So as you can see in the presentation, this is a spider web evaluating 5 different pillars which are coming out as a pattern from all the policies that we have analyzed of various other countries. So these pillars are domestic value, asset control, IP and tech, skills and capabilities, and capital. Domestic value actually measures the economic value a particular manufacturing setup produces. Asset control measures who owns and controls the physical and digital assets, who controls physical and digital assets. IP and technology measures who controls and owns the technical know-how. Skills and capabilities measure, do we know how to produce it and do we have the capability of it. Capital is who funds it and how much financial control that we have. So based on these pillars, we have also identified certain parameters that can actually help us in measuring how much indigenized we become over time. For instance, asset control actually has like 3 parameters: manufacturing facility ownership, domestic cloud or data center usage, ownership of critical machinery. So if it is there in India or if it is controlled abroad, that is a crucial parameter that helps us in evaluating how much control we have over these physical assets. All of these questions are not straightforward to answer and require deeper deliberation among different stakeholders and ground realities of the sector. So as we progress with our research, we would request inputs from sector experts and practitioners like the audience here to share data and insights to validate the framework and guide on how we can define and quantify these indicators. Our next steps include setting up of core group to undertake these activities. Discussions with the core group will also help us in determining the current level of indigenization and how we can measure it over time. Once the framework is developed, we will set the Atmanirbharta target for the wind sector, socializing it to see its integration and policies to build a more self-reliant wind industry. Thank you for this opportunity, and I hope for an eventful discussion for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Aarti. Thank you, CEW, for identifying these various markers and factors to define Atmanirbharta. And the next presentation, I invite the presenter, Dr. Venkat Balakrishnan, the president of Aditya Birla Advanced Materials, sharing the presentation on innovations in recyclable wind turbine blades that are truly paving way for a circular, cost-efficient, and a sustainable clean energy ecosystem.
So good evening, everyone. The theme of this Global Wind Day is ambition to acceleration. So when I look at the theme as advanced material, Aditya Birla Advanced Material, our ambition is to adopt the acceleration of this recyclable wind blades across the globe and in particular for India. All that we believe, India can take a lead. India can be a leader in driving this technology. It's not only producing the renewable energy, but also converting the recyclable blades and contributing to the circular economy. That's very important. Just wanted to share, it's a proud moment for all Indians here, because this is a technology we brought in from India, and we partnered with some of the European OEM to launch these recyclable blades. So it's a proud moment for all of us. So when we are trying to promote this kind of technology outside India, why can't we do it in India? So Indian wind blade market is growing. We have seen the momentum happening. So we need to also look at the challenges in terms of circularity and disposal of the wind blades. That's where we believe India can take a lead and drive this technology and move on. So with this comment, I just done a small video which talks about the importance of this technology and the launch of this Recyclamin brand. Thank you.
Our planet is everything. The air we breathe, the oceans that sustain us, the resources that shape our future. it also gives us the power to innovate. And advanced materials have made that progress possible, transforming modern industries. But every innovation leaves a footprint, and the future now demands more than performance. It demands responsibility, the challenge. Thermoset composites transformed modern industries, making products lighter, stronger, and more durable. But they were never designed for end-of-life recovery, which means most eventually end up in landfills, a challenge that is now pushing industries worldwide to rethink materials and waste. The shift. For decades, composites followed a linear path: create, use, dispose. But true sustainability demands circularity, a new way forward. Because the question is no longer just performance, but what happens after. Globally, all major economies have begun pushing industries towards circular, low carbon solutions, and regulations are accelerating the shift through landfill restrictions and recycling mandates. Wind power has evolved from a niche renewable technology into a key pillar of India's clean energy sector. Strong policies, private investment, and domestic manufacturing have made India one of the world's leading wind energy markets, with over 56 gigawatts of installed capacity, including a record 6.05 gigawatts added in FY 2025-26. As wind farms age, managing end-of-life turbine blade waste is emerging as the industry's next major challenge. Introducing Recyclamine, a breakthrough in epoxy chemistry developed by Aditya Birla Advanced Materials, a technology that makes thermoset composites recyclable by design. How it works: Recyclamine introduces engineered breakpoints within epoxy chemistry. Controlled recovery. At end of life, composite materials enter a controlled recovery solution. At moderate temperatures between 75 degrees Celsius and 90 degrees Celsius, the structure disassembles by design. Full material recovery. The resin is recovered and repurposed into thermoplastic material, and the fibers are released intact, ready for reuse. No extreme heat, no fiber damage, no downcycling, just full material recovery, ready for a second life. What happens next? Material rebirth. Recovered materials don't end their journey. They begin a new one. Thermoplastics are repurposed. Fibers re-enter composites. Natural fiber blends and 3D printed products emerge from recovered materials. Industrial scalability built for reality. Recyclamine is built for scale. It is a drop-in solution requiring no process changes and no infrastructure overhaul, seamlessly integrating into existing manufacturing. As India's wind energy capacity continues to grow, circularity is becoming essential for managing turbine blade waste and ensuring long-term sustainability. Innovation backbone powered by deep material science innovation with 4 global R&D centers and more than 100 scientists, Recyclamine isn't a future concept. It's already here. Thermosets were once permanent. Now, they can become circular. Recyclamine, engineering performance. Join the Recyclamine revolution at www.recyclamine.com.
Thank you. This is truly an innovation, and as we all know, any innovation, if it has to be successful, that needs to be scaled up. Today, we are proud to say we have scaled up close to 55,000 ton resin system which are recyclable in our Thailand plant, which can cater close to 8 to 10 gigawatt of installations. So today, there's no more just a technology, it's a scaled up, proven process, and also when we launched this product, we were almost like 20-25% above the conventional resin system. That was a premium. With a lot of efforts on backward integration, today we brought it to a level of 10% above the conventional system. Once we do the scale up, more than 50% of the capacity, we believe this can come close to the conventional system. So it's more competitive, it's practical, we can implement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It actually goes waste and materials stand ready for the second life. So that leads wind manufacturing potential session focusing on improving supply chain resilience and addressing the input cost challenges, technology advancements, and enhancing our export competitiveness. I invite the moderator, Mr. Rishabh Jain of CEW, who stands as a leading expert on renewable energy, on energy transition, driving research and policy dialogue on India's clean energy future. Joining us as the esteemed panelist, Dr. P.K. Dash, scientist EMNRE, who's been contributing to the formulation and implementation of key renewable energy initiatives and technology programs at the national level. Dr. Sarvanan Manikam, the Vice Chairman of IWTMA and the Country Head and Managing Director, India Nordics Group, leading one of the world's major wind turbine manufacturers while actively advancing India's wind energy ecosystem. I now invite Shri Gurpratap S. Boparoy, the CEO, Manufacturing Business Suzlon Energy Limited, who's a veteran of India's wind energy sector with decades of experience in driving growth and innovation in renewable energy. Our next esteemed speaker, Shri Suman Nag, the Global Business Development Leader at Envision Energy, who's driving strategic growth and market expansion for advanced renewable energy and green technology solutions. Inviting now Shri Shreyas B. Suwana, the CEO, Senvion, one of India's leading wind turbine manufacturers with close to 30 years of experience spanning wind energy, business development, and strategic leadership. He has played a pivotal role in advancing India's clean energy ambitions. Our next panelist, Shri S.B. Murali, the Business Director, India, ZF Wind Power, leading the growth of advanced drivetrain and gearbox technologies that support the evolution of modern wind energy systems. Our next speaker, Dr. B. Venkataraman, President, Advanced Materials, Aditya Birla Advanced Materials. He just now made the presentation, spearheading innovation advanced materials that are enabling the next generation of sustainable industrial and renewable energy solutions and recyclable solutions. Shri Pandu Chilakuru, the whole-time director, Flender India, leading one of the industry's foremost power transmission technology companies serving the global wind energy sector. And then we have Dr. Rahul Rawat, the renewable energy policy and regulatory expert, currently heading regulatory affairs at Access Energy. He's an IIT Delhi PhD in solar photovoltaics and has previously served with MNRE, contributing to the key national policies in solar wind and offshore wind energy. So a big panel we have, and I hand over to Mr. Rishabh Jain.
Thank you. I think we have 50 minutes. I was waiting. This number was starting from 90, and I think finally they've settled at 50. Hopefully, we'll be able to close the panel in 50 minutes. But since morning, we have heard a lot about the wind sector, how the longevity of the sector compared to many other technologies, specifically solar, the manufacturing, the indigenization levels, etc. But still, I think even as a front runner in levels of indigenization, there are now discussions on how do we deepen it going forward. And globally, not just in India, globally, there is so much stress on the supply chains, specifically in the energy sector, that even a small component, as small as magnets sometimes, which may be a few dollars, can impact the whole supply chain. We saw that for the auto industry already. Given where the wind sector is, the hundreds and thousands of MSMEs that are involved, lakhs of people who may be employed in the sector, including in the deployment, manufacturing, supply chain, logistics, discussing and identifying any vulnerabilities, tapping on the opportunity, and doubling down on our strengths is very, very important. And as we all discussed and in the presentation in the morning, that there's a lot of scope if we remove all the constraints in the modeling. There's so much scope that we can continue to deploy wind going forward. So in this panel, given the kind of expertise that exists from wind turbine to specific components,
I think what will be good is to see that what worked in the past and in the current geopolitics that we are sitting and in the country's requirement, what are the next steps that we should think? I mean, of course, learnings from our successes and failures, and maybe from other sectors also, including solar, batteries, etc. So that will be hopefully the theme. I'll ask all of you to maybe stick to 3 or 4 minutes in the first round. If we have time, maybe we can move to the second question. But I'll start with Dasher first. So you have seen, of course, the sector grow significantly. Of course, a lot of the policies have been modified to increase the levels of indigenization from RLMM to ALMM, then specific components. In your view, what are the steps that we need to think about next? So what has worked? So of course there is a direction where we have been moving, but do we ensure that whatever we have set out, we continue to achieve, or do we start thinking that maybe after 5 years, 7 years, what happens and how do we start preparing right now? So how is MNRE thinking on the next steps as we move towards greater levels of indigenization? Thank you.
Thank you, Rishabh, and I hope I am audible. First of all, on a lighter note, in fact, this is the panel. On this theme, actually, every forum, this is the same panel. Probably we can declare this as the ambassador for the, wind manufacturing theme related discussions. And secondly, you see, definitely make in India or local manufacturing or value addition in any of the product is Government of India's priority. Although I am looking after wind division for the last 7-8 years, but actually my research was on solar. So I have seen the solar sector. When actually solar sector was struggling to make the market, because I'm talking about 2015-14, when the per unit cost was 17 rupees and the per watt peak cost was around 150 rupees. We could not able to imagine if solar will actually scale up rapidly so fast. But there, although the manufacturing setup was not there, projects were not being commissioned, but if you look at the IITs or the expertise that is available to understand the technology, even manufacturing within India with their own technology, it was existed. CEL, IIT Delhi, in fact, few other IITs, and right now also, if you see, if you look for an expert, you may find the expert in solar, right from material science to even the system integration. Then when I joined wind, even I also felt this is the gap. Although wind was the front runner at that point of time, it was commercially a successful sector, and the entire supply chain was there, more than enough manufacturing capacity in terms of turbine assembly, even the components, sub-components. But in the ministry, in many of our R&D committees, even the other committees, we are looking for experts. Very difficult to find actually the experts who can contribute in terms of R&D or even project evaluation or any innovation related tasks. And I feel it still exists. So that is a primary kind of gap which personally also, and I feel ministry should fill in and the industry should support that. So that is where we have enough manufacturing capacity, but the technology depth somewhere is still a gap in wind. And in fact, you have rightly captured in your presentation those 4-5 facets of indigenization, wherein the technology ownership, and then the capacity, then the control over the company, all things needs to be seen in a holistic way. Then that will actually complete the entire indigenization chain. But in order to make that happen, the annual capacity addition, that cannot be compromised. Somehow we have able to increase the momentum. 3-4 years back, when there was even up to 1 gigawatt, 1.1 gigawatt, probably we slipped to that was the bottom in 2021 or 22. Now last year we all are celebrating that 6 gigawatt success. We should not, in fact, make a dent on that. This momentum should be there. We should aim at 10 gigawatt, maybe more than that. So keeping that in mind, we should come up with various policies or schemes, programs, in order to achieve the Make in India target as well as our capacity addition. So to begin with, maybe the ministry needs to look at different startups, collaborating with IITs and industry, so that we can actually increase our technology depth We should promote the innovation in this sector, and then the capacity, as I say, that should not be compromised. So that capacity addition should be looked at, that market size should not go below this. So that's what the...
Thank you. That's a good segue. If I come to you, Mr. Manikam, next. You're, of course, as a global group, there's a very large domestic manufacturing base in India. Building on to what Dasher was saying, what has worked for you in India? How have you been able to build that domestic manufacturing base? And if India has to, because I mean, while we are celebrating 6 gigawatt of deployment rightfully, the manufacturing base that exists is of course very large, right? 4 times. Of course, we are still exporting, many of you are exporting. But if we continue to double down on that to tap the global market, what is more that we can do, and any thoughts on what has worked for you, both in India and even as an export market?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Rishabh. What is work for Nordex? Mainly, if you are looking for Nordex, what is working is the free trade policy. That provided a lot of advantages to us to make it across from the country to send it across the globe. So today we are doing for 24 countries because of the easiness in the policy. That's the number one. Second one, the recent free trade agreement will provide a lot of sustainability to us, especially when you are looking for the European market. European market is majorly looking for, India is one of the China plus one strategy. There you can get it across a lot of components from here. And US, 95% of the component need to be out of China. So these advantages is providing a lot of leverage to us on the free trade agreement. So especially whenever you are looking for the workforce in the country, every year we are getting closely around 12 million graduates. So this is not the similar type of the momentum which is available in Europe or America or anywhere. So we are using this opportunity in wisely. That's the second one. Third one, capacity planning. Because today we are having a target of 100 giga by 2030. But if you are looking into the real market, today annually we are producing 24 giga, even though the market is required only 6 to 7 giga. This is provided the additional leverage to us to send it across the globe within the very high cost competitiveness. End of the day, CapEx and OpEx play a vital role. You are having a capacity planning in the higher than what is demanded from the country. It is very easy for us to be competitive to the global. That's the third one. Fourth one, quality and certifications. Quality and certifications play a vital role when India is in the upper hand, especially European market will always look for CE marking. Without CE marking, they will not accept any of the component from the mold onwards. So as a country, we are having a specific advantage into it. Then Make in India and ALMM is provided a lot of leverage, especially when you are looking for all the rotating components, complex, gearbox, generator. We are getting across 100% from India for sending the export across the globe. These are the major advantages what we have from our experience. Some of the strategical adjustments, if you are doing further, this can furthermore enhance. One is the port. Okay, so port, especially when you are looking for south for the bigger blade, we are depending only Tuticorin port. There are many challenges on congestions, even though time by time we are trying to sort out the problem, but especially in the month of May, June, coal will be given as the priority. Sending the blade out of the country will be the major challenge. Probably this need to be looked into, the strategical adjustment, what can be done in the much different way. And the second one is majorly on the raw material, especially the raw material. Time by time, raw material requirements are getting changed, and we are depending, especially for example, carbon, specialized steel, all these things is we are depending outside. When we want to manufacture locally, we need to have some source, or we need to have some specific incentive scheme to compete with the world. So this is what actually I'm more interested to summarize.
Thank you. From here, if I may move to you, Mr. Boparai. What Mr. Manikam already said is what has worked, but as an Indian company, been in the space with one of the largest market share, what kind of domestic strategy worked very well for you, and of course you have also expanded to many countries outside. And if I may ask you to build on what was just said, what are the 2 or 3 things that you think that we as a country can do to take it to the next level?
Thank you, Rishabh. What worked for Suzlon, and I would say for our domestic supply chain, because it's basically Suzlon that really brought in a lot of local content, is that we had overseas acquisitions which needed capacity enhancement. So rather than put up more capacity in Europe, we put it up in India. And at that point of time, the Chinese were not in the game. Yeah? So anything made in India was cheaper than anything made in Europe. And it worked very well. We could achieve a very good depth of localization on anything that's mechanical or electrical. Where we couldn't make much headway is controllers, electronics, and that continues to be the case even today. And I think it's not just for the wind industry, it's across all industries that's our Achilles heel right now, being addressed, but still not there yet. As to what could be done going forward, where we struggle with respect to China, and let's face it, we are competing with China everywhere, even not just in India, but also in the export markets. What has worked well for China is their raw materials costing much less than ours. Yeah. The power to certain sectors is subsidized. It's a fraction of what we pay for. And therefore, that's something where the government needs to focus and rethink. While we want to have a very good steel industry, aluminum industry, copper industry, they are not competitive with respect to China. And that's where our problem starts. So if we can address those things, easier said than done, but maybe we should look at certain measures that make those sectors competitive, which in turn makes everything else in India competitive. China definitely is far more efficient, their workforce is more efficient, more productive, but our workforce costs much less, and going forward we'll have far more availability of people than they will have. So that kind of levels it out. I think where we really struggle is the cost of materials.
Thank you. I'll come to you, Mr. Nag, next. So of course you have spoken a lot about some of these components, competitiveness. But if we start thinking about wind, I think since morning, once Alok sir made the presentation, he's encouraging us to think about wind as a larger resource, right? In terms of removing all the constraints. But wind with storage gives a very different perception and the support to the grid. How do you think bundling of these two technologies can support not just the grid, but also then the manufacturing ecosystem? What are the changes that may be required there, and how do you as a company see that?
Thank you. I think I echo firstly Dr. Dash's view that we meet all of us in the same panels from time to time. And even yesterday afternoon, we had a fairly interesting conversation on manufacturing at the sidelines of this discussion. So coming to your point, I think it is very clear now from not only this discussion, but from all the discussions that India has been having in the last 6-8 months or 1 year, that no longer is it just the cost of electricity and which source is the cheapest cost of electricity that should be procured. It is the resilience of the electricity. It is the ability of the electricity to produce and deliver when it is needed. That is the most important. Last year, for example, the solar industry installed 40 gigawatts of solar, but there was a significantly large terawatt hours of solar that was curtailed. And I don't see any reason why this year will be any different. So if you look at wind, it has a lot more advantages than solar. Solar obviously has a hard constraint of the sun shining. Wind has no such constraints. The wind needs to blow. And ideally, we see in India, the wind pattern is fairly complementary to solar. So the more wind you put in, wind normally early morning or late evenings, which is where the peak demand is in our country at the moment. Also in monsoon seasons, where it's a windy season, is when solar really struggles because of cloud cover. So honestly, there is a lot of complementarity where you can actually generally, without using batteries, just put wind and solar together. But if you look at batteries, I think it has a significant amount of advantage for wind, because we can actually ensure that wind turbines are less easy on and ensure that grid stability improves when you pair that with batteries. So I would say putting these two together has a lot more advantages than just a pure solar and battery together. And obviously putting all the three together is probably the best way to go forward. That being said, I would like to touch a bit about manufacturing, but is also close to my heart. I think I completely agree with Shri Boparai that it's a game between India and China. Yesterday, I gave an example of our blade plant, Envision's blade plant in Trichy. It's one of the first and only blade plants that Envision has set up outside of China in any part of the world. And it's been a struggle because the processes and the way in which you work in China is very different, because the workforce is different, the systems are different, way things work are different. But I would say after 3 years, the Trichy plant is actually among the top 2 blade plants in Envision for our global supply chain. Okay, and from an efficiency perspective, it is right up there. From a confidence perspective that we can make as good as China, it is right up there. It gives us confidence. It should give the industry confidence. And of course, we just cannot cut and paste what's happening in China. We have to find our own way to do this. The second thing I want to say is that competition is good. Competition ensures that everybody in the supply chain, right from top to bottom, is on their toes. And one of the things that we find out is as soon as one company becomes big, everybody tries to protect their position and say that we will not let others come in. This is not the right way that India can actually grow. If we have fierce competition in our country, that will ensure that we have companies that can fiercely compete globally. And I would say that would be my message up and down. I mean, Mr. Boparai gave an example of steel or aluminum. It's true for many things in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may come next to you, Mr. Suvarna. Building on to what Suman just said, right? Setting up a factory with even the technology know-how from China to India took 3 years, if you just said, right? Which means that just having access to technology may not necessarily solve, because it takes time to stabilize, build that, do that capacity building, etc. In your understanding, the R&D, technology design itself, how do you see as a company that, and what is that we can do as a country and also as a wind industry to co-develop or maybe adapt some of these technologies more so to the Indian conditions? Maybe some of these are already happening, but if you have to say double down on building that technology depth, what is that we can do as a country?
See, I think we have been typically not doing R&D in India. It is generally we have been copying, or we have just been following some designs which come from Europe or from China. I think there is a huge opportunity for India to look at changing this. See, because we are going for longer blades. This is a low wind country, so you need to go for longer blades, higher towers in the coming future. So there is an opportunity to design And there are a lot of engineers in India who are today not sitting in India. They graduate and they go to US or Europe because design R&D is happening there. So we have an opportunity, as Dr. Dash said, we should not antagonize manufacturing capacity, but if we have stronger policies, we do have stronger policies around manufacturing, make in India, but why not we have design in India? So you have an opportunity to change that, to drive something very different. 10 years down the line, people will remember you. Yes, this is done in 2026. Engineers want to learn, and if you give them the opportunity to design, just to give an example, we have 180 people in Bangalore and 20 people in Germany. We have designed the 4XM completely in India and some part in Germany, but 180 people is a big one. It cost us, but we want to live with that DNA, that we design the complete turbine, sell it in India, and maintain it for 25 years. So R&D is not only designing, but it is also being sustainable for 25 years with the customers. Government can also look at putting up test rigs for your blade static load or your blade fatigue load. So this is something today what's happening is we are sending the blades to Germany or US to get it done. There the engineers are learning out of that. They get the knowledge, they get the data. Why not we keep the knowledge here? So something which MNRE can look at, and then you have grid stimulators. So once you have all this, there will be engineers who would like to stay back in India and get engaged in the ecosystem. So I think these are the small things which will change the DNA of only manufacturing to R&D and manufacturing.
If I may come to you next, Mr. Murli. There are, as we move backwards, there are then becomes critical components like bearings, drivetrains, etc. And many MSMEs, smaller companies, rely on their sustenance on the wind sector. And when we were not necessarily deploying at the scale at which we should have, many started looking for other opportunities in the past. Thankfully, we are moving backwards at the scale at which we should deploy. How do we, beyond deployment, of course, deployment and scale is very, very important, but what is more that the component manufacturing industry, or what is more that can be done to support the component manufacturing industry? R&D, of course, being one, but are there any other elements that you think which will be very important in this particular space?
Absolutely. Thank you, Rishabh. It's a quite interesting question. Of course, many of my colleagues here in the panel, the stalwarts of the industry, have already talked about how successful is this industry in making in India as well as make in India for outside world, both from a technology perspective like what Shreyas was talking, or from manufacturing perspective, Saravanan and Suman Nag were talking about, and from market potential, positioning perspective, what Guru Pratap was talking about. And all these things were of course felicitated by MNRE. Mr. P.K. Dash has been in this field for a long time. He's a go-to person for any of our queries or questions and any feedback. He is ready to listen to us, and it has really helped us to also, I would say, from industry perspective, grow to this extent. In fact, today morning, Minister Ji was saying that we had grown to this level without much subsidies, and that shows that Indian entrepreneurs can really stand up to the global competition. And we had already have the target is 10% of global capacity from India. The capacity in India is more than 10% already in many of the critical components. So there is definitely a very good opportunity and very good way to grow further. There's possibilities which helps in bringing down the cost in domestic market also. Overall, it really helps. Okay, so from that perspective, there is enough proof or evidence that things can happen, and there is way to do it here. Now the question is, what can be done further to improve this? Of course, there are few topics which we can definitely talk about. One is from a cost perspective. Already, today also morning, Minister talked about electricity cost as well as the logistics cost. Even Saravanan touched the topic about logistics cost being very high and logistic turnaround time and the congestion and that all those things being very high. Those areas definitely we can, focus on. And the other area where we can really focus, coming back to the energy, maybe one suggestion, I'm just thinking a bit loud here. Whoever is producing equipments for renewable energy, can they be given an electricity subsidy, whatever energy they are consuming, because they are at the end helping to generate energy. So can they be given a subsidy where they use, when they use energy, they don't have to pay the market rate, but they pay per kilowatt hour, say so much rupees or so much paise less than the market rate. So those kind of options can be looked at if it's possible. That is on the electricity, the cost factor part. Of course, logistics cost already Minister talked about. There is a PMO directive, forcing or kind of monitoring how the cost is coming down. The other area where we can definitely improve is on industry academia collaboration. How we bring in the technology into the market, how do we bring it into the factory? Definitely we can work on that, and that is one area where we can do it. And there, MSMEs have probably a better, flexibility to work with the industry, institutes, compared to some of the big corporates and MNCs. They can, work closely with the local institutions. Need not be always, you don't have to go every time to IIT, IIT Madras and everything. They can always work with local institutions where they can tap into that expertise to, transfer the technology. Overcrowding in one location also creates bottleneck in a lot of, this kind of technology transfer. Having said this, at the end of the day, I think if we can find the sweet spot where we can be competitive globally, in my opinion, the sweet spot is in high technology, value addition, manufacturing, both in design as well as in manufacturing, not in the basic screwdriver assembly technology, or not in the commodity, kind of low value add commodity, technology. These two are probably, there are different locations who are competitive. We are probably very competitive in high technology value addition, both in engineering as well as in manufacturing. Those areas definitely we can focus on. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may come to you, Mr. Chilakuru, next. Of course, you are present, you have thousands of employees across the world in many, many countries. Building on to just what Mr. Murli said, what encourages you to expand in India and stay in India? Is this, and to also build that engineering depth in some of these technologies. What are the sweet spots, if I may say, that you see in the Indian market and compared to many other countries globally? So any of your past insights that you would want to share that has worked for your organization, Flinda?
If you look at the whole manufacturing as a concept, unless we invest time, efforts in building a strong engineering team, I don't think we will be reaching the value addition, the true value addition objective. I think if you look at Flender's, our Vinajay perspective, year over year we have been increasing our engineering strength in India. We have already started the shifting the design aspects, be it the gearboxes or the generators, whatever we are manufacturing. Maybe 3 years down the line, I'll say that we will be in a position to create our own IPs in India. So that being my objective, the current challenges, as Murali was also saying, the availability of the right talent, because of the best of the talent
flies away, and the specialized skill sets that wind industry is demanding. Probably there is also a gap in terms of, the curriculum that is being taught. Either, I can get a mechanical engineer or an electrical engineer. I don't get a ready-made wind engineer. So that's the kind of skill sets we will be looking for it. And when I look at hiring that kind of a skill set, we end up poaching from each other. So we are not really building the required engineering talent in India. So this is where industry as a whole, we will have to really work closely with the academy and then start building the right talent for our future.
Thank you. Coming to Mr. Venkatraman next. Of course, the video that you showed was very, very impressive. And typically when we talk about many of the clean energy technologies, we talk about the final product, maybe some of the components, we hardly go into the materials and the complex material that goes into some of these products. What was the process that led you to make a material like this, which is completely recyclable? What was your motivation, and how did you go about it? Of course, we saw that how this material works, but how was it developed itself in the first place? Was it developed in India, maybe with partnership with someone else? If you can share some of those insights, that would also be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, a very interesting question. So if I look at in this panel, right, there are many companies. All of us are successful. One, I divide into two parts, right? One, the global companies setting up shop in India, and they're bringing technology and building scale in India. And there are Indian companies going global. But what is common in both these companies, both this type of companies are, they are successful because of the differentiation in technology. So one thing Dr. Das talked about is the technology gap, which is very critical. So if you look at in our case, an Aditya Birla Indian conglomerate going global, so when we went and we have been working in the wind industry for years, decades, what we saw, there is a problem, unaddressed problem. Today, the problem is on short term, how am I going to manage my production waste? How is it going to be handled? Right? Today, the way in which the industry is moving, the existing infrastructure or the modes of disposal may not be good enough. Right? Second, if you look at a long term, there's no real regulations. That is, and whose responsibility is it to dispose this composite waste? Is it OEM? Is it IPP? Or where is it going to go? There's no real regulations. And more, if you go and talk to Europe, a lot of countries are banning landfills. If you look at Germany, Austria, UK, France, Denmark, they have banned the landfills. So with these regulations coming in, there's an industry problem. That's what triggered us to really look into that. What can we do? Because we always believe it's better to be first than to be better in marketing. And at the end of the day, you need to also differentiate yourself. That's where we put a lot of our investment in R&D. Again, technology. How can we come out with the resin technology which can help to recycle the resin at certain condition, address the industry problem? That's what triggered. And we spend a huge amount of money on it. It's an in-house R&D that we got it. Number one. Number two, while we speak, we also scaled up this. Any innovation, if that has to be successful, that has to be scaled up. So today we set up $100 million plant which can cater to 8 gigawatt installation of this kind of system. So both we have done it. Probably I'll say we put the cart before the horse, much ahead of the market. So we are trying to accelerate the adoption of these recyclable blades in the market. So we are trying to influence the entire value chain. It's not only the OEM, the IPPs, and most important, to set up the recycling ecosystem. Today, do we have the recycling ecosystem? We don't have. How are we going to create? So ideally speaking, every OEM should have a recycling, maybe a chemical recycling plant next to it, very cost-effective recycling plant, which will solve both the short-term and the long-term problem. So I think as an industry, again, going back, the regulation plays a major role. That's where, Dr. Das, if there is a way that if we can define How are we going to manage the disposal? What are the regulations we can think of? Maybe talking to Denmark and other countries which have implemented these things might help to solve the problem. So it's more about solving the industry problem and trying to differentiate yourself, add value to your customer. That process led to us this kind of new technology.
Very interesting. If I may share some insight from our work. So we have been working on solar recycling. And one of the biggest questions that we often get is what is the, that we cannot recycle because there's no recycling company, that is one. And the second is that sometimes we don't even know don't know how to recycle because the understanding about the whole value chain product did not exist. Thankfully in wind in India, given the depth and the maturity that exists, I think some of these first mover advantage will be beneficial to everyone in the sector and of course globally. So starting from that, I think will help develop frameworks for many other sectors that are moving backwards. If I may just ask the organizers if there's a possibility to get some questions from the audience. So we may need maybe a mic or so if that's possible, but while we arrange that mic, I'll come to you, Rahul. Of course, you've worn the hat of a policymaker. We have worked very closely with you. All the discussions have been on supporting domestic manufacturing. And there is always a question that any effort to support domestic manufacturing will potentially increase cost in the short term. Maybe not in the long term, but definitely in the short term. Any new policy will also create potential regulatory barriers for people, right? How do you as a developer see some of these? Are you in sync with the efforts that the government and the industry has? Or do you think there can be a different approach while we also solve for manufacturing, but also ensure that the deployment continues?
See, thank you for the question. As far as developer and everyone in this forum, everyone will agree with the fact that everyone will support Make in India. As an Indian, as an developer, as a manufacturer, everyone will support Make in India prospects, and in through RLMM, it is good that wind industry has been supporting Make in India, and a part of wind sector is already established Make in India for a long time, and the process is established for a long time and matured enough. So it's not like solar or any other thing where for Make in India efforts, a policy shock is not being given in the wind energy sector, and because of that only a lot of manufacturing of components and wind turbine and value chain has been created in the country itself. As a developer, only concerns comes at the two aspects. One is there should be policy consistency so that there is no shock to any investment, and the other thing is my committed investment should be protected. So these two aspects have been taken care for wind sector at least. Few days back I was discussing with someone, and he was saying it's very difficult to work in renewable energy sector because daily a new regulation or amendment is coming up, be it connectivity, be it DSM and the other aspects of thing. But in case of wind, fortunately a very policy consistency has been there, and no such shock or frequent amendments in the policy has been made. All the policies which have been made are well thought of, and for a future aspects covering all the aspects. So in my view, ALMM with the component also, in short term it may create some hassles, but in long term it gives me a confidence about value chain and supply chain also. So I'm not dependent on some other supply chains where international events can disrupt my supply chain if everything is in my country. That gives a comfort also with that. That's my view. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are any questions from the audience, you may raise your hand. None. So I would assume everyone is in. Okay, you have a question. If you may, yes.
Hello. My question is to Venkat on the recyclability. See, the short-term articles maybe having a lifespan of say 5 years, 7 years, or 10 years. The wind blades having a lifespan of say 20 years. So how do you plan to recycle that, which is after 20 years? Maybe we may not be there at that time in that company who has supplied that material to that wind manufacturer. So how you will be able to control that, and who will do the recycling for you? Can you elaborate that more?
Okay. Can we take any other question that anyone has? Okay. If you may quickly reply.
Very good question. So when we look at it, this is one challenge on a long term after 20 years. So that's where setting up a recycling ecosystem across every region is very critical, because even shifting blades is not a feasible thing in terms of logistic at that point of time. So what we are trying to do is trying to partner with the recyclers, the chemical recycling process in every region. We have already tied up with 2-3 recyclers in Europe. We are in the process of identifying more recyclers in every region, trying to tie them up, and then in turn tie them up with the OEM, so that there is a clear process, the patented process what we have for recycling. So that's how, using the recycler model, we are looking at solving the problem after 20 years.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have 7 minutes left, and I would want to close the panel on time. So I have a question for everyone, and you may, whoever is ready can go first, but Dasher will go last. So it is a policy question, that's why. In your view, which is the biggest challenge despite higher levels of indigenization in domestic manufacturing in India? And for that, what is your solution? So, but I would want you to be a bit more diverse and creative, not on deployment. Let's not talk about deployment. Whatever 10 gigawatt and more, we'll hopefully deploy more. But this may be on data, this may be on engineers, better research, policies, O&M, better tracking, whatever it is, something that maybe we have not spoken about yet, and something that we can build on, and of course with MNRE research institutes like us, can follow from that. So whoever would want to speak, 30 seconds, one problem and maybe one solution.
I try to use every opportunity to register the same topic. Probably people would have heard the same thing. The specialty steel, the special grade alloys, especially if you look at chrome, nickel, moly, kind of varieties. I would say there is no capacity. If I talk to somebody in the steel industry, they say we have capacity. But both of us are right, and they are manufacturing to the automotive sizes, smaller dias. And the dia what we demand, we don't get it. And the second challenge, again, back on steel. Most of our, forged parts, many of the forging units in India, they are using the ingots. And probably the most, best fit for wind industry is using the continuous cast methodology of, continuous blooms. That gives better cast structures, that gives better quality. But there's only one steel maker in India.
Thank you.
The third one is also steel, that is electronic steel. And Indian e-steel is 40% expensive.
Thank you. Anyone else who would want to add?
Maybe I can.
Yes, go ahead.
Kind of building upon what Pandu said, the basic issue here is an inverted duty structure or inverted control structure. Basically, you have more control on raw material, but less control on finished product. Or the same thing in the duty also. You have more duty when it is imported as raw material, but less duty when it is imported as finished product. Those are all the areas where definitely we look forward to government to correct.
Is there
those
any
anomalies.
one component example where that exists? Where is the inverted duty?
In fact, that example what Pandu gave you, you have a QCO on steel, a quality control order on steel, but no quality control on the finished product.
Okay.
There are also duty, enough of examples have been given where there is a different duty structure.
Good. Mr.
That
Nag.
kind of things are there. Yeah.
I was about to talk about inverted structures, but I would say if there is another one which is kind of in keeping with technology, very few, there are very few testing facilities available, and I think we should really think about why we don't have those. Why are we happy to make something and send it out for testing somewhere else, when actually we could actually gain critical insights and actually circle it back to next level of development.
Thank you. Mr. Boparai, do you want to speak?
Yeah, my introduction was too flattering. I haven't spent decades in the wind sector, but I've spent decades in the automotive sector. And I'd like to share what has worked there, and it could work here as well. So, when the government got in foreign players as joint ventures initially, they mandated a higher level of localization in a phased manner. Initially, if you remember Maruti's, everything was getting imported and only assembled here, but there was a phased manner in which localization took place. Once Maruti had more or less stabilized, then the policy towards others changed a little bit, and they imposed import duties on components. Yeah. First they were at 10%, then they were increased to 15%. This forced everyone to localize in India. That could be a pathway for us. Today, automotive has the scale. They also have the technology. Today, India develops cars, but a beginning has to be made. And this could be one way for the wind sector as well.
Thank you. Mr. Manikam, you want to speak?
Yeah. The challenge is skilled labor for making across, especially for blade, or take it across for lattice tower. I think the skilled labor availability in the market is super limited. Probably we need to look for all the state where we can able to go for the joint venture program, because one side we are scaling up in the drastic way on wind, especially for export and everything. Imagine today we are running with closely around 50 molds. We will reach around 90 molds by end of next year. Every mold is required 500 people to operate, right? So that is a magnitude. In that magnitude, we require the skilled labor. I think we need to look in a more elaborative way to fix this problem, not on engineer level, at least ITA and diploma holder. We need to work on the system, ecosystem to support for the factories.
Thank you. Mr. Venkatam, you want to
Yeah, just quick one again, the same issue on the invert duty structure. Today, at least when I look at epoxy resin, we have more than 400 KT capacity against a total demand of hardly around 200 KT. So here, now the imports are coming, the finished goods are coming at duty free. That's going to impact our local manufacturing and local skill. So that's where we need some support to really correct this.
Thank you. If I may, you want to speak?
I have a quick suggestion on execution part also. We have done a difficult thing being issued defense maps. We can think of a similar map for airport authority also, so that one of the clearance activity is reduced.
Okay, if I may add mine. Okay, you're speaking.
Yeah, I think Make in India is expensive to do. So how do we make it a level playing field is something which we would look at, Doctor.
Okay. If I may add mine, I think one thing that we didn't speak, as we conduct more R&D, some of the dimensions of the products may also increase, which also means that how do we move some of these products across the country? And of course the states will have a more important role to play, so that is of course just adding to the wish list. Time's up, but not yours of course. Over to you, Mr. Dash.
Always try to, as brief as possible, but first time I'll say sorry to, okay, 10 minutes bonus. So it's very difficult from my position to actually select, what should be my highest priority.
Sorry, I should have corrected you. Not for you, of course. Very difficult for you to prioritize. But if you can share some thought processes on how can MNRE devise a mechanism to solve some of these? I think that's more important because the issues will keep changing. So I think you can talk about that.
If you go through the revised RLMM, that process we have just issued last July, In fact, the intent and the direction is very clear. In fact, entire panel, whatever the suggestions are actually elaboration on those points. So we even begin with how to bring the R&D ecosystem to India, how to secure even the cyber security aspects, then how to go to the first component level. And that intent was also clear that we are not going to stop here, rather we'll go to level 3, level 4 going forward. Now even testing and certification, that is going to be very, very important going forward, as I know it is a chicken and egg problem. Why blade testing facility is not there in India? Why gearbox facility is not there in India, and that too operated by some independent testing agency? It is all because whether that market was there to make that particular activity cost competitive, or at least make a business case for them. Although government can definitely support some part of that structure, but 3 years back there was even no demand. So every OEM are happy only doing the assembly work. But the positive change, at least today, the OEM themselves are demanding we need this testing facility. It is a positive signal. So definitely the government has to support, and we have to come up with some testing facilities which are actually required. And I will say they are the backbone infrastructure for any R&D activity to go forward. So, and we need to develop design engineers, and you can understand the, the manpower issue, which is going to be critical right now also, and going forward is going to be further intensify. So ministry has to work in collaboration with the industry, and we have a Biomitra program, but that was limited to only the ITIs and diplomas. Maybe we have to take it to graduate or even postgraduate level, so that we can create a very good pool of design engineers that is required for wind. And we have design engineers, we have design, in-house design here, testing facilities here. So that spider map that will complete. And for the government, maybe right now, as it is very easy to implement the component level and sub-component level, it can be tracked, it can be monitored, but going forward, maybe we can deliberate, we can come up with a methodology where we can give a definition to what should be our local content or the localization definition, and how to then implement or monitor. And we are very open to those ideas. And this duty structure universal also, this is very much in discussion. And I am happy to note that you people are happy just because I listen. But I will be happy when I will go beyond that listening, and maybe I will try my best to, do something which will actually be a comfort to them.
Thank you, Dasher. If I may plug in the work that my colleague Aarti presented, so we are of course working now very closely with IWTMA to come up with a framework on quantifying what Atmanirbharta can be, and of course we'll work with all of you and your teams, and we'll seek your guidance and support as we develop this. And once it is developed for the wind sector, it may be applicable to everywhere. So thank you again. I think it was an insightful discussion. So yes, with this we can close the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishabh. Thank you to the panelists. And if you can also present the mementos to all the panelists, thanking them for sharing the issues, the challenges, and the little bottlenecks and the opportunities towards Make in India and for India and for the world. If you can present the memento to Dr. P.K. Dash. So our industry leaders sharing their experiences also in Make in India for India and for the world, and Dr. P.K. Dash extending his take, the government's perspective on further supporting the industry. Thanking Shri Suman Nag. Our expression of thanks to Shri Gurpratap Boparoy. The audience can also clap. Thanking Dr. B. Venkataraman. The circularity principle being introduced, circularity model being introduced in the wind energy sector. Thanking Shri Pandu Chilakuru. Our expression of thanks to Dr. Sarvanan Manikam. Thanking Mr. Shreyas B. Suwana. Gratitude appreciation to Shri S.P. Murali. Thanking Dr. Rahul Rawat. And I invite Mr. Aditya Pyasi, the CEO of IWTMA, to kindly present the memento, thanking our moderator, Mr. Rishabh Jain. A group photograph of all the gentlemen, and we then close the session. Post this, ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 presentations and then the last panel discussion of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you wish to have the photographs of the conference, there on the sides there is a board. You can scan the barcode and have the photographs. So once again, discussing on the circularity, which has emerged as a key pillar of ESG leadership, we have a presentation by Suzlon on developing low carbon footprint wind turbine generators, highlighting how responsible manufacturing, resource efficiency, and life cycle optimization can significantly reduce environmental impact. I invite the presenter, Nishita Gupta. So as we move towards sustainability, one of the key pillars is of course circularity. We've had a presentation on the circular blades, and now from Suzlon on the initiatives, the low carbon footprints, WTG from ESG perspective. Can you please put, yeah, it's Nishita, the presentation is there.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We'll not let spirit of circularity die down. We'll start from where we stopped. When we talk about low product carbon footprint turbines, and focusing more on the circularity perspective, that's one of the most important things that we should be talking about it now. Why I'm going to talk about it in the rest of the slides as well. For us, as you know, Suzlon is there right from technology into manufacturing. We are the ones setting turbines. And as we get into Suzlon 2.0, we're known already for OMS and what we have done so far. But what exactly we are doing? We're not just working towards organizational sustainability. By virtue of nature of our services, we are already there into sustainability. We are known as a sustainable organization, but that's not all about it. What we're doing is strengthening sustainability at product level. The turbines that you manufacture, that we provide to our customers, that's exactly what we are working towards. We are working even on the supply chain perspective, and that's the differentiator that we are creating. I'm going to talk about more technical aspects, but this is something, just a starting point to get in over there. When we talk about what sustainability means for us, it's mean embedding it into the business model. It's getting in over there directly on the products. Let's think about India's net zero targets. When we get in over there by 2070, how do we see we are going to achieve that? In the sector where we all belong to, and if at all we have to get in over there and take it more in the leadership position, not just in India, but also to the world, we have to talk about it, we have to do walk the talk now. And to get in over there, we have to think about how much of product carbon footprint is there in each and every turbine that we manufacture. Are we embedding it into the products? Are we embedding it into the services? For that, we need to think about the entire life cycle, right from the technology, supplier selection, raw material sourcing, getting in over there on the manufacturing and laying it on the ground, and even working out on the services. That's exactly what we do. So when we talk about getting in net zero, it is next to impossible. If at all we keep speaking about 80 to 85% of emission getting locked in scope 3, we'll not be able to achieve it if at all we are not thinking about it and we are taking rightful strategy to get in over there. So where are we at the moment? If we talk about us, we are there included under S&P yearbook. We are amongst the leaders and known giants on the performance in terms of what we are working and in terms of the sustainability performance as well. We are in the ISS ESG ratings. Our ratings are there in the leader dashboard. We are included under FTSE Russell, not just in emerging ESG, but also under low carbon select index. So we are the ones which are preferred players to get in over there. Any rating agency, be it CSR Hub, Sustainalytics, ESG Risk AI, we are all-time high. So not just in the domestic, but also in the international rating agencies. In fact, due to our work, not just at the sustainability at organization level, but at the product and supply chain, we were recently included in the Investor Handbook of S&P Global, which means a lot, that what exactly has changed the narrative of sustainability and how exactly a company based in India and taking it to the world, what exactly is happening over there when we talk about the things which are changing in the global paradigm. Talking about where we are at the moment, we are amongst Global 100. We are included amongst the 10th rank among the 100 global organizations in terms of sustainability. And this was announced, it's a sector agnostic rank that we have got, third in Asia Pacific. We have got global rankings, and beyond this, what has changed and what exactly we are really proud of is our effort towards supply chain. So when you talk about UNGC, we are the one who have got organizational excellence in supply chain. And what we are working towards at this point of time while we speak, with Climate Group, we are there in not just renewable energy, we are working on EV100, and we are working on 24/7. So the way we are talking and the way the journey is anchored towards Suzlon 2.0, we are taking all the measures to get in over there, and we're a global member working towards that. At the steel sector, what exactly is our work? We are working with India Green Steel Coalition. We are trying to revolutionize the way we want the steel sector to work on. There are a lot of policy and reforms, and we are working over there to get the right sort of steel, to provide them renewables, and in return also get green steel. And a lot of things are being done with the collaboration modes. So the only way to look into sustainability is the collaboration. So what exactly we should be working towards and what we are doing, responsibility and impact, that's something that we believe in. Sustainability is like impact in motion. Anchored towards the international standards, be it GRI, SASB, minimum being SDG, getting in over there on ESRS, IFRS, these are the ones which are really pushing up momentum to get into the next journey on sustainability. When we talk about wind sector in India, are we really there aligned to CBAM? Let's think about, are we ready for CBAM? Are we taking accountability of embedded emissions? Are we ready to be a preferential partner when we talk about sourcing in Europe? Can we be getting it over there from the CSDDD or CSRD? That's exactly the question that we must ask ourselves. And to get in over there, it's important to focus on 3 levers: organization, product, and supply chain. When we talk about organization, these are all the metrics: water, waste, and more importantly, waste when we talk about circularity aligned with climate change. But when we talk about product, the rightful strategy starts all the way from R&D, innovation, talking about what are the alternative material, are we taking into accountability of the end of the life cycle as well? That's exactly we should be worried about now. Can we work on decommissioning? Can we think about the right strategy of sourcing? Can we think about the alternatives? That's the only way forward as we step into the wind industry and expand it, not just in India, but also expanding our operations and supplying in Europe as well. On the supply chain, if we don't have partnerships in the right way, if we don't have sustainable material, this is not going to end anywhere. When we talk about what exactly has changed, it's also working over there at the organization level, working on the greenhouse gas footprint. That's something it has to be there. It has to start from zero waste to landfill. Can we think about the entire life cycle and be there on zero waste to landfill? That's what we are working on, and we are taking all measures to be over there. That's exactly the performance already being vetted by third party. Can we get into sustainable procurement? These are the levers that we have to adopt. This is not going to happen just overnight. We have to be there, adopt as a more sustainable strategy to really work on it, to make it happen. Can we work on human right due diligence? Because if we are not working on risk assessment and the right strategy, we'll not be able to get on to the right working principles and to be working even on the supply chain perspective and taking it into more on the risk mitigation and the safeguards over there. Now let's talk on numbers. We have been talking about low product carbon footprint, circularity, our machine. When we talk about S144, our flagship turbine, that has lowest product carbon footprint certified, which is 6.17 grams CO2 per kilowatt of electricity generation. And I'm not talking in the qualitative term, I'm talking in quantitative terms. How exactly it is possible, we're going to talk about it, but everything happens, like I said, all the way from R&D, getting in over there on manufacturing excellence, working towards the entire life cycle. And if we are considered about it, and if we are working towards that, then exactly what we need to do it, we have to take accountability for what we are providing to our customers so that their scope 3 emission also gets reduced at the end. So this is something which is happening, which we are just depicting in the terms of diagrammatic view. What is changing? Are we changing the raw material? Are we optimizing the raw material? That's exactly what's happening around. When we talk about what we have discussed in the earlier panels as well, local sourcing, we are emphasizing on local sourcing. We are getting into as max as possible. Are we trying to use scrap? Yes, we are getting in over there. What all can change over there? Can we utilize the maximum amount of scrap which is possible? We are trying to get in over there. Can we get into green steel? We are trying to get into green steel. Are we using renewables for manufacturing? That's also being worked upon. Can we extend the life of wind turbine? We are working towards that. And resource optimization, we are optimizing across all levers which is possible. Sustainability does not add cost. The only way to look into sustainability is to how well we can optimize the raw material. That's exactly what we are trying to do. So be the third party certification as well, we got into lowest product carbon footprint certification, but that's just a journey that we started with. And by the time we are speaking, we were already there with the lowest product carbon footprint turbine. And the journey is on. The journey is on as we get into new set of turbine, as we get into new fleet of turbine, and we see what's the next possibility that we can work upon. When we talk about ownership, we got into life cycle assessment and we took the hotspots into consideration to see to it what could be better in the next fleet of turbines. So we're talking about the environmental hotspots, and this is called the entire cradle to grave approach. When we talk about what we have taken up, what we have utilized, and what exactly is the end product getting into, are we taking full accountability? The answer to this is yes. And how exactly a circularity can be looked into? Integration of both waste and climate. It cannot be looked independently on the waste part of it. We started, we didn't stop. We get on to circularity hackathon. What we did, we are working on an assignment at this point of time while we speak on circularity. What are the immense possibilities as a sector which is possible? And we need to see to it how exactly we scale up, and we all together get into collaboration to see to it that we lead the sector, not just in India, but we took it up at a global level. And when we talk about our sector, we should take pride in saying that this is not just a service, This is not just a sector where we are manufacturing and setting up turbines, but we are taking holistic responsibility of the sustainability aspect throughout the life cycle. So what we did, we started a lot of assignments on circularity, 100% based on quantitative metrics and seeing where we are. But we also took it up with academic institution, and we did partnership with IIT Bombay, and that's something which I would like to tell you about the narrative. We started a partnership with IIT Bombay talking about what can be done better. This was a pan-India hackathon on circularity called Renewthon 2026, wherein we got participation of close to 1,400 students across IIT, IIMs, XIM, Symbiosis and all. And we did a 4-month-long exercise, multiple levels of competition, evaluated across all levels, and we are over here. We have finalized the winners, so what we are seeing is, if at all, in a nutshell, we have to just remember the terms, how exactly it can be measured. It has to start from the manufacturing excellence. What exactly has been done from the R&D, getting in over there in the manufacturing, what is happening in the design, recyclability potential, are we working towards energy and water, and also the EPR and take-back mechanism. If it is not there, we can't get into even making the end use of products, which is more on the community side of it. So a sustainability embedded with CSR, and seeing to it what are the immense possibilities getting in over there. This is something based on the effort that we have been working towards IGAC, India Green Steel Coalition, our efforts on primary as well as secondary steel market. And we are trying to revolutionize the green steel as we speak and see to it how better we can be getting into a momentum of 4-star and 5-star rating steel. So we were the only, on the consumer side of it, to create a demand over there. And that's just a depiction to see that, how well we optimize the raw material. As we progress and we see that the new models are being developed, as we scale up, we need to see how can we optimize the use of raw material, and so is the use of steel, and so is the use of any material. If that happens, lesser materials, lesser impact, lesser product carbon footprint, more demand, obviously in the European market, and also in India. So if at all we are working on the responsible sourcing, we are being preferred. So this is just use of scrap, just to give you a pictorial depiction, and more about the journey towards sustainability, or more towards circularity. End of life of turbine can be getting in over there. We talked about blade, we are working towards blade composites. Can we talk about what we are working towards customers and investors? Can we give them this dimension? This is exactly the journey that we have to work towards. This is just a journey, and this is for everyone, for manufacturing to product and taking it up the community and just scaling up to build it a business model wherein we can take the end of life and then bring it up to be used as a feedstock. This is just a blade waste to be used at the toilet, and if at all we want to anchor and be there on the net zero journey, so I think this is just a beginning point. We need to consider it as a sustainable, inclusive model, and we can work towards end-to-end so that we are reaching the circularity. Yeah. That's just a maturity score. We were there, and the journey is on, and we will together, not just with us, but also in the wind sector India, I'm sure we will progress much faster forward towards circularity. Thank you, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great evening.
Thank you. And I invite the next presenter from GE Vernova on the application of artificial intelligence in wind turbine manufacturing. Just a request to the presenters to kindly limit your presentation to 5 minutes in the interest of time and people having their flights to be taken.
Hello, everyone. I am Narayan. I am part of GE Vernova. I'm the product leader for AI and digital products with GE Vernova. There's a lot of buzz around AI and data centers these days, but in GE Vernova, we are already far ahead in the game. We have implemented, tested, and deployed AI solutions in GE Vernova. Let's play the video. It's a short video about what's happening in GE Vernova, then I'll explain through the process. It's our digital blade certification that's implemented in all factories in GE Vernova wind business. We are GE Vernova. GE Vernova is a group of company that focuses on addressing the increased electricity demand across the world and also providing sustainable solutions for the energy transition. We are, next slide please, we are grouped into 3 segments: gas power, which has gas power steam, wind, which has onshore wind, offshore wind technologies, and grid, which has grid software, hardware, and storage solutions. We produce around almost 1/3 of the world's electricity. We are globally around 85,000 employees. As you can see, we operate around the entire ecosystem of electricity generation, starting from generation, transfer, orchestration, conversion, and storage. So we provide a total ecosystem for energy generation, transmission, and storage. From a wind perspective, the world needs a lot of wind energy, as we have heard from all the panelists since the morning. And with GE Vernova, we are trying to address this enormous challenge with a scalable solution that's readily available in all our factory components within GE Vernova. That's a very scalable solution across all our factories. So we are definitely raising the bar. As you saw the video, that's actually happening in our plant factories. We started this journey by introducing a small 360-degree camera inside our blades. The camera started taking videos and pictures from interior of the blades and started sending it to our remote engineers, who would later look at all of these videos, convert it into images, start annotating these blade images, and produce reviews out of it. That was a big success in 2025. We won a lot of global orders. That we are trying to, that did not solve the whole problem. The next problem was, how do we access the interior of the blades? As you have known, the blade structures are very big. 50% of the structures are not accessible to humans. Only 50% is accessible to the humans. And next slide, we sent a crawler. It's almost like a football-shaped robot. We send inside the GE Vernova blades. The crawler goes inside the blade, takes pictures of the entire, videos of the entire blade, and sends it back to our engineers, who would then start annotating it. Now, we are talking about tons and tons of images. We had to harness the power of computer vision, the field of AI, in order to bring value to these images. So our AI was put on a boot camp. Today, we have a very scalable and sustainable AI solution that looks at each and every blade video and image and makes sense out of the images. And thanks to millions of images trained by our robots, crawler videos, that went into the boot camp, and our reviewers constantly gave feedback to the AI systems that have autonomously scaled today. Now, next slide. We have, it's a 3-phase solution. First is we have the crawler, second is we have the AI solution, and the last is a closed loop system. Our AI would send this feedback into a digital tool, which would look at all of this scoring done by our reviewers. Then it would create a defect in case if required, and a repair would be conducted in case if required before a blade is shipped out of the factory. Thereby, we are shipping every blade out of the factory with an increased quality that meets the design specifications. As a single millimeter of surface deviation can affect the longevity of the blade, so the meticulous process that goes in the shop floor is powered by robots and AI. Next slide. Today, this solution is scaled across all our factories. We have almost 10,000 blades inspected as of today. And it's also a very scalable solution, as I said. And right here in India, we have our factory Vadodara, which is the birthplace of this AI and robotics, where all the magic happens. Also, this is just the tip of the proverbial iceberg. We don't want to stop with the final inspection. When you go for a pregnancy test, the ultrasound is just not connected at the end. You go up the process, solve for the entire process. The intention is the same here. We are covering each and every process upstream today, including layup, infusion, bonding, and LPS. before a blade goes out of the factory. And this concept is applied across all our components as well. Next slide. So that's GE Vernova's AI capability today, and all our 3.8 megawatt 154 turbines in India will come out of a freshly printed digital blade certificate that's made out of crawlers and AI, thereby ensuring we ship every component in an affordable, sustainable, and a reliable way. So every turbine made out of India will carry this technology. That's GE Vernova. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite now the next presenter, Mr. V. Gopan from Envision. Their technical presentation on electric grid and cyber security aspects in renewable energy. Once again, a very humble request to kindly limit to 5 minutes.
So very good evening to everyone. So can I have my presentation? So if you see here, it's mentioned like solving challenges for humanity's sustainable future. So this is our mission, and we partner with our clients to give net zero solutions. So we are like a technical partner, and we actually provide the full stack of renewable energy solutions at the system level, and support for the hybrid projects or the pain points which our customer come across. So in today's session, I will speak more about the electric grid and the cybersecurity aspect in the renewable energy industry. Next slide, please. So when we speak about grid, which we know that we need to have a stable and flexible grid, definitely we need to see to that what is the solution, because we have different ways to stabilize the grid, whether it is having a proper forecasting, or we have a grid forming technology introduced. These are the different possibilities, including the best storage, which can help in the stabilization of the grid. But apart from the grid, if you ask me, there is one more important topic, which is the cybersecurity aspect. So when I say cybersecurity, it is not focusing on the IT side, but this is more on the operational technologies, which is more linked with industrial control systems or the industrial applications. So when we see our turbines or the solar or the BESS, now we see a lot of the IT-based or IoT-based sensors which is playing the role for monitoring and optimization. So we see that if these technologies which are used for product performance and improvement, these need to be protected from the cyber security threat. So that is also one of the important solutions which Envisions offers here. Next slide. So how to enhance the electrical grid operation reliability? So as I said, on the grid forming technology, so we have the solar inverter as well as the power converter system for the BESS, and also for the wind converter we have the grid forming technology, and we can offer the solution. Now we have seen recently last year CERC has brought this grid forming paper for discussion, and we see that this is also one of the solution to have a grid stability and flexibility. It is not important that immediately we need to switch over to this grid forming technology, because as we see that the induction or inverter based resources from the wind or solar or the BESS, when that is connected to the grid, then only the grid instability comes. There are grid stations where the the fossil fuel based connectivity also happens. If 80% of the electricity is produced from the fossil fuel or the conventional thermal or the hydro or the gas plant, then the stability is there. But then we see in some of the grid infrastructure, more inverter based resources are connected, so there we will have more instability. So this grid forming technology is one of the aspect which we should look into and then implemented in a phased way. Other thing which we speak is that we need to have a AI based and something called the digital twins, because whether it is a transmission system, whether it is a product, we can actually make a virtual model of this hardware or the architecture or the system and understand the behavior, and basis that we can predict the things and implement upfront some of the issues which we can address it in a better way. So the AI based solution as well as the digital twin is also going to help moving forward on the grid stability. Also this can be used for the cyber security also. On the cyber security side, as we see always that there is an IT part and the OT part, and there is an interface between the IT and the OT also. So basically these renewable energy systems, we need to ensure on the OT side as well as the interface between the IT and OT. So we need to have a proper firewall systems. We need to have a data diode which can protect things. These are the measures which need to be taken. This is very important. These are the actions which Envision has implemented. Like we have collaborated with IIT Mumbai. IIT Mumbai has a collaboration with Monash University in Australia, and we have sponsored 2 PhD programs for these 2 important critical topics. One is on the grid and other is on the cyber security. We have set up an R&D here in Bangalore, where we have a center of excellence for cyber security for the OT side and on the OT IT interfaces, and also on the grid. We have set up a team who can support on the plant level, because now on the hybrid projects also we need to ensure for the CON4 all that CON4 requirements are met, and as the hybrid projects are becoming more complex with wind, BESS and solar, proper reactive power compensation as well as the harmonic filters has to be sized properly for the optimization. So we have set up a team who can support our customers and address the pain points, and we are working also with the regulatory agency like CTUIL and CEA, so that these type of problems which are coming for the grid connectivity or the CON4, we can help our customers. Now recently Envision has launched the AI powered hybrid systems in the recent SNEC in June, designed to revolutionize grid integration by having advanced battery, IoT and predictive AI. So cyber security governance and to set up SOC. So we have seen that we have a renewable energy assets, and we need to have a security operation service like the remote control center for the SCADA. We need to set up this to have a clear monitoring of these renewable energy assets. So there also Envision has developed the competency, and we are also supporting our customers how they can implement this cyber security operations center. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing with us Envision, Tatparta, and your solutions towards protecting your critical infrastructure from cyber attacks. I now invite Dr. Raghavendra Ashrit, the scientist G at the National Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting, for his presentation on the development of forecasting tools as we cater to accurate forecasting becoming now indispensable for grid reliability and then efficient power system operations. The last presentations of the day.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm from National Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting. We are from the Ministry of Earth Sciences. We have been partnering with the Ministry of Power, Grid India and Central Electricity Authority, working as a team to improve the forecasting accuracy over India. And I give some perspective from the NWP models. We are basically the weather people and we run the NWP models to generate the forecasts. So just to give a perspective, like we also understand like why forecasting matters. And I have just listed out some of these thoughts here. Forecasting ensures grid stability, and of course many of these aspects are very well known. What's important is the bottom few lines that we want to focus on, the well understood like criticality of very short-term forecasting, medium term in our jargon, like it's up to few days to weeks, and the long-term forecasting. These are all different horizons of importance, and we are trying to develop different kinds of forecasting, and I will try to throw some light upon what are the challenges and what all we are trying to do in our center. So we are using different types of modeling strategies, like we have physical models, NWP models, which use atmospheric physics equations and solve the equations to provide cloud cover, irradiance, wind speeds, and things like that, all the weather parameters. Similarly, we also have statistical models which rely on historical data and statistical relationships to give the forecast. And now more and more we have advanced machine learning and hybrid approaches. We make use of all these, and it goes without saying that all this requires huge amount of computing capability. And this is how we have grown in our supercomputing capabilities, and in 2025 we have the latest upgrade. This is the most powerful computer in India with 8.5 petaflops of computing capability, and that allows us to generate forecasts at 12 kilometers. So we have forecast information available at every 12 kilometer spatial granularity. So just to give an idea of what all activities we have, on the left hand side we have the operational modeling activity. We have a Mithuna, we call it a Mithuna global model, and Mithuna regional model. We have a 12 kilometer global modeling system and a 4 kilometer regional modeling system. It's a very high resolution global modeling system. So it's, the forecast is not just available over India, but all over the world, even for our partners and users all over the world. We provide the high resolution forecast. And the most crucial thing is, for the first time, the 12 kilometer global model is a coupled model. So we have all the impacts coming from the ocean, and the oceanic processes are accounted for. So this is the most, very few countries have this kind of technology in the world now. Additionally, we also have other advanced forecasting systems, including coupled modeling for seasonal forecasting, extended range predictions. We have ensemble systems to account for the forecast uncertainty and things like that. We also have city scale modeling. We actually use it for predicting fog and visibility over Delhi. So this probably in future we will be looking at the city scale modeling, which has 330 meters, that will be looking for renewable energy also. On the right side, we also have a host of experimental modeling activity going on, where we have employed the Pangu weather, GraphCast and ForecastNet. These are the new kind of AI AI models that are already, and so we have teams working on traditional as well as most advanced latest kind of technologies available, and we hope to produce the products for renewable energy from all these. So essentially at this moment for forecasting and scheduling, we are providing data from like short term, medium term and the long term requirements. Just to give some glimpse of these are various fields. We provide our data pan India, and for solar and wind energy we provide various fields, and we also provide the data at different desirable hub heights and turbine heights. We have been doing it for several years, and we have documented reduction in the mean absolute errors, as you can see from the top and middle panels, like starting from 2019 successively with all the interventions and advancements in the science and physics. We have been able to consistently reduce the forecast errors, and this is further in like this continuing, this exercise is still going on. So we also have for a longer range, like extended range prediction, this for the next 4 weeks we do have. We also have forecast products for seasonal prediction for the next 4 months at Enego in terms of tendencies and trends in the wind speed and GHI and other parameters. Already some of our partners from Tamil Nadu SLDC are using some of these products, and they have shared their experience, and they have documented very nicely about changes in the, especially in the high wind season as well as in the low wind season. The trends are predicted well in advance, like 4 weeks in advance. The emerging trends are also predicted by our modeling system. So this is one particular case of typical advanced prediction of the 2020 wind drought that was very much well known, and this we actually published it, and the forecasting 1 month before, 2 months before, month wise also we could see the kind of the anomalies that were actually realized. So this is for in particular for this year, this is still a very early stage, but being the El Nino year, there is a lot of curiosity about what would happen to wind. That left 4 panels indicate month-wise anomalies that we are predicting. There is a tendency that it's going to be good over the northern part of India and northwestern part of India in each of the 4 months. Season as a whole, it is expected to be generally very encouraging, except for some parts of the peninsula. Of course, there could be variations as we advance into the season. Slight variations and uncertainties will always be there. These are some of the new initiatives that we have taken, like improvement in the model physics, and also site-specific data we are trying to put to use and improve the forecasting skills. We also collaborate with the stakeholders, and we have a core group under Central Electricity Authority involving all the India Met Department, NCMRWF, and all experts from these countries, these agencies. Together we are trying to improve the data quality and improve the forecast skill. We also have partnering with Crete and Manikaran and Greenco, get the regular feedback from the users and improve the forecast. We also have MOU with Grid India, SLDC Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Adani Green Energy Limited. So and a lot of input is going in terms of research and development, and for smooth handling of the data and all, we are working together with we have made a single point contact for each of the data users, and that's how we are working with them in a seamless manner. Work is in progress to support Grid India in terms of weather observations for development of demand forecasting also. This is a new initiative, and to provide intraday revisions of the forecast and high resolution rapid refresh. This is also we have started, and very soon we will be heading towards hourly updates for multiple updates per day. Right now we have 4 updates per day. This is just to demonstrate how our forecast errors have improved, like errors have been reduced, and the number of times the forecast errors are very small. No, that has gone up after we migrated to new modeling system. That just to document that. That's all. Like these are some of our partners in government as well as private sector, and we are looking forward to working with many more partner agencies. Thank you. I welcome you all to visit our center and also the website.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation, and thank you to all the presenters, all the 4 presentation, actually the industry sharing their initiatives and tools and technologies which are leveraging on towards circularity principles, sustainability, and protecting the infrastructure and firming up wind in the grid and further forecasting tools and principles. This leads us to the last session of the day on firming of wind in the grid and forecasting of wind power, wherein we explore the challenges and opportunities which are associated with the firming wind power, improving forecasting accuracy and strengthening grid readiness to support the next phase of growth for the wind sector. Moderating the session, Shri Siddharth Jain from MEC Plus, a well-regarded voice in India's renewable energy sector, bringing deep industry insights and very strong understanding of the policy of technology and market dynamics. Our panelist, Shri Sunil Sharma, the Director NRE, Ministry of Power, who's been actively involved in policy formulation, RE integration, grid monetization, and initiatives supporting India's clean energy transition and energy security goals. Inviting our next panelist, Dr. V.S. Prasad, Director and Head of the National Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting under the Ministry of Earth Sciences. We had just had a presentation from them. He brings in decades of experience in advancing India's weather forecasting capabilities. His work has significantly strengthened nation's preparedness for weather and climate-related challenges. Shri Vikram Dhaka, Scientist D from the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, contributing to the formulation and implementation of policies that are shaping India's RE growth trajectory. Dr. Sachin Gunthe, Professor at CACS IIT Madras, a distinguished academic and researcher working at the intersection of climate science, atmospheric modeling, and renewable energy applications. Shri RPV Prasad, the Managing Director, Envision Energy India, leading efforts to advance innovative wind energy technologies and accelerate the clean energy deployment in India. Our next panelist, Shri Naveen Khandelwal, the CEO of Yanara, bringing extensive experience in renewable energy strategy, market development, and energy transition solutions. Shri Mahesh Vipradas once again joins us, Vice President SEMCOP and Vice President WIPA. And we have Shri Balwant Joshi, the founder, EDAM Infrastructure Advisory, respected energy sector expert with deep experience in the power markets, policy and infrastructure advisory. And Shri Sunay Kapoor, the Chief Business Officer, Resolvent, who's been working at the forefront of energy analytics and technology-driven solutions for RE integration and optimization. The stage all over to the moderator, Siddharth Jain.
Thank you. And thanks to the audience. It's last session of the day. We hope that we can do justice. So before we start this session, we have a report released by IDAM. So Dr. Balwant Joshi, maybe we can all just release the report together, and then 2 minutes, Mr. Balwant Joshi can speak about that. We can first report release. Please come forward. just 1 minute, if you can just.
Good evening. Siddharth had originally told me 3-4 minutes, and now he's saying just 1 minute, but I can understand. You know, this is the last session, and everyone is tired. So, but thank you so much, Siddharth. Thank you, MNRE. Thank you, all of you, for being over here. I won't take a long. So, in 2023, when MNRE published Wind Repowering Policy, there were very interesting 3 things on that. First of all, there was a discussion about what is the objective. Very clearly, energy yield is the objective. Maximization of the energy generation from the given piece of land and from the existing power plants. Second one, there was a methodology for valuation for paying to the existing wind turbine owner at the land. And the third important thing is the aggregation. There were 2 business models suggested, and one of the business model was aggregation. And what this report does is this report further elaborates on those aggregation business models. What we have done is that we have tried to identify who could be the aggregators. Obviously, the first aggregator could be state nodal agency, MEDAs, JEDAs of the world, which are there in all the states. Those could be the aggregators. Second aggregator could be the wind repowering project developer, or any of the IPPs could be an aggregator. And third interesting model that we have developed is a wind repowering aggregator. It's a separate business model, separate service entity that could be working on that. I don't have a lot of time. I would request you to go through the report. If you have any comments, please come back to us. We have tried to be as elaborate as in this. We have looked at what are the policy changes that may be required, what are the revenue streams that would be associated with these business models, what are the implications for the state nodal agency, whether they are directly involved or not. So please go through the report and come back to us. We will put this report on there are few copies over here, but we will put this report on our website, and you would be able to access. In this preparation of this report, I would like to thank MNRE for its support, and I also would like to thank Shakti Foundation for their feedback, their inputs into the entire process. So thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you. So since this session is about firming up and forecasting of power, and it's a topic which is on the minds of everyone, both because the nature of the demand in the country is changing, and also the kind of policy that has come under the National Electricity Policy, where we want to move closer and closer to thermal plants in terms of deviations and treatment of the generation station on operation. So there is a lot of momentum in this area. And what we want to discover over this session is how this is likely to play out in the wind sector. What are the different ways in which the academy and the government is thinking? What is the different ways in which the IPPs are thinking? And how is OEM, which is represented by Mr. RPV Prasad, is responding to that. So we have a rich panelist which covers all the views. So we will try to cover as much ground as possible. The way I have tried to structure the discussion is that we would want to start by talking about the forecasting and firming of power across the days, then across the hours, and then within the time block. Because I think as we move down, the granularity goes up, the complexity goes up, and the solutions change. So if we start first, with Mr. Dhaka. So what we have seen is that government came up with a lot of policies or a lot of projects which were plain vanilla solar, then came with simple RTC. Now there is a lot of focus on hybrid projects. And what we are seeing is that moreover going forward, there is a lot of focus on projects which can deliver power exactly as per what the DISCOM profiles are requiring. So the question is that what is driving that demand from your ministry side? What do you see from your side that is what you see is driving the demand? And secondly, do you think that the whole responsibility of creating that reliable power should be passed on to the developer, or should it be also something that can be done with other parts of the power system? So that is the question.
So on the first part, so reliable power is a need of the hour, because in earlier days when we started, to promote the renewable energy projects. So at that time, the amount of the capacity was lower. But as of now, the renewable capacity we are adding is comparable to the conventional power sources. So as the consumer is at the peak of the pyramid, so the power generation sector need to mold themselves as per the need of the consumer. Consumer want the power as per their need. That time maybe any time. So and accordingly the discom have to perform. So discom need the RTC. That is the truth of the time. So accordingly the RE generator will have to mold themselves. So either through storage or through the hybrid model. So in that part, if I say the storage is becoming necessary along with the solar, but in that time along with that the wind can also play important role till the time the storage infrastructure and the storage capabilities are fully operational across the country. So from that part, I am very clear that the firm power is need of our, that no compromise can be there. And after that, if you talk about the forecasting kind of things, then the thing is, whatever technologies are available as of now, we will have to rely on that. But the thing is, the efforts are full efforts are there to improvise those technologies, so as to the developer can get better forecasting kind of thing, so as to meet the requirement the regulators and Great India kind of things they are having.
Got it. So it is coming from the needs of the consumer, and there is, of course, improvisation on forecasting required. So, Dr. Gunthe, if I ask you the question, how reliable are P50, P90 estimates as compared to what is happening on the ground, and what are the kind of data and modeling that is currently available in the country, which can help us build these reliable models which the developers can use so that they can create the right mix of solar energy, storage, and wind?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, thanks to the organizers for having an academician here from classroom to corporate room. That's very important. So I was actually supposed to leave by today evening flight. Then I saw that mine is the last. It would have been really too much to ask for as ki mera shift kar do. So first thing is that it was a great opportunity to have it here, and then to ask for shifting would have been really bad. So I think one of the things which you mentioned, right, as far as the time scale is concerned. So just to answer that question and then to reduce the time of the answer, the tone I would like to set is that the first thing is that we will have to move from the probabilistic forecast to the deterministic forecast, whatever the time scale which you are talking. I mean, and that you saw it from the presentation before we did. The second thing is that we would need to go into the data assimilation, meaning that you need to have the past data which you can then use for some sort of a bias correction, reducing there. And then what we have looked into, it is not only going to be helpful from data to have it from the AWS only, but then we will have to probably move towards LIDAR and SODAR, these kind of things. So the say which I have is that, of course, to quantify the uncertainty, we will have to move to the deterministic forecast. And second is that to create some sort of a national wind forecasting innovation challenge and then capacity building. We as an academician at IIT Madras are ready to build this capacity in whichever capacity we could do that. At this moment, if you look into the time scale which you have asked me, I think we are around 70 to 80% accuracy which we could do there. But then this climatological aspect, that simply take the past data and then do the forecast, is not going to work under the climate change scenario. Like, you saw that the previous presentation talked about the El Nino, for example. How it is going to really play that your climatological this thing is not going to. P50 to P90, I think that very quickly the deviations will always be there, right? The rapid changes in local weather, the limitations in historical data, and then inherent uncertainties in the current models. So as I understand, P50 is what you basically expect, and P90 is something where you would always like to go with the 90% probability. I think physics-based model, as you said, is the answer that how do you go from this P50 to 950. Particularly for this scale which you have asked, it is very much doable.
Very much doable. Mr. V.S. Prasad, your inputs on that? How do you see the accuracy of the P50, P90 values that are being taken into model by developers?
Hello. Earlier speaker pointed out, we have improving the models, and also we have improving the data assimilation things also. As presented by the colleague, now we are going to a coupled data assimilation, land, ocean assimilation, and we're strengthening that one. And our modeling capabilities has been increased. Earlier we were going to 25 kilometers, now 12 kilometers, even also 1 kilometer. And data assimilation frequency as that one. Now we are doing hourly data assimilation also. And Government of India supporting thus our supercomputing capabilities. Last year, Prime Minister inaugurated one of the best supercomputers in India, Arca Rodica, and it is a very high capacity thing. And also, we started putting the mission MOSAM, where observations are being increased. And the quality of the forecast has improved, and we are collaborating with all our many private sectors and also government sectors, and we are working together to improve that one. As suggested by the earlier things, we are also doing the reanalysis. We have the 40 years of reanalysis data with high resolution 10 kilometers, very well available to them, and to do the bias corrections, AI models, and we are entering the AI models also. So with that, we are the quality of the forecast. We have just about the speaker presented the improvement in the weather wind forecasting that we are showing. So a lot of improvements are coming up, and we are working with industry, and we are having MOEs with also dispatch centers, and we are working towards that improvement.
Got it. So what I understand is that there is a need to change the model, as Professor Gunthe was pointing about, that from moving from probabilistic to deterministic, and then having a lot more data sets, and then you're also saying that the long term, there is a lot of initiative that is happening in the government.
No,
I think the industry is already asking the question when that data will be available, because when you talk to the IPPs, they're always asking when is the data available.
Yeah, so hi everyone, thanks for having me here. I'll start by making one important point that in last 1.5 decades we have reached to today's discussion point where capacity addition was the target. Now we are discussing grid absorption, right? The problems which grid is facing when it comes to absorbing renewables. So I think very happy situation to be in because India has shown that we can add capacity. Now how sustainably, how kind of grid compliant, how much grid compliant, I think that's the trajectory we have kind of already lived or already evolved. Now coming to the availability of data, yes, if I were to answer it slightly differently, when we guys allocate capital, when we take our investment decisions, which are for 25 years of the project life, then we do one analysis, right? Based on whatever available data, mostly probabilistic, not deterministic, and then we allocate capital. Now after that, I think depending on what kind of data becomes available. So one is design engineering aspect at the beginning of it. There you can be very prudent about selecting sites which have high quality data, longer duration data, which reduces the variability, the difference between P50, P75, P90, all that. So that is the first and fundamental point. But I think as Professor mentioned, the climatological changes which are happening, I think the P75 and P90 which we computed at the time of investment are actually themselves varying.
Yes,
that is a big problem.
Yeah, but that is what also they are saying, that they are already working on that.
But
so
the point is investment decision has been made. So the point is I always keep coming back to investors' capital protection. We are all here for grid support, but can we do on the historical investments, or should we be doing that with going forward investments? So we are all for the grid, but I think we need to come out with solutions where how much load is put on the generator versus how much load is put on the system, whether transmission system operator or
independent kind of a grid operator, but how much one individual generator can take also needs to be seen. Now, another point is regarding this longer duration versus medium duration versus.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. So, Dr. Joshi, I want to ask you the question that, as Vikram sir was mentioning earlier, that there is a demand from consumer to get firmer power, to get reliable power, but we are always seeing discoms going for the cheapest power available. You are working with a lot of discoms and supporting them in their planning. How do you see the premium for reliable power, and what kind of premium can come so that the IPPs can then start planning around that?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Siddharth, for the question. See, discoms are certainly looking for a cheaper power, but the cheaper power doesn't have the same definition of the same number throughout the day. So the cheaper power is what is the cheaper power at 6 p.m. may not be the cheaper power at 9 a.m. in the morning, right? So discoms are certainly looking for cheaper power, and there is nothing wrong. That's what they are supposed to do. Supposed to feed or supposed to supply electricity to the consumers at the lowest possible cost. Whether they would be ready to pay the premium for the firm power? Yes, they would certainly be ready to pay the premium for the firm power. Now, you know, it is for the industry to decide how that firm power will be produced and supplied. If you see some of those RTC tenders where the solar was being located at one location, wind located at another location, battery or another storage located at a third location, actually isn't providing the kind of firmness that one is looking for. Okay, it is not assisting the forecasting discipline. So, so in my view, what will have to happen is that every renewable energy project will have to come with a storage obligation and co-located storage obligation, whether wind or solar. And if it is a wind, probably wind plus solar plus storage, because solar can be associated with the wind, but it's not necessarily vice versa. So, and then that cost, in my view, would be still cheaper, you know, to supply power at say 6 p.m. in the evening or 7 p.m. in the evening, and the utilities will be keen to procure that kind of power.
Got it. This brings me to Mahesh and Sunay. So for both of you, the question is, when you are looking at, you know, designing your project and saying that, okay, this much will go to wind, this much will go to batteries, this is what the discom requires in terms of firm power. Do we do multiple location? Do we do one location? So how do you see the role of wind? How do you see the role of batteries? How do you see the availability of data hindering you into that planning?
Yeah, thank you. Especially coming to wind, just to put in the perspective, what we are looking at is short-term to near short-term accurate prediction. What we have long-term annual average, that I think we are more or less comfortable with the current kind of a data. The point to remember here is when it comes to near short-term or short-term, 1.5% error in prediction of wind results into 3.3% error in the generation. 2% error leads to 8% deviation in generation. 3% error gives you 27% deviation. So this kind of accuracy is what we are looking at for short term and near short term. Now what is happening today is the regulation is getting tightened, but the technology or the know-how to produce that kind of accurate forecasting is lagging. So it should have been the other way around, whether the technology and the models are leading the regulations towards more accuracy. So what's happening in the process is basically the generators are basically getting a hit on their IRR because the regulation is tightened, but there is no technological solution available to meet that kind of a regulation. So that's one. Now in the interim, what we are looking at is basically to have a storage, to have the revisions in the schedule possible to be implemented nearer to the actual injection. So these are the two things that in the interim the industry is trying to work on, so that this issue of short-term accuracy is addressed. The next level that we are looking at is basically aggregation over a larger geographic area, so that within the generators there is a cross subsidization and over generation, under generation getting compensated. So in the short term, this is what we are looking at. When it comes to data, we have been supplying data from the individual turbines to the RLDCs, but we are not sure how useful that data is going to be, because that's a data which is coming from an anemometer which is behind the turbine. There is a correction factor, but still it gets some error. And as I told you, small error in wind speed prediction leads to a very large error in the output. So that type of data currently is being provided. What we may be looking at is to have weather stations at individual wind projects, but that would come in future. But the projects which are already there since 2018 are also getting affected. I think that's the area of concern.
So Sunil Sharma ji, so I have a question for you. You've heard that there is this desire to put in battery to manage short-term power. There is also this decline in terms of the P50, P90 values because of climatic conditions, and there is a need for a lot of this. So from Ministry of Power, you have been doing a lot of work in the battery side. You've been understanding how the forecasting is changing. So how do you see, whether it is, especially for the evening, nighttime power and morning peaks, where is the role that you see for battery and wind? And then to RPV also a follow-up question that you supply both. And how do you see the nighttime and morning peak?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I should congratulate our agencies like SECI and other REIAs who have been at the forefront of tender design innovation. So if you remember, we have been talking about solar and wind. So we started with plain vanilla solar, plain vanilla wind. And then in the last 2-3 years, we have seen those tenders which are called RTC. I don't call them RTC, to be very frank, because still we need to work on those tenders. They still have certain conditions like 85% availability, 80% availability per month. So we need to improve that availability or that PLF during certain hours when the DISCOM actually needs that power. You talked about the battery storage. To me, even though I'm the person responsible in the Ministry of Power for battery storage, but I would say battery storage is not the silver bullet. It will not solve all the problems. It will cost a lot. Still, battery output from a battery will cost you 7 to 8 rupees per unit if you are using the battery in single cycle. So that means it is still costly. Now, what are the other solutions available with us? Probably you might have heard about a tender in UAE a couple of years ago when they said, we want 1 gigawatt round the clock, actual round the clock solar energy with battery. Do you know how much battery was there in that tender? So for 1 gigawatt RTC, they had to install 5.5 gigawatt solar and 19.2 gigawatt hour of battery. So this is the, the volume of battery required. And that is where I think wind can play a very big role. We don't need battery for everything. First, we need to see how can we make it more firm. Solar plus wind, the hybrid solution, how firm is that? And then on top of that, we need to see how to design our battery. Sighting and sizing may happen, but then the cost as well as the size of the battery will reduce drastically. So on a day ahead basis, the system needs to know how much would be the generation from a plant. Now, yes, there are limitations with solar and wind power projects that since they are weather dependent, they cannot 100% predict the output. But then in the last few years, we have seen a few, rapid advancements in machine learning as well. Weather will not help you in nowcasting. So nowcasting is when you need to forecast your generation in a couple of hours from now. So there, the data from your operating wind power project would help you more. So even world over, the forecasting models are hybrid models. So they take NWP, which is the weather forecast, and then they take statistical data, statistical models. And then they use the hybridization of these two models. So for day ahead, yes, since you do not have real-time or near real-time data, on day-ahead basis, you are still a lot dependent on weather data, but when you are near the event, you have a lot of data from your own power project. So that could be used, and I would say if we use that, plus we use wind plus solar first, and then think about battery, that would be the optimum solution.
So to RPV, the question is that you are doing both batteries and wind turbines, and what kind of support can wind provide? As Sunil Sharma ji was saying that solar and wind together need to be providing a large part of the solution, and then the battery can come in where it is required. So what kind of solutions, technologies do you see coming in the near future which could help us?
As I mentioned, solutions are already there. If you see recent tenders from SECI, so they are moving in that direction only, wherein they are seeking the real firmness. So firm means when I want 50 megawatt in a single time block, I should get it. Not 90% of the times, not 80% of the times, but 100% of the times. So that is firmness. So if I get that firmness, first using solar and wind, and then on top of that, I embed my battery to see if I can provide that firmness. And as I already mentioned, we are moving in that direction. And more states would seek these kind of products in the future. I won't say that the balancing needs to be done at the power plant level. That would be suboptimal. For balancing, we have the load dispatch centers, which balance the entire generation portfolio as well as based on the load or demand at the state level. So they can still play with it. But the distribution companies, the procurer needs to know what kind of profile I need. So most of the tenders these days, they call either RTC peak providers or load following. But then even there is a complication. We know the load profile right now. Do we know what would be the load profile in 15 minutes time interval in the coming years?
No, that is right. I think both for long-term demand profile as well as short-term, that exists the question. But I'll pass on the question to RPV now, and then I'll come to you, Sunil.
Yeah, thank you. Before going to my question, still now I'm sitting as audience, seeing our every time watch. But I think our topic is very important, but looks like very heavy. But yeah, because that too very pity. We are in Goa after 6:30. Still in their section. I think very difficult to keep these people, our colleagues to be till now. Let us maintain the time.
Yes,
let us, whatever the questions, let us maintain the time, let us close it.
Got
okay. So that at least they will appraise. Otherwise, they will not applaud us. Okay. Coming to your question, Siddharth, thanks for that. I agree with the gentleman. Of course, as per me, sizing is more important. See, sizing for any renewables, this one. Of course, we have to see that all are important. All resources are important. Wind, solar, and BESS. All are important. I agree with him. Of course, we have to see that what is a wind, and as well as depending on resource and solar, how we can able to optimize the maximum. Then we can put the BESS. Of course, we cannot avoid the BESS also. We cannot avoid the BESS, but I 100% agree with you. And answer to your question on more, see, considering the wind importance, I want to give a wind importance since we are in a global wind. See, as per the data, if you see as per the data, our statistic says, if we say our day peak, yeah, just to give it data, see, average daily peak demand 220 to 225 gigawatts is required. Is it same thing in the evening peak and night peak? It will be around 205 to 215 gigawatts. It means even nights also, it's almost 94% of the demand on the day is required. It's not easy. Why I'm specifically mention this? This slot is very, no other resource can able to fulfill. Only wind can only fulfill, because we all know that as per the again statistics, if we see wind in general around 60% will generate in the nights, evening and nights, especially in the main high wind season, it will go to the even 70% also. So to fulfill this, so wind is a must. So definitely wind is a must. Here, of course, battery plays a major role. As wind is getting very, throughout night will getting around, as I mentioned, 60%, and we have to fulfill the peak loads of 250. We have to make it. So wind here, BESS will really complement. We can able to have a BESS, wind plus BESS, that will take care of the morning peaks. So that will be really, wind will really plays a critical role in this. Yeah.
Sune, to you, how would you respond to this designing principle? So just to summarize what we have been discussing so far, that okay, first is long-term data, which is both on the demand side as well as on the generation potential weather forecast. Then there are modeling, which is also not available in the country. Then you have, the whole peak, which is coming in the evening time, and the requirement to also meet that through renewables. And if we put solar plus BESS, then it is expensive. But wind, as we know, the data does not exist that much. So how do you practically size up these projects when you do go about that? And what would you require to have more integration of wind, which is missing right now?
Yeah, so see, all of this is being done on best estimates, and the fact that the tender design is changing is not really the solution, sir. I'm saying they're demanding us to find a solution as per the tender design, and we are trying our best to do so. We've come a long way from pure solar to RTC, FDRE tenders, now thermal mimicking tenders, and we are trying our best, but unfortunately all of this is based on the best estimates we have. Now what we are seeking is not that a free sort of token is given to us to set up these projects. Simple solutions like regional aggregation is taking years and years to implement. It's taking us really long to get through to the relevant authorities to implement that. What that will do is that simply reduces the error, allows us some flexibility, some breathing space to design it in a more optimal way. Now, we keep hearing that the discoms are willing to buy energy at a premium if we give them firm. Why is it so difficult for the discoms to pay the premium in form of consolidated centralized BESS systems? Why can't the procurer invest in a storage system that will simply aggregate and make the power more firm for them? Why does, and I'm saying that those are the solutions that we are willing to work with the authorities, with the discoms on largely the tender conditions again that we keep talking about. One thing that keeps escaping us is that the depth of the exchange markets that we have in India. If we had enough depth in the exchange markets, that would allow the IPPs to take more risk, to take aggressive assumptions on the energy that can sort of be monetized there.
But what we are talking about here is a very different kind of architecture in which the state discoms are working, the way the procurement is happening, and that will take a lot of time. And right now what we are looking for are, real-time problems, solutions to real-time problems. And the question here is that what are the tools available? When you look at the data available today, how do you see the wind actually supporting the grid? Is there any sort of AI tools? Are there any data problems? Are there any specific areas in which this particular problem can be solved? I agree, if there is exchange, there will be.
Sure. I'm saying that it is a reasonable assumption that we want the solution to this problem tomorrow. There's no reason for us not to invest if there was a solution available, but it's not available. We as the industry are conducting an exercise to demonstrate how the present technology that we have will take a time to find a solution. It's not that AI will come in today and find the solution. Unfortunately, it's not there. On the fact that there's a set pattern in which the discoms procure power, the responsibility to find a solution ought to be shared by the developers and the discoms, right? And if we sit together, I think there are multiple ways which are easily implementable, which can resolve it. But yeah, we'll have to keep working on it to find a long-term solution.
Got it. So that is also the question, Vikram, that I wanted to ask, was that what is the ministry's view in terms of sharing this responsibility across different institutions of firming up power?
So the thing is, regarding responsibility, first thing is the government or Ministry of Power has decided that the firmness should be there, and there will be penalties if you are not able to properly forecast, and deviations are there. So first thing is we will have to provide, or we will have to come up with some precise models which can provide precise data. But the thing is, I was discussing with Dr. Sachin, weather is a naughty guy. So it does not have patterns. Even if we are coming with the AI kind of technologies, still it is not having proper patterns. And the weather is behaving as the time is moving forward. Weather is behaving in more naughty manner. So the thing is, we will have to rely both on the physics models and the AI. AI can support, but we cannot say that more precise model will be there. We can try. So first thing is, we are trying with this AWS kind of things. We are capturing the data and providing NCM, RWF. They are trying to build a precise model which can provide the data at the location where plant are located. So that is the effort we are doing. But the thing is, if you are saying that the cost, how ministry can bear the cost which is due to incorrect forecasting. So that is still kind of in that direction, because we are comparable. The renewable is comparable to the conventional, and we will have to accept this fact that we will have to come up with such technologies. Whether private sector should come up, should try. I agree that they are trying, and they are saying that the forecasting error, if IMD or other government organization, they are not able to provide the precise data, then why we are getting penalized? But the thing is, we will have to accept the another fact that the firm power is the need of the hour, and we will have to proceed in that direction. So there, we can only play some kind blame games, but the need is to come up with some firm models we can try. And I think Dr. Sachin or some other guy who are working, NCM, WRF is also working. So whatever best we can do is we can transfer the AWS data, precise AWS data, because AWS are not properly calibrated. We have seen many times Grid India has claimed that they are forwarding the garbage data. So first effort from the developer side should be forwarding the precise data, so that at least we can come up at the conclusion that we have transferred the precise data, but still the models are not able to predict properly. So that conclusion first need to come, and for that the primary responsibility is to share the more precise data and from the calibrated AWS. So that is my point.
So Mr. Sunil Sharma, the question is to you: what kind of institutional mechanism can work to share this responsibility? The developers are saying that they don't have the data, they don't have the model, there is no way this can be done. But then why can't DISCOM take it? Why can't Ministry of Power think about it?
We are already working with, I think there was a presentation from NCMR WF as well. But the developer cannot say we do not have data. It is your plant. You have your own plant's performance data, which up to a couple of years back was not shared with the relevant agencies. So non-availability of data, if that is the excuse, unfortunately, we will hit a wall. We will go, at a point, we will reach a point wherein the DISCOM will also say, I cannot bear this cost. And if the target is to have at least 43% of renewables by 2030, now these excuses will not work. We will have to work. Now, does DISCOM pay the DSM penalty? They do. They also do. Like the RE generators pay. So it's not like only the RE generators are the ones who are paying the penalty. DISCOMs also does. Because because of the RE generations forecasting errors, their scheduling is deviate.
But the point was that, the procurement mechanisms are very tight. There is no depth in the markets. The data is not available. What can a developer
Let me
do?
come back to the depth of the market. How many of the RE developers want to sell the power in the market?
How many?
No, what I'm doing, we should have a responsibility to all the stakeholders, not to push to anyone, because even the developers as well as the OEMs and government, everyone should take the responsibility of data. Of course, we all are OEMs, and to the name the wind or BESS, we should also have a data. We are, of course, for example, as Envision, we have a lot of huge AA drive is there. So we have also having huge data, and definitely my point is to debate between both. I think we should take all stakeholders has responsibility on data.
I think NCMR WF is doing a great job there, and we are developing a forecasting model along with NCMR WF and IIT Bombay for both wind and solar. So that is a solution on which we are working for the last 2 years. But at the same time, as you already mentioned, sir, we all the parties need to work together. RE developer cannot rely, what if the NCMRWF's data is not up to your expectation? Will they take the commercial obligation for that data? They will stop giving you the data. So that...
Actually, I will add, we have the data coming out. Now we have the established connectivity. We are getting the data from Grid India, Ministry of Power, many places. And if you see the data quality, the maintenance, once developers are establishing the instrument, they're not maintaining at the time of that. So now we came up with the solution that they have to maintain the quality of the WMO standards, what IMD standard instruments. And if you see the 90%, 80% of the data, we are not able to get the good quality of the data. Of course, responsibility assimilation. We have started using the data every hour. Intraday also we started attempting that we are giving the forecast for the intraday also. The quality of the forecast improves. We are giving the various range of forecast. We are giving the monthly forecast. We are giving the day 10 forecast and also intraday forecast. The quality of the forecast increases that one, and there should be a mechanism as Ministry of Power, MOES, and we are together the secretary level meetings. Every 3 months we are meeting, and secretary level they are analyzing the situation, and many steps are taken. Now wind profilers, radars are also getting into that one and to improve the quality. As suggested, all stakeholders take responsibility. At the same time, the developers they have very simple things. They have the instruments there. Just calibration and also maintaining the proper things are required.
Dr. Sachin, you want to comment?
Just in 30 seconds, really following up on his point that one of the major constraint comes in that everybody really cries about the past data for the accurate forecast. Let me tell you, at IIT Madras, we have one of the best brains working for us. That's not the constraint. There is an alternate to that. He just said that when it comes for a 4 hours to 15 minutes, we have reached an accuracy of 93%. Just because of the NDA, I cannot really disclose for whom we are working it here right now. But we have reached to 93% accuracy. The only problem comes, and then he was also mentioning for the long-term forecasting. We can give you a forecast up to 9 months with a daily average, which is at the accuracy level of 91.8%. That is possible. The only problem comes in that when you want it from second to 15 minutes. आपके पास data हो, नहीं हो, 2 साल का हो, 4 साल का हो, you need to have this satellite, for example. The assimilation from the satellite is playing an extremely important role in improving that. Now, our complaint is that लोग हमारे पास आते नहीं यार problem लेके. More and more people, if they come to us, more and more we will be able to solve and then improve on it.
Naveen, I just wanted to clarify that one is system design. So when tenders are being designed to address the need of variability, that's one-time exercise. Developers respond to the particular RFP, right, or RFS. Once that is done, design is frozen. Now, while designing that, we do a lot of optimization. How much wind, how much solar, how much BESS. And it's a risk-reward situation also. As all of us are saying, more wind, better LCOE, but a little bit higher risk of development, construction, and even operations. That's why a lot of people are shifting now from high wind combinations or configurations to high solar plus high BESS. But I'm saying that's one-time exercise of designing the system to respond to the tender. After that, it's about system operations. In system operations, how much you want to put it on individual generator is the question. Nobody is saying no to the responsibility when no developer or generator is saying, I'll not give data and I don't have data. The question is how much can he take the hit of the system level variation? And what are the solutions for that? BESS being one, but BESS, as you rightly said, BESS is not the panacea. BESS cannot solve everything. So system level operations is one thing, while generators who have designed and commissioned their plants once, then how to make use of that capacity is second thing. So
how well integrating the entire system, that is the more important, right?
So ultimately, when it comes down to the hour-to-hour firming up and within the time block firming up, so battery is the only solution, and do you envisage in the future that batteries will be put with every wind turbine? Or is it that, you know, AI and some tools like better modeling can help us sort of really understand whether we can put one battery and share it at a system level? Is this going to be a wind plus battery always?
Very briefly, I think yes. If you are looking into really from seconds to the 15 minutes, it is untested waters, and then we are ready to take the challenge because we have never thought about it. So spatially, when we go from 3 kilometer to 1 kilometer where AI/ML can help, because until 3 kilometers AI/ML will not
3
help in
kilometers
space.
in what sense?
Sorry?
The resolution of the data.
Resolution of
From
the grid in
satellite.
space.
Space.
Up to 3 kilometer you can do one, yes, but further AI/ML. But here also I believe that if we could bring it down up to 15 minutes, beyond 15 minutes maybe AI/ML will help, but it is untested waters, and then should be taken this as a challenge.
Actually, I want to add here. Now, our forecast. Now we are giving the forecast at hub level. Not only spatial resolution, we have to give the forecast at the various levels. And from last to one and a half years, we increased the quality of the forecast. We were started giving the various sub levels to 150 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. That level forecast we are generating. So we have shown using that type of things, the improvements are very much high. It is coming. And the models are giving at their own levels, but we are tuned our models to give the forecast at the hub level. That is, more improvements are coming out of that one.
That's very granular. That's very nice to hear. So I think we'll just wrap up the session if somebody has to add anything.
Yeah, just a small comment on what Naveen said. See, the way you knew what is the kind of expectation in the tender, that this is the capacity required at how much percentage availability. Also at the same time, it was always very well known that these regulations would change, and there would be a risk associated with the change in the regulations and the change, because it is not only the wind and solar that is being subjected to that. So the regulations change every 5 years, and the change is applicable to everybody. Okay, so every generator who wants to come into the system has to be mindful of those small changes in the regulation and make whatever provisions are required to be done.
But Balwanji, the grid, the procurement does not allow that. No, the RFP does not allow that. So it is not possible.
The question is,
no.
Cost of power will
It's
go up
bid.
if you start accounting for everything. And is that acceptable?
So this is if every bidder takes into account certain factor into it.
That's
At
where
the time
government
of
needs to
bidding.
come in,
See,
sir.
at the time of bidding, many a times we work with the bidders. Many a times what happens is that you want to go 1 paisa low, 1 paisa low, 1 paisa low, and many a times those risks are kind of overlooked. Okay, so the changes in these regulations were very well known fact. It is not that it has suddenly come up, so that to ask for change in law. Second thing, there is a lot of debate that is happening on not in this group but onto the power system to move from 15 minutes to 5 minutes. As we move from start integrating the bigger and bigger share of renewable energy, we would need that, right? So we have to start preparing ourselves for that. Now whether you do it through the battery storage at the bottom of the wind turbine, or do it at a substation level, or do it at a transmission level, is something that is a kind of semantics that one has to deal with.
So, I think we are out of time. So we need to close the session. And I'm sorry, I think not everybody has been able to speak. But I think just to summarize what we have done so far. So we talked about the long-term forecast and what is the role of mixing energy storage with wind and batteries, and can better data allow us to put more wind. And as we understood from the panelists that they are fairly comfortable. There is a risk associated with wind, and depending upon how accurate we will be, that risk will go down and that will get better, and we understand NCMWRF is working on that. Then on the second topic, we understand from Mahesh that how much deviation in the wind resource actually impacts the generation, and that it's a problem that is coming, but everybody understands it, but then something could also be done at a system level that could be there. And of course data and modeling has a long way to go in that particular aspect, and maybe batteries would provide a long term. Anybody else would like to say anything before we conclude? Share anything? Yes.
So we had a very, very lively discussion here. At the same time, parting comments are, we need to improve our forecast. Penalize is a bad word. I should not use it, and we should not penalize as well. We should see how to facilitate. So that is something on which the government is already working to see how to provide more flexibility in the market, how to reduce the gate closure time. So we are working on that. Can we increase the area for which the forecast can be aggregated, because it's a known fact that for larger area the forecasting errors are usually lower. So these kind of solutions we are working at. But look at the bigger picture. If you want to have 90% renewables in this system, we should have the capability to forecast what do we wish to generate.
Just I want to say, of course, change only the constant. Of course, without any penalizing, but change only constant. Of course, we all, as OEMs, everyone to be prepared for the change. For example, in our organization, we are prepared for that. We have our own, I can say, AI tools, and we have our own forecasting tool. We are developing our own. Of course, our team, Gopan, has to say, we are claiming that our accuracy is more than what is available in the market. Of course, we are validating our system alone. But we have to be, what I'm trying to say, we have to be ready for the change. That's what, as I envision, we are with a wind, we have a battery energy system, and we have a EMS. So we can able to integrate. So I'm trying to say all organizations has to be ready for the change.
Great. And I think we had a very lively discussion. We have an audience question.
Yeah, it's not a question, sorry. Good evening all, thank you. Just one point I wanted to highlight. I'm representing Renfra Energy.
So a little bit louder.
As a leading developer of South India, Renfra Energy, one pain point related to this discussion, what happens is we all acknowledge the point that there is a forecasting issue, some error of calculations. So, and while it is evolving, the OEMs also, they are also improving, continuous improvement in the technology. Their machines are able to produce more. So with this gap widening, we as a developer have to give a commitment to the customers, okay, ultimately. So when we give with this conservative figures and it is over generation, the banking provision provided by the government, that is where the hand holding should continue. There should not be any curtailment till this system evolves and there is a robust system of the forecasting. So that is my request, and this has to be borne in mind. That is how the government supports and encourages the developers and the OEMs, to provide the best to the customers, the end consumers. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So thank you everyone. It was a lively discussion at this time of the hour of the day. So I thank you very much for your inputs, and over to you.
So on this encouraging and optimistic outlook, we close this session. May I request you, Siddharth, to kindly present the mementos to all the speakers. Thanking Mr. Sunil Sharma. Dr. V.S. Prasad. To Shri Vikram Dhaka. Dr. Sachin Gunthe. Thanking Shri RBV Prasad. Shri Naveen Khandelwal. Shri Mahesh Vipradas. Thank you to Shri Balwant Joshi. And to Shri Sune Kapoor. And once again, I request and invite Mr. Aditya Pyasi, the CEO of IWTMA, to kindly present the memento, thanking our moderator. May I request gentlemen to kindly step forward for a group photograph. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of these very productive sessions, on some consensus building, on some still debating, but nevertheless it has been really productive, engaging, and enriching sessions which we've had. As we draw curtains to the Global Wind Day Celebrations 2026 and to this conference, I invite Dr. P.K. Dash, Scientist, MNRE, to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks.
So, good evening again. So, please bear with me for another 5 minutes, and at least all the session panelists whom we have kind of tolerating for the last 1 hour, so at least they should be present. So, no, in fact, very fruitful discussion throughout the day, and I'm very happy to observe, the enthusiasm every year is increasing, so which is actually giving me a lot of hope as well as satisfaction to work in this sector. And I believe this enthusiasm will increase next year. And what I can feel is maybe we have to make this event more grand. And let me also name Jagdale sir, who has actually started this tradition in 2022. In fact, this celebration of Global Wind Day started along with inauguration of our building. So that auditorium was inaugurated with this event. And we could able to come to this stage all because of you. So a very big thank you to all of you who has present till late evening. And it's really my privilege to propose the vote of thanks. Let me start with our Honorable Cabinet Minister, who are actually very steadfast supporting this sector and particularly this event. Then our Honorable Minister of State, MNRE and Power. Then Honorable Minister, New and Renewable Energy, GOA, who actually graced the occasion and given his special address. And of course, Secretary MNRE, who is our actually inspiration and guide throughout the journey, our Joint Secretary, and then my team, WIN team. And I should not forget the partner organizations, that is IREDA, SECI, GOA Energy Development Agency, and NIWE. And a very big thank to the partner associations, IWTMA, WIPA, and IWPA for their support. Our media friends, of course, all participants, manufacturers, developers, even the EPC guys, the researchers from academic institutions, and all those who are involved in this successful event, managing this successful event. And I must not forget MC, Ma'am Mimi, conducting these sessions so smoothly. And if I name few, maybe Aditya Pasi, CEO IWTMA, who in fact for the last 20 days, every day he is coming to my office to see that things are in order, and his team member Lalit, Saurabh, and then Rishabh. Of course, I must not forget Bibhu, who joined little late, but he also contributed a lot. And to those who I may be forgetting, please forgive me, but I thank really all of you for successful organization of the event. So thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much for your very thoughtful words of thanks for everyone. And may I request the team IWTMA to please join us here for a group photograph. Thanking each one of you. Hope this conference, discussions, celebrations have been really beneficial, really fruitful, meaningful, purposeful for everyone. And the time we meet next year in this destination or maybe another destination, another venue. But then wishing you all great success in your lives. May you all grow more, glow more, rise more, prosper more, and continue to contribute towards your profession, of course, towards nation building. And wishing all the people who are flying back home safe journeys back home, happy landings. And yes, people who are still going to be staying in Goa, enjoy the weather outside, very pleasant, and enjoy. It's been a long day for everyone sitting in this room. I'm sure people really craving to be moving out towards the beach. So have a wonderful evening ahead. Dinner is going to be served shortly in the pre-function area. Enjoy your dinner also. Thank you.